Alrighty, we are live at Coletco for Monday, June 2nd. Live Facebook record sale. First sale of the week officially with Chad. Paul was live yesterday, and first sale of what? First sale of a new invoicing cycle. Welcome, everybody. Let me move this TikTok over here so I can see. Oh, no, disappeared. I drug it too far over. Not too far over. How about right there? Nope. And over here. There's that. I gotta be able to see comments, which I'm currently totally blind to right now. So let me do that. And we're good to go, I think. Only thing I hadn't tested is if camera 2 is working, so. Either way, I don't think I'll need it tonight. I need Jay to come here and give me a total reevaluation of everything. First time I've set it up since we've got even more gizmos attached. I know we're live and I know we're streaming, but I don't know if I got everything totally, everything's a little weird over here on my end. All right. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do as Chad over on Facebook, as Chad Williams on Facebook, I'm going to hit the like button. I'm going to hit the share button. I'm going to hit the copy link button. I'm going to hit the share and group button. Whole lot of records. And I'm going to share it. I hear Paul. He's jangling. It was Paul.
Making crates. It's like buy now crates.
Paul's making crates. I like it.
$6.99 and $9.99 crates.
Good.
It's going through old stuff that's way in the back in those tubs.
Yeah.
By John kind of and just
cleaning them out.
Cleaning out dollar stuff and then pulling stuff. There's going to be some decent titles. The condition might be iffy on like the jackets or maybe the record,
okay.
But there's not going to be anything that's like trash or anything.
Okay.
There's one in there that would be expensive, but it's really rough.
The cycle?
Yeah, that one. Yep. Yeah, put the stats on that.
Okay.
$9.99, so I should scoop it up.
Gotcha.
But I'll be bringing more crates like that. That's what I've been kind of working on today.
Gotcha. Paul, that's good. That's good with me, Paul. And according to everybody else, that's good with them.
Cool.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'm already here. I'm here for one thing, to sell records. Sounds like Paul's got a good plan in place. Everybody's here right now doing something. I am also doing something. I am copying the links. I'm kind of messed up my sleep schedule. I stayed here pretty much all morning, and I'm trying to get woke up, honestly. So I feel pretty good. I've took all the caffeine. I wonder if my mutes are working. Okay, that's good. I think there's something else I got to select to get something right. I don't know. These pretzels are making me thirsty. All right. Me and Will. Okay, so I'm sharing. I actually just tagged top fans in the chat. Really don't know how that works. If you interact a lot, they automatically give you a top fan badge. I've had some people say, Chad, I would like a top fan badge. And I'm like, well, you'll have to contact Mark Zuckerberg because I really don't know how that works. But I just tagged everybody that has one. And welcome. It's a new week. And we got a lot to do here in the first part. I don't think the flip crate has been tagged. It hasn't. And we might do that one live because it's a pretty good one. I'm afraid a lot of stuff's been claimed though, but we'll have to probably do it live. So first few minutes here, we're going to be taking care of business. Now, I just got done with everything on YouTube. The next thing is we're also live on YouTube. Is there a YouTube comment yet? Yeah. All right, we are live on YouTube. We'll do it live. Ed just got done with invoices about 25 minutes ago. We had a lot. There's a few new customers I'm still looking for. I'm gonna do a Bill O'Reilly and do it live tonight. We'll do it live. These pretzels are making me thirsty. These pretzels are making me thirsty. That's a Seinfeld reference. Okay, one more thing and I'm done. These pretzels are making me thirsty. Woody Allen. All right. Here we go. These pretzels are making me thirsty. These pretzels, they're making me thirsty. All right. I'm looking for JH, DP, Mark Hudzinski, Regina Beverly, Robert Serta, Andrea. Most of those people are in the group. I'll tell Ed about that. I think everybody live has contacted us. I think those are stragglers from the group now that I've read those names out loud, Ed. I've read those names out loud and it's kind of hit me. Most of those people are from the group, but I'll track them down. Let's get rolling. I think I'm going to do the new vinyl first. and let's get some auctions rolling. Let me go see if they unboxed the Japanese crate, because it's up front too. Let me go see if they've done that, and the show will begin. Got some Japanese here, and I still got a few sealed records I'm working on kind of liquidating, and let's do it. So first thing I have for us is a sealed copy. Let's see, I got Radiohead, and I got the newest album from the Lumineers. We'll get started with those. So this is Radiohead's I Might Be Wrong live recordings. It's new and sealed, and Radiohead's going to go up for a $15 start. And then we have the newest album from the Lumineers, Automatic, and that's the indie exclusive, and that's sealed, and we'll put that up for a $15 start. New Vinyl Laura is finishing them up right now. It looks like she's got 4 or 5 up there. It looks like she's got 4 or 5 crates. I hadn't really got to see them yet. She's still stickering them, and they're doing all that up front at the moment. So there is a lot of pre-orders up, yes. And I'm a little bit later, I'm going to read through the entire list and invite everybody to Collectco. A whole lot of records. We can do that now, but I'll do it much later too when we have everybody over there. I need to take care of this right quick. Let's see here. I got to actually pay. I got to pay one of our distributors right now. I've bought so much, I think my card's been flagged, so I'm going to pay them manually. Let me do that right now. I'm sure y'all would, because they're going to ship it like right now, and they have shipped it, and I'm always I'm like y'all. I like to pay my bills promptly, so let me pay this invoice right now. One of the bigger ones. We're done. Okay, so, and I needed that phone. I'm glad I opened that phone because I needed it to pull some of these first claims. Karen says she's seen on my energy drinks the other day. Yeah, it's dangerous. They're kicking in right now. My brain is waking up. Sundays is my day off, but I actually stay up longer on Sundays and Monday mornings than I ever do ever. So it's pretty counterproductive. So, and it's like Mondays is like, well, here we are. Time to get woke up, Chad. All right. So first thing I have is, I think most of the stuff I want to read through is back here in this crate right over here. So let me check on that right quick. And here we go. And here we go. Here we go. I think it's this crate right here. Yeah. We'll start with this one. All right. All right, so those are $15 starts, Radiohead and Lumineers. Sealed copy of Radiohead, I Might Be Wrong, the live recordings, and sealed copy of the Lumineers for $15. Final call. Those do not have bids as of right now. Those don't have bids as of right now. And Laura, if you can't get those two, okay. Yeah, if they're fine right there. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, don't worry about trying to get them all the way over here. We have Devastation Across, Blown to Bits. We have Live, Main Strike, Devoid of Death, and Devoid of Death Seized. Those are a $10 start. And here's some stuff I'm looking for. Depeche Mode, Vicious Rumors, The Sound, Trivium, Twilight Soundtrack, one each of the Black Sabbath Boots, Motorhead, STP number 4, New York Dolls, Mo-Fi, and The Cult Electric. And if I can't find all those quickly, we'll just go ahead and try to hunt them down. We have Korn Untouchables, a 2 LP, $33.99. Yes, the date does need to be changed up in the top right, doesn't it? Let me see here if I can do that without screwing anything up. Oh, see y'all. Jack and Jill is leaving. Just Jack's leaving. Okay, thank you, Jack. And thank you, Jill, for letting Jack out. Thank you. Boy, if Tanner and Jake's not here, the technology really falls apart here. We have Foo Fighters, Skin and Bones. Foo Fighters is a 2 LP. That is $39.99. Foo Fighters, and we have Mastodon, Crack the Sky. Mastodon is $33.99. We have Pussifer, V is 4, and that's blue with black smoke. Pussifer is $39.99. And a Perfect Circle, 13 step, $39.99. Everybody's talking about their credit cards. I know, I just used mine too. Everybody's saying, Chad, my credit card destroyed, my debit card got destroyed. And I was like, I know, I just bought even more vinyl to sell y'all. And on my bank called me, he's like, hey, are you really buying this much stuff at once? I was like, send it. Send it, baby. We got more new vinyl on the way, truckloads. Korn Issues, 2 LP, $33.99. The show must go on. I have one Black Sabbath Don Kirshner left. This one is sold to George Jones. This one sold to George Jones, and thank you. I have one Don Kirshner left for $39.99, and I'm going to have one Paranoid in New Jersey left. That's also sold to George Jones. Thank you, and thank you. That is done and done. Let's update these other auctions. So I've got a sealed Radiohead and a sealed Lumineers, and Lumineers got bids for $15, and then it got a bid for Radiohead got a bid for $15, then $17, and then Radiohead got a bid for $18, and then $20, and then $16 on the Lumineers. So Radiohead still at $20 with Greg Gallier, and Natasha, you've been outbid on the Lumineers. It's now at $16. We got Devastation Across. We got Live Main Strike, Devoid of Death, and Devoid of Death Seized. Those three are going to go up for a $10 star. Full Speed or Nothing, yeah. Metallica. We have Black Sabbath and Black Sabbath. Now, I might make a crazy decision and go to Black Sabbath tomorrow night, or not Black Sabbath, but Metallica. I wish I was going to see Black Sabbath tomorrow night. That would be amazing. But as of right now, I'm still here. I hadn't bought tickets or even planned it. So I'm here. Y'all have got me here as of right now. We got John 5 Center on yellow vinyl. John 5 is $24.99. And we have Beck Sea Change. And Beck is a 2 LP. This is $39.99 for Beck Sea Change. I've still got 2 copies of that. And several Black Label Societies you'll see tonight. Here is the first one, Mafia, which is on red vinyl, $38.99. The Lumineers is now at $17, now at $18. And now Chris has these 3 singles at 10, which is a final call. Now, last week we did have a killer week. Invoices are all sent out. And when Ed's done, we can see the total numbers. And we've had the best week we've had in almost since February. We had the best week we've had almost since February. We had a killer week like the second week of February. It's like the second or third week in February is our all-time sales record. And so we had probably one of the best weeks, and we probably can count on that for. We've been pricing so much stuff. Here comes John with 6 more crates. I've still got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 already back here. He's got 6 more, so now we're back up to 18 John crates again. Paul and Laura's been marking stuff. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff, and then we need stuff to sell. So, yeah, and plus, y'all are amazing customers. Y'all keep buying. So, I keep telling them, keep pricing. Let's keep auctioning. We got Winger on green vinyl for $33.99 and Stone Temple Pilots number 4. Now, Cameron said he wanted one if he didn't already get one. And, Cameron, you should have been invoiced for one. I'll make sure you got invoiced for one this past week. Black Label Society is new and sealed. It's called Mafia. And it is $38.99. It's a 2 LP red vinyl. Now, over here, these 3 singles are sold to Chris Knapp. He gets the first singles of the week. Those 3 are sold to Chris Bryant. He gets those for $10. And then Radiohead is moving to a final call. It is still at $20 with Greg Gallier. This is still at $20 with Greg Gallier. It's going twice, going 3 times. And the last bid that came in on the Lumineers The last bid that came in on this was $19, and that was Blaine Zapnick. Now, Blaine, you have been outbid on Radiohead. There was already somebody in on 20. And Corey Lawson said he will take a Black Label Society. Thank you. Now, Corey, there's other Black Label Societies coming up. First, though, here's the Sound Jeopardy, and this was on white vinyl, and this is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Now, if anybody else wants one, let me know. It will be a waiting list for that. And we have Echo and the Bunnymen. What are you going to do with your life? That is $38.99. That's on turquoise blue vinyl. And I still got 2 copies of Porno for Pyros. And this is on splatter vinyl, and it's $33.99. Blaine, Radiohead 20. Greg Gallagher is already in at 20. Welcome everybody to Coletco, especially all those that's already saying hi and bidding and exactly everything you should supposed to be doing. This is going to be another great week, so we keep buying records. I think Paul's even got another collection lined up for this week. He's going to go pick up on like Wednesday. Don't forget our $1 sale here at the store. Our $1 sale here at the store is going to be Friday and Saturday. If you can come to Coletco on Friday and Saturday, I would recommend you coming here on Friday and Saturday because we're going to have a crazy amount of $1 deals. We've got to thin out some stuff and haul some stuff off, and it's just at this point pretty overwhelming. And the ad will officially start running tomorrow, and so if you probably follow our page, you'll probably be seeing ads, and especially if you're in the Nashville area, there'll be a lot of people here Friday and Saturday. If you want to come in from out of town, please do so. You'll see Ed. He'll be running the whole thing. Ed will be up front, ringing and checking you out. Neil Young Freedom is $39.99. We have Alceste, and this is Achilles de Lunes, $29.99 for that. And then here's another Black Label Society. This is a triple LP. It's called Unblackened. And Black Label Society is a 3 LP on clear vinyl. That's a 3 LP on clear vinyl. Let's go ahead and put up a few more singles. Who knows what I'm going to pull out of here. Here's Denim. Here's Die Something. What a weird cover that is. Look at that. And then we have another that I don't know what it is. Decay After Death. A lot of hardcore and questionable covers there. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. Next thing I have is Bauhaus Mask. Bauhaus is $34.99. And the Depeche Mode Ultra. This is sold to Craig Weatherford. I've got 1 copy left of Depeche Mode if anybody wants it. That is $38.99. And then I've got another Depeche Mode Ultra. And then here is Skinny Puppy Remission. I think, once again, it's the only Skinny Puppy I have left in stock. $29.99. And then a Jazz Essential, as I call it. A Love Supreme, John Coltrane. Pressed at QRP, 180 gram. Acoustic Verve Sound Series, $38.99. And then Trivium here is sold to Rebecca Howitt. I'm going to go ahead and grab that because it's right over here next to me. If anybody else wants one, I have Trivium in stock. 1 left for $39.99. Now, the Lumineers is with Blaine Zapnick at $25, and he also has Radiohead at $25. He has both sealed records back there at $25. These have had bids for $10, and Autumn also bid $10. John Durden bid $10 first. William Thornton on Skinny Puppy. William, thank you and welcome to Coletco. You are a first-time buyer. Now, for those that's kind of been, I won't use the word stalking. For those that's been watching, for those that have been watching over the course of last week, this is a great night to make your first purchase. Tonight, tomorrow, maybe even Wednesday, because you can have unlimited shipping. So if you watch the rest of the week off and on, or maybe you're very dedicated and you watch all 8 hours every night, that would be amazing. And now's a great time to make your first purchase because now, William, you have $8 in limited shipping for the rest of the week. So thank you. I'm pretty sure you're a first-time buyer. Just say, yes, first-time buyer. And then do this for me. Send us your email address and mailing address. Send us your email address and mailing address. You're a first-time buyer. Thank you and welcome. And then now anything else you buy this week is $8 in limited shipping. And that includes anything you purchase in our private group as well. Whole lot of records. So for anybody that's kind of been on the fence about buying, I have seen, we usually have a big Monday and Tuesday because a lot of people that find us on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they're like, well, I'm going to wait till Monday. And that way the whole shipping process kind of restarts. So some make their first purchase on Saturday. We had some first-time buyers Saturday night at like 9 and 10 o'clock. So the clock was chipping away for them for unlimited shipping. But Now you have all week to buy. There'll be over 14 flip videos posted this week in the group. There will be probably 20 pre-orders posted or more this week in the group. And then there'll be over 50 hours of live streaming here, nonstop vinyl. Night after night, I'll be here hosting. Next, we got final calls on those singles. Autumn has bid $12. I think we're done. Now, that was just crate number one. There wasn't too many claims from the videos. Mostly, this is stuff that I've shown quite a bit already. Usually, the Monday flips is just like, well, here's 5 crates, but I've probably been through them 3 times already. But I'm just going to go hunting for a few things and that people have claimed. And maybe if you see it and you want on a waiting list, you'll buy one as well. Amanda Darby wanted the Twilight soundtrack. Thank you, Amanda Darby. If anybody else wants one, that's on Mercury colored vinyl. And thank you, Amanda. That's so to you. And then over here, we did get Patrick Lear down for a New York Dolls MoFi. And I wanted to show those because I do have several more left. I've got 3. And that was new for this past week, a 45 RPM. And that was sold to Patrick Lear. Thank you on that one. And I also have Whiskey Myers Early Morning Shakes for $29.99. Whiskey Myers Mud for $28. Gorgira is $56.99. And Beetlejuice soundtrack is $34. Let me pause there because now Blaine Zapnick gets our first couple auctions of the night. Blaine gets the Lumineers for $25. That's sold to Blaine Zapnick. And then over here, he gets the Radiohead for $25. That's also sold to Blaine Zapnick. So thank you, Blaine, and thank you, Blaine. And then Autumn gets these 3 singles for $12. Thank you, Autumn. Looks like we're ready for more new auctions. And what better way to start with a Japanese Genesis? A Japanese Genesis. And this is Genesis. It's called, and then there were 3. Genesis is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. And not only do I like this album, like I do most Genesis albums, but also this one has a Genesis Invisible Touch sticker, which I have never seen before. It has a Genesis Invisible Touch sticker. I don't know what Invisible Touch is doing inside of them. Then there were 3, but there it is. And it's a gatefold jacket, and it's a really nice copy. And Genesis is going to go up for a $35 star. That has the hit song Follow You, Follow Me on it. The MoFi New York Dolls is $59.99. $59.99 on that. I also got the Sound of Music for $33. I still got the Shrek soundtrack. We're down to 1 copy, $34.99. Hey Now, You're an All-Star. We have Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time for $34. I got Slayer for $36, Rain and Blood. And then Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits for $39.99. I think I've got some more sealed vinyl over here I'm willing to put up for auction because those did well. And I think I have more. I may even have another copy of that Lumineers if anybody wants to do a buy it now on it. And let me see what else I have over here. We auctioned off one of these the other night. Yeah, let me do another one of these, and let's do also one of these, and then we also got a couple of these over there, but don't forget about those. Oh, man. And then we got this, and over here I've got that. Wow. So I don't know if y'all heard all that, but that and this, wow. First thing we have, we just sold one of these for $25. Does anybody else want one for $25? I have one more left. That's it. The newest Lumineers indie exclusive. If anybody wants to buy it now. And then our next auction is the 13.4 elevators. This is a half-speed master. We auctioned one of these the other night. It's Bull of the Woods, and we're going to put it up for a $20 start. 13.4 elevators is a $20 start. Next thing here is 9 Inch Nails, the Downward Spiral. That's $44.99. Pantera. This is the single LP on colored vinyl for $33. Pink Floyd Metals, $33. Soundgarden, King Animal on white vinyls, $46. And then Pink Floyd's 50th anniversary of Dark Side of the Moon, remaster, $38. And then Green Day live in New Jersey, 1992. That is $29.99. And so I pulled everything out of there that has sold. And I skipped over Dune, Prophecy. That is my last copy, numbered to 1,038.99. So we got Dune, New York Dolls, Whiskey Myers. We got Gorgira, and then we have Beetlejuice, Sound of Music, Shrek, Iron Maiden, Slayer, Bon Jovi, 9 Inch Nails, Pantera, Pink Floyd, Soundgarden, Pink Floyd, and Green Day. That is what is left there. Okay, let's go ahead and put up a few more singles. So we just auctioned Lumineers. If not, we'll have to re-auction it again. We just sold one. I had one other, $25. So there was a lot of people pretty close to that price, but if you don't want it for that, I'll re-auction it, and it could bring less. Sometimes I've seen them bring more the second time. You never know. It's up to you. Okay, Robert DeMarco, you should have got an invoice to your email. Make sure you check your junk folder. Make sure you check your spam folder. You should have got an invoice to your email. Genesis 35, Genesis 36, Genesis 37, Genesis 40. Let's make a note to take Philip Holt off the Jane's Addiction waiting list. Genesis 40, Genesis 41. Sid Blair said he'll take the Lumineers for $25. This is sold to Sid Blair. Now Genesis is at 40, and the 13.4 elevators is at $20 with Michael Rudolph. $20 with Michael Rudolph, and that is the high bid right now, okay? Let's put this right over here, and let's do this right here. Now, we have Genesis is at 40, and 13.4 elevators is at 20. That's where we're at on those. Okay, so the next thing that I have is, I think I'm going to breeze through this crate. There should be one more that has a few claims in it, and then I'm ready for the Hatchet Ed stuff that you may have not seen. Let me just breeze through these right quick in case you missed some of these, just FYI. First thing was NWA's Greatest Hits, a 2 LP for $39.99. Venom is $36.99, and Nominus Santanis. Extreme 3, 3-sized every story, that's $49.99. Also, Van Halen, this is $134.99, Ultra Disc 1 Step. Led Zeppelin 3 is $33. Sly Stone is $39. Dragon Force is $38, Reaching Into Infinity. System of a Down's $33. Testament Music on Vinyl was $39. Souls of Black. Kill 'Em All was $33. And The Highwayman's $38.99. The high bid on Genesis right now is $41 with Guy Shard, $41. Christopher Dean's out, David Johnson's out, and now final call on the sealed 13.4 elevators, just one bid for $20. And how many crates of new vinyls on that cart there, Paul? 3, 4, 3 crates? How many crates of new vinyls on that cart right there? 3, 4. One of them's Japanese though, I think.
Oh, okay.
I can't really see it, it's blocked. $38.99 on that. And we have the Rolling Stones, a musical rockamentary, $33.99 on the Rolling Stones. And Nico Heroin, this is on Green Splatter, limited to 100 for $33.99. And Prince Lasha Quintet, $34.99. That's all analog, cut by Bernie Grumman, pressed at QRP. Vicious Rumors, this was my last copy. It's self-titled on blue vinyl, and this is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca Howitt. That got you taken care of there. I've got the Cramps, Smell a Female for $24. Willie Nelson, Oh, What a Beautiful World. Willie Nelson is $33.99. That's new and sealed Willie. Dead Can Dance, self-titled, $34. And Dead Can Dance, this one's Into the Labyrinth. That one's $39.99. Genesis is at $46, $45. We also have Suicidal Tendencies for $39 and Godsmack the Oracle. This is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. Thank you, Cameron Lingefeld. If anybody else wants that, let me know. All right, there was only one bid on the 13.4 elevators. Wow. That's sold to Michael Rudolph for $20. And now Genesis is at $46 with Guy Shard. There's been new bidding activity, and he's still up. No, Christopher, you're good to go. I'll try to reply to you later on that item. He said, I'll probably want to sit down and see what you said. So I'll have to look over that, and I'll try to reply to you hopefully by tonight or sometime tomorrow. Smashing Pumpkins, Counting Stars in Toronto. Smashing Pumpkins is live at the Chum City Building in Toronto, Canada, July 19th, 1998. This is a live Smashing Pumpkins unofficial, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. And then here is our next 3 singles. I'm going to go ahead and grab these right now. We have D-Cracks Zopata. What does that say? D-Cracks Zatopex. And then we have the Dragons, Dirty Bomb. And then we have Dim Bulb. Those look pretty interesting. Those 3 are for a $10 start. $10 start for those there. Anybody else on anything in this crate, let me know. NWA, Venom. We have Extreme, Van Halen, Led Zeppelin, Sly, Dragon Force, System of a Down, Testament, Metallica, Highwayman, Rolling Stones, Nico, Prince Lasha Quintet. Also, we have Cramps, Willie Nelson, Dead Can Dance, Suicidal Tendencies, and Godsmack. All righty. Now, good to go there. Was there one more or was that it? That might have been it. Is there one more here? Might have been one, maybe one more here. Yeah, I think there was the last one, which I think was the last video I went through. And we have the 45s at 10. And let's do this right here, and let's do this right here. Okay, and I think I'm only looking for one more record, Motorhead Bomber and the Colt Electric, which are definitely in this bin. I got the newest album from Miley Cyrus, which is $36.99, Something Beautiful. Miles Davis, Bitches Brew, the 45 RPM for $64. Dream Theater, Scenes from a Memory, Metropolis Part 2 on clear vinyl, that is $39. Motorhead Bomber, and that is sold. Thank you, Richard Bradshaw. That's sold to Richard Bradshaw. Everything in this crate's available. I think there's only one more claim, so if you see something in here, it's going to be for sale. Jorge Enriquez wants the Cramps, and I'm assuming you wanted Smell a Female. If so, that's sold to Jorge Enriquez. Thank you on that. The singles are now at $20. The Genesis is at $49, and the Sealed Smashing Pumpkins is just at $15. Live Smashing Pumpkins, $19.98, just $15 on that. Missed, which Stones is it? No Rolling Stones yet. We do have Jimi Hendrix, though. Are You Experienced? This is on 180 gram, Music on Vinyl remaster, mastered from the original mono tapes. The Cranberries to the Faithfully Departed. The Cranberries is $36.99. And then No Doubt's Tragic Kingdom. No Doubt is $33.99. Guy Shard wants one of the new Miley Cyrus. That's so to Guy Shard. And Ed, see you on Wednesday? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We have also Guns N' Roses' Appetite for Destruction. That's $46.99, Guns N' Roses. And then Smashing Pumpkins' Siamese Dream. That is a Record Store Day Essential. Red Smoke, $49.99. And then several more Black Label Societies here. We have Scullage, and that's on green vinyl for $38. We got a new bid on Genesis for $50. We got another bid on Smashing Pumpkins for $15. And we have Rebecca with the singles at $20, and that's a final call. The other Black Label Society is 1919 Eternal, and the other Black Label Society is Stronger Than Death. So Stronger Than Death, clear vinyl, 1919 Eternal, purple vinyl, and Scullage is on green vinyl, and those are both double LPs, gatefold jackets, $38.99 each. I have two Cult Sonic Temples left. This is $39.99 on green vinyl. This is $39.99 on green vinyl. And then the Cult Love, these do have seam splits, but they're $33.99. Gatefold single LP. And then the last copy of the Electric did get claimed by Darren Chrisman. So Darren, that's so to you. And that was my last copy of that. But if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Mark hadn't got an invoice. Let's make a note. So here's how everything works. If you didn't get an invoice, if there's an error, we got Ed and Tanner and myself going to probably coordinate with problems tomorrow with billing and invoicing. Ed's going to actually be here working the sale for us over the weekend. So some of the messages you get replies to this week might actually be from Tanner or maybe even somebody else or possibly even me. I'm probably not going to have to make some time to help them. So what we'll do is basically customer service is closed for the day. And what we do, though, is we have a queue. And so make sure I usually try to make notes. Whoever's rewatching the sale tomorrow, they try to always make as many notes as they can for me. Check on Mark DeMarco, check on this. Those either hit Ed or my desk, and then we look at them the next day. So essentially, if you got an issue, always make sure you message our page or email our page, and then that will basically get you in queue. Just like anything else, we typically have, after invoicing, we usually have about 15 invoices to fix. But if those 15 or maybe 10 or maybe 5, whatever, there's a record missing there, it's probably missing off somebody else's. It's just a human error we have here where we mistag maybe one record out of the thousands, and it causes somebody else's invoice to be messed up too. So we rarely have mistakes, but we get them fixed, and you got to give us about 48 hours. And if you hadn't got an invoice, that means we must not have your name down accurately, or your buyer form didn't come through, or we didn't get your email address down. We like a wrong email address was keyed in. So it could be a whole lot of different stuff. But long story short, if you have a correction, an error, or you didn't get an invoice at all, just make sure you reach out to us. And the day after invoicing is when we start correcting that. Nobody's here anymore for the rest of the day working on stuff like that. Ed's gone. It'll be me and Tanner probably for the next 24 hours, and then Ed will be back on Wednesday. So we're going to have to actually work on it tomorrow because he's helping with the sidewalk sale. All right, so we sold Miley Cyrus, Genesis 15, Smashing Pumpkins 16, Genesis 51. I'll probably make that full announcement again later because a lot of new people's watching that's like, hey, I didn't get an invoice or this happened or that happened. Tony Kepler, are you a first-time buyer? Thank you, Tony Kepler. That is so to you. Tony Kepler on Sonic Temple. And Tony, if you're a first-time buyer, be sure to let me know on that. Thank you, Tony Kepler. And then how much was electric? Electric is $36.99, Scully Mac. Smashing Pumpkin 17 and Genesis at 52. Gorilla's Demon Days 44. Ed just walked out the door. He was back there just like 30 seconds ago, just fixing invoices to go ahead and get a head start on it. NWA is $36.99. Steve Miller Band is $36.99. And the Smiths, The Queen is Dead, is $33.99. Smiths is $33.99. All right. There's that. Now, Rebecca, you get these 3 singles for $20. Welcome, everybody. New week. We've got quite the war going on for Genesis. And Genesis is at 52 with David Johnson. Genesis is at 52 with David Johnson. Now, that is with David. Guy Shard and everybody else is outbid. And Smashing Pumpkins is at 17. Smashing Pumpkins is at 17. And that's with Jorge Enriquez, okay? I'm signed up under my first name only. Okay. Well, did you have you sent us a direct message on Facebook? If so, that'll help us match your last name. We do still got some aliases we hadn't matched up. When some of these people pop up on YouTube, I'm going to have to track them down. We still got some JHs and Qs and RRs and stuff like that bought, and it kind of slipped by me, and I didn't get them registered to double confirm. So we really got to have, when you fill either with your handle on YouTube or with your name, whatever you register, it has to match, or you have to let us know that who you are, because we have some people buying under the name Bill, and they fill out the form and they hadn't been giving us last names either. Unfortunately for us to send you an invoice, we're going to have like a full name. So Ed's had to try to really track some people down to get their full name and also get their address. So that's one thing that maybe holds up getting an invoice. We might not have got all of your information. So there's that. Welcome, everybody. And the 2 auctions right now are Smashing Pumpkins. And this is Smashing Pumpkins Counting Stars in Toronto. It's a live unofficial, 1998, and it was sealed, and that was at $17. That's at $17. It just got a new bid with Jorge Enriquez. Brandon Lack said he bid 17 first. He did. Jorge, you're out. And now Genesis is at 55 of Guy Shard. So that's still getting bids. Brandon was first at $17 on that. All right, that's good to go. Here comes Paul with more records. That's what I like to see. Here's what's left in here. The Smiths, Steve Miller, NWA, Gorillas, The Cult, 3 different Black Label Societies. Also, Smashing Pumpkins, Guns N' Roses, No Doubt, Cranberries, Hendrix, Dream Theater, Miles Davis, and the new Miley Cyrus. These are going right over here. Lots of flip crates tonight, right, Paul? Lots, $6.99, $9.99, more $6.99. We like them. What we don't sell here, we'll post in the group. And then all invoices are sent, Bob. You should have got one. You should have got one. So, Jorge, let me know if you want back in. You have been outbid over that. And, yeah, just make sure anybody new, you can do 2 things. You can message us on Facebook. And the good thing is when you message us on Facebook, we can see your actual name. But also, if you send in a message, some people have the name, let's say their Facebook handle says, some of them sound like real names to me. They'll be like, let's say it says Joe Smith, but they'll say, actually, my name is Patrick John, but I'm under Facebook as Joe Smith. And that really throws us for a loop. So that's happened a lot here lately. And I'm like, man, that's going to mess them up in the bag. They're like, my Facebook name says Joe Smith, but I'm actually Patrick Bob. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So they have to figure out who they are, especially if we already got several Patricks and several Bobs, which we do. And so it's really at this point, with a network of now thousands of people, we have to really study and match all these names up together. About the only way that could make that better is if we went to our own website and hosted this live on our own server. But I don't want to do that because that means we wouldn't be on Facebook and YouTube. So it's a lot of investigative work sometimes by our operation teams. So welcome, everybody. Welcome to Collectco. Mondays are always fun because we had probably, I don't know how many new customers this past week, but there was a bunch. And so they've been doing a lot of investigative work on who and what and when and who and why. So, and we'll get it all figured out. They do a great job. I'm just here. I'm just going to keep selling. A new week's begun. A new week's already begun. So for me, and probably for y'all too, most of y'all, there's usually only like, and all these issues I'm talking about, it's like 10. Collectively, it's probably like 10 things we got to fix, but those are usually the first ones we're notified about. All right, who had the last bid on Genesis? The last bid on Genesis that came in, David Johnson went out. Guy, that's looking really good for you then. $55, final call on that. Now Smashing Pumpkins is at $21, and we're good to go. Now, next thing is the following. I have this flip video that was posted in Whole Lot of Records. Shout out again to our group. Here's some stuff that sold. Charlie Rich, Keith Jarrett, John Coltrane, the Doobie Brothers, Country Gold, Waylon and Willie, Waylon, Foghat, the Cretones, Bodines, Metallica, War, Tina Turner, Machine Head, Cretones, Willie Nelson, Pat Benatar, Best of Doobies, Haggard, Honey Drippers, Thin Lizzy, Haggard, Daniels Whiskey, Clapton, Firefall, Vanity Fair, Blue Train, U2, Promise, Bodines, Cruisin', Doobies, All-Star Vanity, and Loverboy. So just since you've been, I just seen that. Thank you, Tony Kepler. Welcome. And yes, we got most of the regulars are just kicked back. They're watching right now. And then we got that's been here for years buying from us. And they'll tell you once you're set up and once you're registered, everything will move very smoothly. And then we have some that have been here probably for about 3 days that are very new to the whole scene here at Collectco. So they're still getting acquainted to how everything works. And we will eventually take care of you. I promise. In all forms, whether you have an issue or this or that, it will eventually get taken care of. We got several people here on staff, but as we've grown in the last couple of years, it's taken more and more, and a lot more us figuring out how to get everything settled. So first thing is Guy Shard. Guy Shard gets Genesis for $55. We got more Japanese coming up and more singles. First Pumpkins is now a final call to Greg Gallier. So Brandon, you got outbid, and Robin, you've been outbid. Greg Gallier has this sealed bootleg now at $21. Let's also go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And I do have plenty of new vinyl over here as well. And we're going to do that as soon as we can knock out this crate that I just read out. But first of all, we got some beautiful Japanese pressings tonight, just far as titles and conditions. And it looks like the grade is really nice. This is going to go up for a $35 start. This is the Doobie Brothers, what were once Vices are now Habits. It has the poster with it. The cover is really nice with the Obi. Another rainy day, another Sunday. What's it called? Another Park, Another Sunday, and Oh Black Water. That's a classic Doobie Brothers album. $35 start on that. All right, so the first thing I have is I'm going to pull stuff live, basically, that's already sold. I hate to do this live because I've told, but Tanner wasn't able to do this one beforehand. So I'm going to go ahead and for about the next 60 seconds, you're going to see me pull stuff that is already sold to people. But you'll be seeing deals and you'll be like, man, how do you buy these records? And these are being purchased over in our group, 9 o'clock every morning. Whole lot of records if you're able to watch the video. So first is John Durden, got Charlie Rich, and this is sold to him for $6.99. Make sure that goes in for $6.99. James Rayner got Keith Jarrett. and that sold to him for $9.99. And then we got Blue Train, and that sold to James Rayner for $14.99. $14.99. The Doobie Brothers here, this is sold to Mike Bartlett for $9.99. And then Billy Humphrey got Country Gold for $9.99. Now, there's going to be some stuff left, so you might even take a peek and be like, wait a minute, I might want that when he gets to it. First, though, John Durden also got Willie and Waylon Take It to the Limit, and he also got Stardust. And these are also sold to John Durden, $9.99 and $9.99. And we got we have Gary Wellman on Foghat, and this is sold to Gary Wellman also for $9.99. Rebecca, I got you down for the Cretones, just $6.99. That's sold to Rebecca. And then Rebecca, I also got you down for Bo Deans. Let me just figure out where I laid that at. That was one that I laid out on top. What did I do with that record? Here it is. I was supposed to put it back down in the crate. This is also sold, and it's sold to Rebecca for $9.99. I'll get your Metallica in just a second. Gary Wellman, that's in a different crate. Gary Wellman got War, and that's sold to Gary Wellman for $9.99. Thank you, Gary Wellman, on that. And then the Tina Turner here was sold for $9.99 to Julie Roman. We got Machine Head coming up. Kristen Barnett, you were second on the Cretones. Gary Wellman does get Willie Nelson Teardrops. That is sold to Gary Wellman for $9.99. And then Tony Hall on Pat Benatar. And Pat Benatar is sold for $9.99 to Tony Hall, and he got the best of the Doobies. So Pat Benatar and Doobie sold to Tony Hall, $9.99 and $9.99. Gary Wellman also got Merle Haggard Back to the Bar Rooms. That is sold to Gary Wellman for $9.99. And Amanda Darby got this really nice copy of the Honey Drippers in shrink wrap. That was $14.99. Julie, your Thin Lizzie's coming up. Gary Wellman on Merle Haggard Kern River. That is sold to Gary Wellman, $9.99. And he also got the Charlie Daniels whiskey, and this was $14.99. Gary Wellman got Charlie Daniels whiskey for $14.99. Edwin Riviera on the very nice Clapton here in shrink wrap. That's sold to Edwin for $14.99. Tawana Bennett got Firefall, and that's sold to Tawana for $6.99. Firefall is sold for $6.99. And Vanity Fair, and this is sold to Tawana for $9.99. Jorge Enriquez, you were second on Blue Train. I'll pull your U2 in just a second. That's already been claimed, or I hadn't got to that crate yet. Brian Call, you were, I'll get your Promise. And then Bo Deans, Phil Ott, you were next to Phil Ott, you were second on Bo Deans. Now, Chuck Haley got the Cruisin' 56 for $9.99. Chuck, you were second on the Doobie Brothers. You were second on All-Star Country, and you were second on Vanity Fair. But Donna Shoemaker does get the Loverboy here. All right, so that's sold to Donna for $9.99. Now, everything left in this crate is still available. So now, these are available for sale now that I've got all those claims pulled. But first, Smashing Pumpkins is sold, and this was sold to whom for what? This was sold to Greg Gallier for $21. Thank you, Greg Gallier. That is sold to you for $21. Appreciate that, Greg Gallier. Now, over here is the Doobie Brothers. This is a Japanese pressing, and it's beautiful. And Patrick C. Smith Sr. has it for $35, and that's a final call. Just a little bit of discoloration on the insert there. Everything else is really nice. And then I've got the Sunday morning flip crate leftovers as well. So that's also about to come up. But first, I have another Japanese pressing I'm going to put up. A classic one here. Jimmy Page, Paul Rogers. They were in this band here called The Firm. Really good stuff. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It's a $35 start. And I've had a lot of Firms. I haven't had too many complete with the poster. Check that out. Very, very cool. The Firm poster. There's Page. There's Paul Rogers. You may also know him from Bad Company. There is the poster that came with this release. Very cool. There's the insert, and there is the other insert. Or I should say, yeah, that's the insert booklet and that. So very nice release here. This is complete with poster. The Firm, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Let me fold this back the way it was. I still don't feel like that's right. Hold on one second. Did I refold this? I don't want to unfold it or fold it back incorrectly. There we go. That's much better. Okay, so there's that. And now that's up for a $35 start. Very, very nice. So the first and only $14.99 record left is David Jones. You may know him as Davy Jones from the Monkees. This is his solo record on Coplix. It's very clean. It's $14.99. That's the only $14.99 record left. The rest of these are $9.99. Bruce Springsteen is half off at $9.99. Very clean copy. This is what's left from the discount crate that was posted for this morning at 9 o'clock. So that's $9.99 for Bruce. Merle Haggard's also just $9.99. It's called His Best. It's a hits compilation. Merle Haggard's $9.99. So was Willie Nelson, Old Friends with Roger Miller. That's $9.99. Very nice copy in shrink. Another very nice Willie Nelson in shrink without a song. That's $9.99. And then Charlie Daniels Band Night Rider. That one's in VG Plus, just $9.99 on that. Diana Ross, Working Overtime, her album from 1989, VG Plus, that's $9.99. And Diana Ross with the Supremes doing Funny Girl. EX Condition, Motown again, $9.99. And then an really cool Supremes here, an original Motown record, and it's just $9.99. Patrick, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Doobie Brothers for $35, and let me scroll through some of these comments right quick and make sure I got everything accurately. Let me make sure I got everything accurately, but thank you, Patrick. And then, was there a question about Humble Pie? Was Humble Pie on the video? I'll take it. Humble Pie might have been claimed already. Did somebody get it? Hold on one second. Actually, somebody has tried to claim it live right now. Mike says, was Humble Pie on the video? Said $9.99. I'll take it. It was $6.99. Yeah, it was $6.99. And then after you, somebody else wanted it. And then let me make sure I didn't miss anything else here. I'm about to get to the high post. Yes, Firms at $35. And then Todd Saw got Merle Haggard. That sold to Todd Saw for $9.99. Michael Peveler got Charlie Daniels for $9.99. And then I think Clifford Armstead was put on waiting list for Thursday. You might want to check that. And then over here, we got Sherry next on Hag. We got a sealed copy of Endless Love with Hop Sticker. I Was Made for Loving You, Kiss, $9.99. And then there's two $6.99 records left. Glenn Campbell is sealed. A Letter Home for $6.99, and Humble Pie is in VG. It's $9.99. And Mike was first on that, and he said he'll take it. Now, Scully Mack, you were a close second, which would have been a first-time purchase, but hang on, there's going to be a lot more. We've actually tonight got a lot of vintage discount crates on top of all the new arrivals. Paul has compiled already 3 new arrivals. They've never been shown, but they're like discount bins, $9.99, $6.99, and $6.99. And I think they're in the back working on more. We're trying to free up as much space as we can and sort through records so we'll have plenty of inventory for our $1 sale. Now, before I do the other video, I want to show everybody what was left from the Monday video. Right, Paul? And those are right over here. So this was the stuff, the last flip video that was tagged officially for invoices that went out on Monday. And Mike, Humble Pie was $6.99. Humble Pie was $6.99. So here is what was left. This was the one that was posted today at 9 o'clock. Here's the one that was posted Sunday morning at 9 o'clock. Jill's leaving? Jack's already left, right? Yeah, he left. Jack left, and now Jill's leaving. Jack and Jill have left the building. And then we have Zappa. This is the only one left in the $19.99 discount bin. A beautiful copy of Zoo Dolores for $19.99. And then here's what's left in the $14.99 department. Nas 3. Randy, it's still available. Nas 3 is in shrink. It's $14.99. The McCoys, Human Ball, $14.99. Rick Derringer and the McCoys. Eric Clapton, August is $14.99. Todd Rundgren, a beautiful copy. It's a Rhino reissue, and it has a book with it. Very nice. It's $14.99. Hello, it's me. And that was the last $14.99 record. So let me pause there. Let me pause right there. Todd, I know you have a Facebook. Are you in our private group, Whole Lot of Records? I hope that you are. And then, wow, just one bit on the Firm. Let's get some new auctions up. The Firm is officially sold to Tony McDaniel for $35. So thank you, Tony McDaniel. And that is sold to you. You got that uncontested near mint with poster for just $35. That's kind of a shocker. That was a shocker. Thank you on that. And now let's jump back up to the top. The NAS sale, awesome, dank it. Thank you. Still working on new auctions. How does one access? Here we go. And then over here, we have Joni Mitchell for $9.99. We got Gary Stewart for $9.99. Alan Parsons, I, Robot, VG Plus, $9.99. Hank Williams sings Kalijah. That's just $9.99. And then a few $6.99 records. Wow. Nobody got the Dave Loggins, even after I hopped up Please Come to Boston. It's only $6.99. No one got Tom T. Hall, even after I hopped up That's How I Got to Memphis. And we still got R. Dean Taylor, even after I hopped up Indiana Wants Me. And this is still sealed. A 1970 OG. Indiana Wants Me. Y'all know that song. When it comes on, the fire engine starts playing, and then Michael Rudolph on Todd Rundgren, and that's sold to Michael for $14.99. So not much left there after 2 nights of discount crates. The Gary Stewart is $9.99, Ron Eaton, and now we need all new auctions. And we're about to get started with our newest vinyl, newest arrivals after we do this, and we haven't done our discount bin yet. But man, a classic album coming up on the auction block. And a great version to have, Billy Joel's 52nd Street, a classic. And this is near mint minus and pristine. It has the original inner sleeve, the Japanese insert, and a beautiful cover with Obi, a $35 start. $35 start. So first question is, which Gary Stewart? And then which Gary? Oh, it's Cactus and Rose, $9.99. Ryan asked, and then Tim Tolbert, $9.99. Scott Yoakumstaller on Please Come to Boston. That is $6.99. And Which Davy Jones, and that was his self-titled. That's Davy Jones of the Monkees, and that was $14.99. Yes, $14.99 on that. So I probably will mess up prices, but I want to get these sticky notes out of my way. They're really bothering me. But this is the condensed version of 2 9 o'clock flip crates. And I do have one more to flip through with Hatchet Ed stuff that y'all may have not seen. There's that, and Billy Joe already has a bid. Let's not forget, we're going to try to finish up this week with all of our hardcore singles. I got this basket and one more after this, and then hopefully in the backroom cleanup, they'll be able to find some more. Here is Devoid of Faith. Here is Delicate Steve. Hey, I know Delicate Steve. That's that meme I seen where those 2 cartoon people are getting high, and that he says, man, what are we listening to? He's like, it's Delicate Steve. And then it's Dog Years. So those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. I don't know what cartoon that's from, but that scene, it pops up in my Facebook all the time, and I watch it every time. And there's a really good song playing in the back, and he says, it's Delicate Steve, man, or something like that. Billy Joel's at $35. Rod Bryan does want the Gary Stewart. I'm assuming the other 2 people are passing, so we'll go ahead and give it to Rod for $9.99. If nobody else wants it, let me know. Todd, glad to have you in a whole lot of records. Man, can't believe you hadn't been in there yet. There's always somebody that hadn't joined the group, and I'm like, wow, they've been a long time great customer, and they're not in our private group yet. Mr. Gamecock wants R. Dean Taylor. Indiana Wants Me. Thank you. $6.99 sealed. I had a sealed copy of that I opened for my own collection. This was a big seller back in the day, and there was a lot that went unsold because I think they pressed so many, and so you do find a lot of these sealed. R. Dean Taylor's, right, Paul? A lot of these are circulating sealed, right? Paul loves this album. He's wearing an Idols t-shirt. That's pretty cool. It's got a horse on it. Next thing I have, I'm wearing a gray t-shirt with nothing on it because I always spill food on me, and I hate wearing expensive t-shirts. Billy Joe's at 40 and Williams in the group. Great. Here's what's left. Tom T. Hall's Greatest Hits. That's How I Got to Memphis, $6.99. Hank Williams sings Kalijah and Other Humorous Songs. That's Senior, $9.99. Alan Parsons, Classic, iRobot, VG Plus, $9.99. Joni Mitchell, No Condition Notes, $9.99. Eric Clapton, August, $14.99, No Condition Notes. The McCoys, Human Ball, No Condition Notes, a little bit of cover wear, $14.99. Nas 3 with Todd Rundgren on the SGC label in shrink wrap, that's $14.99. Zappa, the only $19.99 record, Zoo Dolores. Glenn Campbell, sealed, $6.99. Endless Love, sealed, $9.99. The Supremes, $9.99. The Supremes, $9.99. Diana Ross, $9.99. Willie Nelson, $9.99. Willie Nelson, $9.99. Bruce Springsteen, $9.99. And David Jones is $14.99. There you have it, folks. There you have it. So now Billy Joel got bids for 35, 40, 40, and then 40. The first person who bid 40 was George Sambaraz. Toby McGowan tied him, and then Patrick tied him. And then Chris Bryant bid 3, bid 10, 10 on these 3. Chad, they announced some Billy Joe catalog reissue Sunday. Stormfront Greatest Hits. Yes, I got Greatest Hits up for pre-order. I'm actually about to show that. And, yeah, they're doing some other Billy Joels that hadn't been pressed on vinyl. Those will definitely be posted. Stevie Ray Vaughan mini guitars. And then John Darden first on Tom T. Hall. He gets that for $6.99. And then Robin Glenn, Billy Joe out. And then Robin Murphy Glenn on Endless. And Endless was for Endless Love. That sold to Robin for $9.99. All right, now, the other crate was actually, this was, most of that, some of that you've seen right there was Hatchet Ed stuff. Glad to have almost all that finally resold. The other crate over here was the other Hatchet Ed stuff, some of it that was sealed. And let's go ahead and breeze through that. And let's do a final call on these 3 singles for 10. Looks like George Samberas, you may be getting the Billy Joe for 40. It's a final call to you. And let's go ahead and put up one of our first advertised auctions tonight. And it's Mr. Dwight Yoakam. It's a 1988 OG specialty pressing of Dwight Yoakam's Buenas Noches from a Lonely Room. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. First thing, I'm only looking for a few more records now. The only thing I'm looking for now is Metallica Brotherly Love. I'm looking for Machine Head. And I am looking for a Thin Lizzy, and I think I'm looking for a U2, and I'm looking for a Promise, and I think maybe one other person got a Thin Lizzy. But first, I know this is available. Stone Temple Pilots Core, new and sealed, $33.99. 180-gram black vinyl plush, sex-type thing, Wicked Garden. Alan Jackson, OGs of these are pretty tough to get. They're usually about 100 plus. Don't rock the jukebox. This is a new and sealed copy for $33. Galactic Cowboys. I haven't had these in stock, excuse me, in a while. Galactic Cowboys is $39.99. And we also have another one, the horse that Bud bought. That's orange vinyl. This one here is called Let It Go. Those are both $39. Dwight Yoakam's a $25 start. Also, U2 did get claimed, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. This was only $29.99. I don't think I can get these anymore for that price. This is sold to Jorge Enriquez. Thank you, Jorge. You did get this one, $29.99. I can get other new copies if anybody's interested, but I don't think I can get any more on red vinyl. Patrick C. Smith gets STP. I have more of these in stock. I always try to keep that in stock. That's like Core and Nirvana's Nevermind and Soundgarden's Super Unknown. Those are like ones that are very tough to find OGs of that people always want. Cole Chaney. Very good Americana here. Borderline between bluegrass, country, Americana, kind of like a Sturgill Simpson, kind of like a Tyler Childers. Very good stuff, $39.99. Tracy Chapman's $33. We've got a fast car. Rat is $33.99. And Velvet Revolver, this is the newest anniversary edition with 6 bonus tracks that had not been released on vinyl before. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. So, Chris Bryant, you get those 3 singles for $10. George Samberas with his first purchase of the week with Billy Joe at $40. Thank y'all as always. Repeat customers here is kind of the backbone to Collectco. Y'all are always incredible, and it's my job and me telling everybody here that we got to make sure we put out the best records every week and we take care of our customers, which Ed does a great job of that, and then everybody else does a great job with everything else, tagging, buying, listing, tagging, sorting, cleaning, everything else. So I know we're doing something right when every week I see sometimes hundreds of the same people coming back week after week to buy from us. So thank you as always. This is Dwight Yoakam, Buenas Noches from a Lonely Room. It's an 88 USOG specialty. OG Dwight Yoakam from 88, that's a $25 start. Next is Machine Head, the Burning Red. And this is sold to Bobby Cantrell. Now, Scott Yoakum-Staller, let me track down you an STP. I just said I had them, and they're somewhere right here behind me. And our new vinyl has reduced significantly after doing all these flip crates. And I'll tell you something else. It is that time of the month. It's to do on-sale new vinyl. We won't be doing it tonight because I hadn't done a sort yet. But sometime this month or this week, I will have a night, probably tonight or Wednesday, where we'll pull all of the dated inventory for on sale. And that's always a slobber knocker, okay? That's sometimes as big as Thursday Night Metal Night. And it's that time of the month. So this is sold to Scott Yoakum-Staller. I have one more on hand if anybody else wants that. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese. We have essentially 2 crates of Japanese, but condensed, it would probably fill up one full one. Here's one I don't see too often. I got some titles tonight They're not extraordinarily rare, but far as Japanese pressings, I haven't had them in a while, like Robert Plant's Pictures at 11. And this batch here is really clean. We get lucky sometimes just getting really beautiful pressings of stuff, and this is a prime example. Great Robert Plant, his first solo album post Zeppelin, $35 start on that one. Now, the STPs, they were supposed to come out last Friday. As of right now, they have not arrived at our distributor. So, no word. I'm going to reach out to him and find out. Hopefully, they arrive this week because I got my order locked in, and it's with the direct distributor for MoFi. So, unless there's a problem with them, I haven't heard anything. You know, sometimes I've had those MoFi show up, and they're like damaged because of scene splits, and it delays them, but I haven't heard anything. Pink Floyd is $34.99. Dwight Yoakam is a final call for $25. And now let's go ahead and put up 3 new singles here. And the next 3 singles I have are Cream, K-R-E-E-M, or excuse me, that's a C, Chad. C-R-E-E-M, Cream, not Eric Clapton. And this is Cream, and this is Cream. I don't know anything about Cream spelt that way, but those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. I've got the Harlem Globetrotters for $33.99. Surprised no one got this. I hadn't shown these in a while, and they're still in stock. The Best of Warrant, a 2 LP, first time ever on vinyl, especially for all the new hair metal buyers we have on. The Best of Warrant on red vinyl, $54.99. Next is Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. That's the 2 LP edition. High quality there, $49.99. Charlie Rich and Mono, remastered Lonely Weekends compilation, $19.99. AC/DC Back in Black is $33. And guess what? We are still selling more Thin Lizzies. And there is already a waiting list, and these popped up, but there's more on the way. This is $34.99. $34.99. Do you have any copies of Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time? And then somebody just said, is there a problem with YouTube? Is YouTube working? Test 1, 2. Just want to make sure YouTube's working. Maybe not. I just thought I saw something pop up. Everybody do me a YouTube test. So here is sold Thin Lizzy, and Thin Lizzy is over here. And this is sold to Julianne Roman. Somebody said they went on a waiting list and they wanted to make sure there are more copies of this on the way. This is the amazing the Vinyl Me Please edition that is on orange vinyl. And it looks like I do have one on hand. We did sell one to Julianne Roman, and there are more on the way. Okay, and then over here we have Metallica. This is sold to Rebecca Howard, The City of Brotherly Love. Thank you, Rebecca. That's sold to you. And we have Iron Maiden, The X Factor. That's a 2 LP, $64.99. I had some of those left over that we auctioned this past week on Thursday night, and they sold. And they sold about for what we had them stickered for. They were kind of some leftover inventory. So that is available. It's a 2 LP, $64.99. And we have filled up our first crate tonight. Thanks for all the test comments. Maybe I misread that notification, or maybe somebody said they was having problems with a YouTube account. I'm not for sure, but thank you. And Rebecca, that does complete your comment. We have Presidents of the United States of America for $29.99, and then ZZ Top de Guelo. And ZZ Top de Guelo is new and sealed, cut from the original Analog Masters, and it's in the original oversized jacket. Now, that's all new and sealed. Everything you see there, we originally bought new and sealed from our distributors. Now, the rest of the crate is still brand new sealed stuff. We just got it pre-owned in a collection. So we bought it from somebody that never did open it, and it's all pretty recent stuff. Dwight Yoakam is sold for $25, and Dwight Yoakam is gone to Todd Saw. Just one bid, $25. Thank you. That looks like the greatest batch of cassettes I've ever seen in my life.
I just found that.
Wow. We found some stuff for Thursday night, didn't we?
Yeah.
Or maybe tonight. Wait till y'all see these. Holy, especially these in the top left, I might not want to sell. Holy moly. See, look at the stuff. Paul literally just found these in the back. Metallica, 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 Slayer, 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 Possessed, Death, Voivod, 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 Exciter, Sacrifice, Dark Angel, Merciful Fate, Nuclear Assault, Creator, Creator, SOD, MOD, Ludacris, Ludacris, and Scatterbrain. Boy, I've never seen the Creepin' Death cassette. What's that look like? Wow, look at that. I don't know if that's, that might disappear. It has officially disappeared. Oh, I thought you'd bring in more. I was about to pass out. This is like what Nicolas Cage. This is how Nicolas Cage felt when he finally went past that trap door and he went into the treasure room. You remember that part Wow, this is a cool case. Look at the case they're in. So that's a really cool. I love selling cases like this with the original stickers. This was somebody's cassettes at some point, and this was their life. Look at this case. It's got all these stickers. He probably designed that one, probably doodled that in school when he's supposed to be listening for exam. Paul's unrolling Iron Maiden posters. Holy moly. Here we go, folks. All right, so this is the next record. We got Peter Criss, new and sealed for $29, or actually, these don't come sealed, or they're kind of in resealable baggies. Peter Criss is $29, Ace Frehley's $29, and Paul Stanley's $29. Over here, we got Robert Plant. Robert Plant has sold one bid for $35 to Carl Berger. That is sold to Carl Berger for $35. Thank you, Carl. That is so you. Let's get some new auctions up. And all those I'll probably save for Thursday Night Metal Night. I'll sell all those on Thursday Night Metal Night. I was just joking about keeping Metallica. Maybe not. I don't know. I do have a small cassette collection. I have some of the first ones that I ever bought when I first started getting into, quote, music. And I actually probably started listening to cassettes about the same time I did vinyl. And but yeah, most of those, that will be definitely something we can sell during Thursday Night Metal Night. So that is pretty cool. And same thing for the cassette case. Yeah, I like photographing this. This is like a time capsule. I'll take some really cool pictures of this, and we'll sell all that on Thursday night. That was just a teaser, okay? That's just teaser one of what's to come. Also, we have Edmund Estrada on the Peter Criss. Thank you, Edmund Estrada. Peter Criss is sold to you. ZZ Top actually got sold. I hadn't pulled it yet. Sorry, I got distracted. Paul brought me the best-looking cassettes I've ever seen in my life. That's sold to Carl Berger, $33.99. $33.99. Now, after that, two other people wanted to see it. I can still get this. Carl Berger claimed it. So thank you, Carl Berger. And then Gregory or anybody else. Who else here? Jason, if y'all want on a waiting list, let me know. I can get those. And we got Mark Overton on Ace Frehley. So the only picture disc left is Paul Stanley. It's $29.99. That's like $1,000 in cassettes I just showed. Somebody said, how much for the whole case? That's like, how many's in here? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So wait a minute, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 30 cassettes in there. Oh my gosh, yeah, there's no telling what all those are collectively bring. That's probably $1,000, including the case. That's a lot of value there. Those original metal cassettes. We have this. This is the Low End Theory, A Tribe Called Quest, $34.99. That's a 2 LP sealed. Stephen A. Young wants on the waiting list for ZZ Top, and nobody bid on the Cream. This is not Eric Clapton Cream. This is CREEM. Those three are going to be a buy now for $10. Let's get new auctions. So one person on the ZZ Top. Let's look at that one more time in case Gregory or Jason Short wants on the waiting list. DeGuelo, cheap sunglasses. It's in the original oversized sleeve, new and sealed remastered cut from the original analog. Now, Rhino has not done that one. They have not done DeGuelo, Rhino High Fidelity. They have not done that one yet. I don't know if it's in the oven, but they hadn't done it yet or about to be put in the oven. Next is Brian Jones wants the Best of Warrant. Thank you. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. One more record right quick, and that's Touche L'Amour, Lament, and that is sealed for $29.99. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing, and that is going to be the soundtrack to Staying Alive, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. Hold the phone. Feels like it has a light warp to it, does it? No? Yeah, it does, right? Whoa, weird. There's a little bit of a... Huh. Yeah, I might have to let them try to test play this. I felt it when I... Right here, there's a little bit of a weird warp right there in the dead wax. I think it might cause it to jump the needle. So let's not put that up for sale. Let's not put that up for sale right now. Let's let them try to do a needle drop test on that, see if it's going to affect it. It may kick over the needle. We don't want that happening. So guess what? I have another one. I do have another one. Here is another one, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. This is the soundtrack to Staying Alive, and this one's perfect and complete. and beautiful. There it is, the Bee Gees. $35 start on that. Next is Gaslight Anthem. That's sealed on red and black vinyl for $29.99. Promise, suck on this. This is sold to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian Call. This is sold to him. And that was sealed on cobalt blue vinyl for $29.99. Now, I still can get those. And we have In Flames on red vinyl. That's sealed for $34.99. And Fun Loving Criminals, Come Find Yourself. That's sealed on yellow vinyl, $29.99. Stacy, as of right now, that Warren album is just like exclusive. Maybe they hadn't replied to me yet, but I'm still trying to figure out if I can get that for you. I'm still trying to figure out if I can get that. Give me about 2 more days, and then I might try to figure out another source for you, okay? We have The Brains, and this is a Japanese pressing, a new wave album with insert and Obi. There is a little bit of damage up here to the cover and Obi, but we're going to start The Brains at just $15. $15 on The Brains. There's Fun Loving Criminals. And we have Alice in Chains Facelift. That's $34.99. And then Old Crow Medicine Show is sealed on clear vinyl, $19.99. Okay, over here we have the following. Next thing is Stacy. I'll keep you updated. Okay. Sometimes those websites, they're exclusive for other websites. They cut deals, and what they try to do is they try to sell it as long as they can through their website, obviously, so they can get the most pre-orders, and then they release it to us and the rest of the country and the world, essentially, for that. So William Howe wants Old Crow Medicine Show. That's sold to William Howe. Thank you, William Howe. Anybody else? If not, we're about to get into another new crate. I feel like we've already been selling for 2 hours. We've been selling for an hour and 20 minutes. It feels like 2. More bundles. Paul's bringing bundles. How much is Velvet Revolver? It's a 2LP expanded edition, $44.99. No bid on Staying Alive for $35. No bid on The Brains for $15. Those are final calls, just saying. And now let's go ahead and find 3 more singles in here. Here is singles from Confines, and Condition. Subjugated Fate. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Here's what's left in here. Alice in Chains, Fun Loving Criminals, Gaslight Anthem, Tribe Called Quest, Paul Stanley, the President of the United States of America, Iron Maiden, Thin Lizzy, which I think Clifford Umstead's on a waiting list, but we got more coming. We got Iron Maiden, AC/DC, Charlie Rich, Pantera, Globetrotters, Pink Floyd Animals, Velvet Revolver, Rat, Tracy Chapman, Cole Chaney, Galactic Cowboys, and Alan Jackson. And we have Tom Kelly does want a Velvet Revolver. What did I just do with those, Tom? I did those right here. Thank you. That's so to you. So what I'm going to do, this is all new and sealed stuff. I'm going to put it right over here. And then we're going to do something a little bit different on what's left. Anything else that's left here, if you want to make an offer, you can be my guest. Because I'm about to take these and put them over here with like our pre-owned inventory. I know all these are sealed, but technically they are pre-owned. So one more read through on these. Alice in Chains is sealed for $34.99. And now these are best offer. Fun Loving Criminals is on yellow vinyl for $29.99. In Flames is $34.99. We have Gaslight Anthem. Gaslight Anthem was sealed for $29.99. Touche L'Amour Lament was $29.99. Tribe Called Quest was $34. And then Kiss, the last picture disc, Paul Stanley picture disc, $29.99. So now, because those were pre-owned, but they were sealed and taking offers. And then this didn't get claimed. I put this in the video, but I was like, I really don't want to reduce the price. It is a beautiful OG copy of Fleetwood Mac, self-titled and Shrink, $34.99. If anybody wants to make an offer, it is available for grabs. I tried one more time on sticker for that. If anybody wants to make an offer, let me know. The Brains has a bid for $15. About to drop the hammer on that. All righty. So, yeah, we've got all of a sudden a lot of stuff back here. Wow, that's a really cool piece there, Paul. And we got these and we got that. We got some of this and also we got that. Okay? That completes everybody's comments from the video, too. If you didn't get a like on your comment, that means only partial or none of it got pulled. But, yeah, we're done now. I'm going to go ahead and turn off comments for some of these. And let me click on Chad Williams here. And I'm going to make sure there was no new comments. and there hadn't been. And that means I'm going to go back over here, and I'm going to turn off comments so people aren't spending 9 minutes watching those videos and everything's actually sold. So when they see that you can't comment, that means it's done. There's no more. It's finished. It's finished. Okay, so here's the offers that came in. First, Jeremy on Fun Loving Criminals for $25. Jeremy, that's sold to you for $25. Thank you. Now, Brandon, you were first, but there's been 2 offers on Alice in Chains, $25 and $27. So, Brandon, if you want it for $27, it's yours. If not, it goes to Scully Mac. And then JH. JH, there's still one more problem. I have no idea how or why, but we still don't know who you are. So, can you do me a favor? I'm going to need your name, or I'm going to need you to change your YouTube handle, because Ed says we still don't know who you are. And evidently, when you filled it out the other day, it still wasn't clear enough. So you can either share your real name live right here, or you can try to change your YouTube handle, or you can try to fill that out one more time and say, hey, and be as descriptive as possible on who you are. Because we didn't send you an invoice last week, we still have you in a void. We don't know who you are. Okay? And Brandon gets this for $27. Trivium over here is $39.99. Trivium is $39.99. Let's go ahead and grab the first crate. But I've been trying to let everybody know on YouTube, if you have an abbreviation, you got to be very helpful when you're filling out the form. I thought we had you the other night, but it still didn't work. We still have you in the void of we don't know who you are. So that is Joe Harris. Okay, so Joe Harris. I'll tell Ed. Now, we thought that's who it was of the day, but okay, I'll let Ed know. I'm going to text them both in the group right now and let them know. I'm going to let them know right now. Thank you. Now, if we still have another problem, I'll be able to track you down. All right. So, first thing I have here is, let's do this crate right here, which may be, let's do this one right here. And this is, what is this? I'm not for sure. I think it's this one right here I want to do, which is going to be quick. And let's see, is this the one I want to do? This is it. All right, this is going to be a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Buy It Now Best Offer crate. It's officially 7 o'clock. That's about time I have been doing these. We've gotten through basically 6 flip video tags, and we've already filled up about 2 crates. So that's about where we're at over here. Anybody else? Next thing is Alice in Chains. We sold that. Next comment was Trivium was $39. And then over here, we got Chris has these for $10, sold. Brett Threes has the Banes for $15. And Staying Alive is a $35 buy it now. Staying Alive is a $35 buy it now. New auctions coming up. So here's the agenda. I can finally lay down the rest of the agenda for tonight. Right now, we have 3 crates of new vinyl, which will be shown here in about 15 minutes. We got a crate of Buy It Now Best Offer right now, which has really good stuff in it. We have 6 crates of new arrivals over here from John. And we got Paul making discount flip crates as I speak. There's already 3 up here with more on the way. And Laura's in the back finishing up auctions. We'll have new arrivals essentially from everybody. We got new arrivals from John, Paul, Laura. We got new vinyl, and we're going to have plenty of discount and an ungodly amount of auctions tonight, as usual. So the next one I have over here, it wouldn't be a night of showing Japanese titles if we didn't have this one right here. It was the heat of the moment. Asia is a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Obi and Essential, $35 start. First thing in here is Ryan Adams at Carnegie Hall. This is new and sealed, a 6 LP box set, $119.99. Everything in here has been shown at least once, and now their best offer. Ryan Adams at Carnegie Hall, $119.99. This is The Strokes, First Impressions of Earth. Strokes is sealed for $29.99. And Willie Dixon, I Am the Blues. And that is a music on vinyl pressing, numbered 220 on blue vinyl. Willie Dixon's $34.99. That's music on vinyl, numbered, and Muddy Waters, Hard Again. That's another one, numbered from music on vinyl on blue vinyl, $34.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Asia's a $35 start. Next thing we have is our next auction, which is a half-speed master of Boss Skaggs. And this is a $15 start. It's a 1981 half-speed master. Boss Skaggs is in VG Plus condition. A $15 start on Boss Skaggs. Half-speed master there. Next is ZZ Top Tres Hombres. This is sealed, $29.99. 180 gram high performance vinyl cut from the original analog master tapes. It does have a little bit of a seam split up here on top, $29.99. So ZZ Top, Muddy Waters, Willie Dixon, and The Strokes is sold to Darren Johnson for $24. There we have it. That's how this crate works. You can go ahead and buy them, or you can make an offer. The Eagles, Hotel California, very nice. Original inner sleeve, $24.99 on that. You have an Asia poster framed. What did I say? This is a Japanese pressing of Asia, self-titled, $35 start. I don't know what, maybe I don't know the words that come out of my mouth, but evidently I said something about a sealed Asia record. Or what did I say, a poster? No poster here. I think y'all are hearing things. Or maybe I'm saying things. These pretzels are making me thirsty. Ah, purple juice. I love it. I love purple juice. That was very good. All right. Next thing over here is 10 Buck 3. This is Eden Alley. 10 Buck 3 is $9.99. First, Ivan said me 29. He said Holy autocorrect. Holy? Which one now? Ivan said me 29. And he said, Todd said 20 for ZZ Top. And Ivan said Holy autocorrect. And then Hotel 20, Eagles 20, Muddy Waters price. That's a quote from a movie. Oh, y'all were once again using movie references that I don't know. My bad. Now, what is... now, Ivan, what was you trying to make an offer on? You said me 29, and then you said Holy autocorrect. So I'm going to wait because I don't think so far there's anything unless you meant hotel. But hotel was only marked 24. So let me pause there and say that Asia does not have a bid for a $35 start, and Boss Skaggs is a $15 start. And then we have Hotel, Robin, and then Todd. So Todd first, I'm going to split the difference with you and sell you ZZ Top for $25. It is new and sealed if you want it. Okay, then the next thing is Ivan says Muddy, and then Bill Samus asked for the price. Muddy Waters. Okay, Muddy Waters is sold to Ivan R. He was first. We're going to go ahead and sell that for $29. Bill was second. Robin gets 10 Buck 3. And now Hotel California is sold to Robin as well for $20. Ben Diger, you were second. Next thing is Boss Skaggs is at 15. It's in VG Plus condition. And then we have Muddy 29. Todd passes on ZZ Top. Next is Billy's Blues, the original recordings by Billie Holiday. That is sealed for $19.99. It's an 80s pressing of Billie Holiday, sealed. George Benson in concert. That is sealed for $19.99. Bill Samus says, challenge flag, check the feed. Okay, now I think what happened, Bill, is when he put ME, he was trying to put in Muddy Waters 29. And then he put Holy autocorrect. And then I had to ask him what that was for. And then you asked the price. So I think his ME was for Muddy Waters. and that's why he put Holy autocorrect. So I think that's what happened there. Muddy, yeah, he was trying to put Muddy. He's trying to put MW, and it auto-corrected to me. We have Little Charlie and the Nightcaps, the big break. That is sealed for $9.99. Sorry about that, Bill. And thank you, Ivan. Leo Kottke, the best. And this is an original sealed from 1978. It's $19.99. And the Kinks, thank Visual. Another original sealed from 1986. It's $19.99. And Blue Ridge Rangers, that was, of course, John Fogerty, another project he did other than CCR. That is $19.99, no condition notes. Asia is a bot now for $35 if anybody wants that. It was the heat of the moment. Did anybody buy the Bee Gees? No one bought. I've got a bad habit about doing this. I'm putting stuff in the sold bin, no bid auctions. There was like 3 last week that I put in the bin, and they didn't sell. I'm so used to people doing automatic buy nows. I don't think anybody bought this. I'm going to go back up and make sure. No one bought Staying Alive. So it's available for $35. I'm going to put it over here so I don't forget. I've been doing it with singles. I'm in such a habit of setting the singles over here after they sell. And now Asia's a no bid. So the only no bids right now as far as albums is Asia for $35 and the Staying Alive, which is $35. So those are still available, okay? Do I still have Suicidal Tendencies? The Art of Rebellion? Yes, I do. I do. And now the Half-Speed Master of Boz Skaggs is a final call. It just has 1 bid. And this is a buy it now best offer bin. And then Rod Bryan wants the Nightcaps, Little Charlie. That's sold to Rod Bryan. Great crate here. Crossroads soundtrack, music by Ry Cooder. That's $19.99. And Here and Now, Butts Band. That's a sealed 1975 US for $24.99. And then over here, we got Bee Gees. That is sold to Sherry Darnell for $35. Thank you, Sherry. And Suicidal Tendencies is sold to our new buyer, William Thornton. And thank you, William. I've got you down for the Art of Rebellion. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That is going to be a waiting list. I can have more in. Edmund Estrada wants Blue Ridge Rangers. That is sold to Edmund Estrada. Thank you. And we have Child's Art Uncut. That's a 1982 U.S. psychedelic hard rock album. Only time ever released on vinyl. $34.99. These are all bought now best offer. Freddie McGregor, The Anthology. That's a 1999 U.S. a reggae album. Also, the only time it's ever been pressed on vinyl. That is $29.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Over here in my auction bin, I've got Opal, Old in the Way, Rush, Roxy Music, Led Zeppelin, Kansas, Alice Cooper, The Dark Crystal, Boston, Misfits, Mo-Fi, Jackson Brown, Japanese, Roger Waters, Prince, Public Enemy, Doors, and The Police, Synchronicity. Now, if you heard something missing, that means I don't even have it up here to auction yet. That means anything that I didn't read off, Laura still has in the back, cleaning, prepping, and researching. That means everything else over here has not been put up or even brought to me yet. So they're on deck. That's why I have this whole crate of amazing Japanese stuff to run, like this right here. The Beatles Abbey Road. And this is a Japanese pressing. And this is a beautiful, near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of the Beatles, Abbey Road, UK Flag Series number 12, a $45 start on that. Over here is the first thing was Crossroads is sold to Patrick C. Smith. That's sold for $15. And then next is Rod Bryan on Freddie for $24. Thank you. We got requests for Roxy. It's not a Misfits album. It's a Kinks album called The Misfits. Did you pull the Asia instead of Staying Alive? No, I gave her Staying Alive. I still got Asia, though, for a $35 bot now. And then over here, we have Martini Ranch, Holy Cow, Martini Ranch, 1988, that's $19.99. And the Easy Beats, Falling Off the Edge of the World, an original 1968 pressing, sealed 68 pressing, $39.99. Boz Skaggs is sold to Christopher Dean, 1 bid, $15. Abbey Road's a $45 start. And our next auction is going to go up right now before Laura puts anything else in here. I was going to pull the Roxy Music. There you go. Roxy Music is a late 70s U.S. specialty. The exact year is unknown. It has the original on her sleeve. It's an EX. Thank you for covering up the nudity so we don't get flagged and banned. This is Roxy Music, a $25 start. they said, let's try to sell some more albums by putting nude women on the cover. $25 start on that. The Bluebells, and this is a 1983 U.S. pop rock. That's an EP, $12.99, and the Candy soundtrack. Really cool music here. The Bird, Steppenwolf, and then the score music's kind of tripped out sounding. It's EX edition, the Candy soundtrack, EX $17.99 on that, and then a little touch of Schmilson in the Night, VG Plus $14.99. Todd Saw says, what exactly does best offer mean? That means I've got these priced. You can go ahead and buy Harry Nilsson for VG Plus condition, $14.99. Or if you want to say, Chad, I'll give you $10 for Harry Nilsson. I might say sold, or I might say, you know what, I won't do 10, but I'll do 12. Like earlier, Todd asked ZZ Top $20. Now, Todd, I do have a right to decline offers. I will never just say no. I'll counter with my best price. So Todd offered 20. It was marked 30 essentially, and I said no, but I will take 25 because it is a new and sealed remaster, and that should be a pretty good price for that at $25. Lord just delivered the rest of the auctions, or at least most of them, okay? Now, the next thing over here is 10 Years After, Cricklewood Green. This is EX edition, $17.99. Roxy Music already has several bids. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything else. The Beatles is a $45 start. As of right now, there's no bid. Roxy 25, Roxy 25, Roxy 26, Roxy 30, and now Roxy 35. Son and Cher, In Case You're in Love. Son and Cher is VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. And then over here is Roxy Music 35, Beatles 45, Roxy Music 32. Yeah, should be buy it now, make offer, not best offer. No worries, just wanted to clarify. Buy it now, best offer. I'm asking you for your best offer. Your best offer. What is your best offer? So evidently your best offer on ZZ Top was $20, which I was saying my best offer is $25. So it's kind of a negotiation going on. Grateful Dead, The Wake of the Flood, a 1973 Monarch VG condition, $26.99 on Grateful Dead. And then over here, we got ZZ Top Deguelo. That was a new sealed remaster. It is $33.99. We have 2 people now on a waiting list. It's a 180-gram cut from the original Analog Masters. Gregory, I should still be able to get those. That was actually from back in March from a Hatchet Ed crate on that. Next thing is ZZ Top. Patrick says he'll take it for $25. This is sold to Patrick C. Smith for $25. Now Roxy Music's at $40. Final call to get a Beatles in because now Christopher has it for $45 and we're about to sell it. Next is the Fugs. It crawled in my hand, Honest. VG Plus $24.99. And the Beach Boys, Love You. This is EX edition $16.99. And Boots, Nancy Sinatra. These boots were made for walking. VG $14.99. All right, our next singles are going to go up right now. Wow, look what I got in here. You never know what's going to come out of the hardcore crate. Van Halen, Might As Well Jump. Nice. There's Van Halen Jump. We have Violent End, and we have Wet Cement. And those are maybe by Vacation or something. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. What a great crate we're going through. Everything in here is called Buy It Now Best Offer. Everything's priced. You can go ahead and buy them for sticker. You can make an offer. I'm either going to say yes or I'm going to counter. I rarely just say no. Some people have pretty much a good idea about what I'm willing to take for a discount. Some people will try like 90% off, which never works. And some of those really low offers I might just overlook. But typically, I will negotiate with you. Or if it's a fair offer, because I am trying to sell stuff as fast as possible, I'll go ahead and take your offer. You can really speed up and buy a lot more records if we have fair offers right off the bat. Roxy Music 38, Roxy Music 40. We got Beatles has a new bid for 47. ST offered 20 on the Fugs. That is sold. The singles have a bid for 10. The singles have another bid for 10. And now the Beatles are at 50. We have Genesis. We just sold a Japanese pressing. Here is a US VG condition, $9.99. Also, Go-Go's Beauty and the Beat. This is VG Plus $14.99. And we have the Glitter Band, Rock and Roll Dudes, VG Plus $14.99. That's the old Rock and Roll Dudes there. Squeeze Argy Bargy, EX 22.99. The Japanese Asia, Travis, was near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. Also, Emmylou Harris, Pieces of the Sky. Emmylou is EX 12.99. And the impressions keep on pushing. VG Plus 19.99. And King Hannah, I'm not sorry, I was just being mean. King Hannah is 17.99. Eco Mix Vinyl. Eco Mix Vinyl on that one. So let's jump over here and see what else is going on. The last thing was the singles have multiple bids. The Beatles got a new bid for 50. Blaine Zapnick outbid. We have not sold the Descendants yet. And now Van Halen is at 15. Now they're at 16. Jeremy Rourke on the Go-Go's for 7. Jeremy, I will say that for $12. That is VG Plus. We got the beat. What's the name of the psych rock album from back here? Excellent question. That is called Child's Play Art. It's called Child's Play Art. Or excuse me. Child's Play. I'm thinking about the movie. Child's Art Uncut. And it is sealed for $34.99. Next thing was Go-Go's. I counted Jeremy 7 at 12. We have Beatles at 52. These three singles are at 18. Travis gets the Asia for 35. Mike Bartlett offered 7 on Genesis. It was VG $9.99, right? It was. That sold to Mike Bartlett for 7. Now the singles at 20. Brett Thieves, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Emmylou Harris for 10. Joseph's out on the singles. Roxy Music is at 42. Now the Go-Go's is sold to Jeremy for 12. Now the singles are at 21. Which Van Halen's there? George, I just sold Asia. Beatles 55. And now let me make sure somebody doesn't else want this. We'll give a few seconds on this for John Dodd to check it out. John, there is an offer on the board for $29. Now, let me make sure I know where we're at on Roxy Music. Roxy Music, the last bit on this, which was uncensored, an original uncensored cover, a late 70s U.S. specialty. It is a late 70s pressing on Atco. The high bid I'm showing on my screen should be the high bid on Roxy Music, and that bid was with Jason Short at $40. Now, if you're in higher or you think there is a new bid higher, Chris Frazier, 42. Chris has got it at 42. So actually, Jason, it's at $42. Now Christopher has the Beatles at 55. And I'm going to wait for John Dodd's word on that since he asked about it. Some people might want to check exactly what genre that is. And then over here are these three singles. I think this is what spurred the interest. We got Van Halen, Jump, and House of Pain. We got Vacation and Violin In. And those three singles, I probably could have put Van Halen by itself. Mark Fallon has them for $21. Next thing is Rebecca, All Yours. So Rebecca, that's sold to you for $29. Thank you. Also, we have... This is Mitski, Be the Cowboy. Mitski is sealed, $24.99. Sealed for $24.99. Beirut, The Flying Club Cup. That is sealed for $17.99. Beirut is a folk album. And the Monkees, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones. This is sealed on green vinyl. Sealed on green vinyl, just $19.99 on that. Now Roxy Music's at 45. There was a new bid for 43. The singles have bids for 22, 23, 24, 25. And Cream, Live Cream, a 2015 pressing, sealed, $24.99. If you're just getting on, this is a buy it now best offer lot. Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook? Always ask that. Make sure you hit the like button. That really helps us out, and that helps you out too. The more posts you like from Collectco, the more Collectco posts you'll see. Same thing for YouTube. We go live every night between 5 and 5:30. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I had to take a drink of this high-potent caffeine concoction that I make every night. It keeps me going. Next thing over here, this is Buy It Now Best Offer. The next thing was Roxy Music 48. The singles has a new bid for 27. Natasha offered 15 on KH, King Hannah. Sell that to Natasha for 15. It was marked $17.99. And then we have Patrick C. Smith on the Monkees. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith. Thank you. And then Natasha offered 20 for Mitski, which was marked $24.99. We're going to sell that to Natasha for 20. And then Cream, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Leslie for 17. And now, Christopher Dean, you get the Beatles. And this is sold to you for $55. This is sold to you for $55. Thank you, Christopher Dean. This is sold to you for $55. Now, what I'm going to do is put this in a brand new sleeve. I'm going to put this in a brand new sleeve here, okay? And thank you, and we need new auctions. And now these singles, the most recent high bid is to the most is 27 with Autumn Betts. Over here, we have Talking Heads, Speaking in Tongues. This is remastered, new and sealed, a 2013 reissue, $29.99. And Jealous of the Birds, Wisdom Teeth EP. That's an indie rock album, sealed, $9.99. And this is Bjork, Utopia. Bjork is a 2 LP, $27.99. Don't forget, there's a note on the back from Laura. Laura loves Bjork. This is actually part of a Paul crate, a John crate, and mostly a Laura crate that we went through one time, and now their best offer. And that's why most of this is selling. And now we have Roxy Music, A Final Call. Jason Short has it for $48. Chris Frazier's out. Chris Frazier's out. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that is the classic Otis Redding, Sitting on the Dock of Bay. Here is a original pressing of Otis Redding's The Dock of the Bay in stereo. It's a 68 US Terre Haute in VG condition, a $15 start. The singles are at $35. Talking Heads has an offer for $20, and Bjork has an offer for $23. We have St. Vincent, White with Black Splatter, All Born Screaming. St. Vincent is $19.99, and we also have Jay Giles Band Freeze Frame EX $17.99. Chris, I will split the difference with you on Talking Heads for $25, and Brett, you were basically out offered on Bjork. So Brett, it's yours, but it would be $27.99. If not, I'm going to sell it to Autumn. Now the singles are at $38, and now we have JLTB for $8. And that was Jealous of the Birds. That sold to Natasha for $8. Rebecca just asked the price. I just sold it to Natasha for $8. And then CCR is VG Plus $19.99. Now let's go ahead and sell Roxy Music. And this is sold to Jason Short for $48. Thank you on that. An OG, Sitting on the Dock of the Bay. Wow, what a classic. $15 start. Jeremy Rourke's in at $15. Chris Frazier doesn't want the Talking Heads. That's for $15. And then John Dodd, St. Vincent. John Dodd, I will go ahead and sell that to you for $14. Thank you. That's sold to John Dodd for $14. And now we have Autumn. You get the Bjork at sticker. Thank you on that. Michael McCullen on Creedence Clearwater Revival. Thank you, Michael McCullen. And we have Dave Edmonds, and that's EX Edition, $17.99. Dave Edmonds, EX, $17.99. Also, Boston, EX, the debut album from Boston. It is on the first label, $32.99. Otis has one bid for $15. What about these three singles here? Now Otis is at $17. These were at $39 with Rebecca. $39 with Rebecca. Autumn, I think it goes back to you. It does. Rebecca has those at $39. Let's grab another auction. Boy, do we have some great stuff. Still a little bit early, though. Still a little bit early for some of these. It's actually really early for some of these. But I'm going to go ahead and put up this one right here. This is Till Tuesday. Everything's different now. This is a Till Tuesday album, I will say, I don't see too often. And we have an 88 Canadian original with the original on our sleeve, EX edition, a $15 start. Now listen to some of the auctions. By the way, all of the featured auctions are posted on Facebook, Instagram, and the community section of our YouTube channel page. So all those, anything that's going to be sold at auction, except for the singles and maybe some other surprises, all of those are advertised, and they will be sold between right now, and most of them will be done by 10:30 or 11. So if you're time constraint, you can keep asking for something. Sometimes I delay it even more because it's such a big auction. I try to wait. You know, I'm not going to sell a Grail maybe this early, but maybe here in about 30 minutes, we'll be putting up some of the most featured stuff. It usually starts between 7:30 and 8:30. We have George Harrison, VG condition, Living in the Material World, $14.99 on George Harrison. Head East, Getting Lucky. Head East was EX edition, $17.99. 10 years after, Stonehenge. 10 years after is EX, $17.99. Pretty Thing, Savage Eye, EX, $17.99. And Miami Vice soundtrack. That's in VG condition, $9.99. Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits is in VG Plus, $24.99. Did Autumn go out on these singles? The last bit on these singles, Autumn went out. These are sold, these three, to Rebecca Howitt for $39. Thank you on that. Those are gone. Now, the last bid that came in on Otis Redding's Dock of Bay was William Meadows at $20. ST, you got outbid. Michael McCullen, you got outbid. And then Craig's in on Till Tuesday at $15. I don't think I've had that one before. It's an 88 original Canadian pressing, original on her sleeve. Craig has it for $15. Amanda Darby on JG for $12. Was that for Jay Giles, Amanda? If so, I'm going to sell that to you for $12. Now Till Tuesday's at $17. We got George Harrison offers for 11 and then 10. And Karen on George Harrison for 11. You were first. I'll go ahead and sell it to you for 11. Leslie was second. Till Tuesdays at 20. Josie Sinkbell, Miami Vice for 7. And now Till Tuesdays at 22. Now Otis Redding is the hammer's up. I haven't heard back from a couple people, but we may have to sell that one pretty fast. Here's our next 3 singles. We have Vanity, we got Vaught, Veil of Tears, and we got Vice, 7-Inch Lovers. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Otis Redding is an OG 68 Terre Haute pressing in VG condition. A 68 Terre Haute original in VG, sitting on the dock of the bay. And now here comes Paul to perform the masterpiece live. That was pretty good. I love asking Paul to perform these songs live. What's the first line? I've been trying to sing the first line. Help me out. I can't think of it. I know it. I'm humming it too, but I can't think of it. Craig, we're going to need some lyrics. Me and Paul has stalled. Paul just did a really good impression of Otis Redding. I cannot think of the first lyrics though. Waiting when the morning comes. I just don't know the first word though. Sitting on the We need some lyrics, please. Sitting in the morning sun. That's it. Morning sun. That's like only one of the greatest songs ever. In case y'all didn't know. That original album is up for bid right now. And what I like about it is the jacket's really clean. Otis Redding's in that category of albums that are really tough to find in good condition. It's really tough to find. The jacket on this is really nice, though. Almost no ring wear. You know, that's only one of the greatest songs ever. Okay, here we have Ryan Adams. We have live at Carnegie Hall. This is a 6LP box set sealed for $119.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. I Am the Blues, Willie Dixon. That's on blue vinyl for $34.99. And Billy's Blues, Billie Holiday, sealed, $19.99. So Bryan Adams box set is best offer. So is Willie Dixon and Billie Holiday. George Benson in concert, sealed, $19.99. Leo Kottke, his best and original pressing, sealed, $19.99. And the Kinks, Thank Visual. The Kinks is sealed, $19.99. And Here and Now, the Butts Band, sealed, $24.99. And Martini Ranch, holy cow, Martini Ranch is sealed for $19.99. And the Easy Beats, Falling Off the Edge of the World, is an original 68, sealed, $39.99. So a quick update before me and Paul started doing karaoke is Till Tuesday had a bid for 22. Craig has a bid for 25. Otis is at 21. Till Tuesday has a bid for 30. Otis has a bid for 25. Natasha, the Head East album, you missed the price. I'll tell it to you right now. Natasha Head East was EX edition, $17.99. Craig's out on Till Tuesday, Sitting in the Morning Sun. Otis has a bid for 26. Next thing, we have Sitting in the Morning Sun, Watching the Tide Roll Away. Craig says, I have a voice of a dead sparrow. I thank you. I guess that's a compliment. And then we have Otis at 27. And then we have next, The Kinks, which was a sealed copy, an original sealed copy for $15. Nobody bid on the singles, so those are a final call. Or those are a buy it now for $10. We got Head East sold to Natasha for $15. The OG Otis Redding, now that I've hopped it up and I've even done karaoke, William Meadows has it for $27. Now, Till Tuesday's a final call to Brett Thies over on YouTube. Brett has the OG Till Tuesday, and he has that for $30. And now Rebecca gets those last 3 singles for $10. And those are sold. And now we have over here the Bluebells, which was EX, $12.99. We have Candy soundtrack, The Bird, Steppenwolf, and Great Score Music, EX, $17.99 for Candy. A Little Touch of Schmilson in the Night, VG Plus, $14.99. 10 years after, there's 2 in here, this and Stonehenge. That one's EX, $17.99. Otis 30, now Otis 31. Sonny and Cher, In Case You're in Love. The Beat Goes On, one of the biggest songs of the 60s there. VG Plus, $14.99. Grateful Dead is still available. This is a 73 Monarch copy of Wake of the Flood. VG $26.99 on that. VG $26.99. The Beach Boys Love You EX12. EX $16.99 on the Beach Boys. Chris, I'm going to do a $2 bump on candy. It was $17.99. I'll sell it to you for $12. And now Otis is at $34. These boots were made for walking. Nancy Sinatra VG $14.99. Till Tuesday is sold to Brett Thies for $30. Now we need another auction. I've got the Descendants. I got U2. I got Miles Davis. I got Pearl Jam. I've got Dracula. I got Eddie Vedder. I got Queen. I got Sade. I got Billy Idol. I got Michael Jackson, Def Leppard, Bon Jovi, Devo, Wall of Voodoo, Earthquake, Madonna, Wilson Phillips, Opal, Odin in the Way, Rush, Zeppelin, Kansas, Alice Cooper, The Dark Crystal, Boston, Mo-Fi, The Kinks, Misfits, Jackson Brown, Roger Waters, Prince, Public Enemy, The Doors, The Police, The Black Crowes. That's a good one. Traveling Wilburys and more Otis Redding. First, though, let's go ahead and put this up. This is a 1988 OG specialty pressing of the Traveling Wilburys. The other night, there was a lot of activity for this. I need to see if I can order new copies. Sometimes they're available, sometimes they're not. The Traveling Wilburys is an 88 OG and VG with the original under sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. Otis Redding's at $35 now. The next new comment was Candy 10, and then Bill Stewart on Cricklewood Green for $12. Let's sell that to Bill Stewart for $12. I got Wall of Voodoo and Queen and all the other ones on deck. They're about to come up in about the next half hour. Chris Frazier says he'll take Candy for $12. Otis Redding 34. Otis Redding 35. And then over here, what was the Beach Boys? That was called Love You, EX Edition $16.99. And now we have the Glitter Band, VG Plus $14.99. Squeeze was EX $22.99. The Impression is VG Plus $19.99. We have Beirut Sealed Beirut for $17.99. We have Dave Edmonds, EX $17.99. Boston, self-titled, More Than a Feeling, EX $32.99. 10 years after Stonehenge, 10 years after, EX $17.99. And then Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits and Pretty Things. Pretty Things is EX $17.99, and Chuck Berry was VG Plus, and this is an older copy. That is an older copy of that. I don't know if it's first press. This has been pressed probably no telling how many variations and iterations. $24.99 on that. Okay, so that's what's available. That was a Buy It Now Best Offer crate to start off basically new stuff for tonight, other than our flip crates that we've already been through. And now we're about to start getting into our new vinyl. And don't forget about Japanese. I've got Japanese Hall & Oates, Japanese Eagles, Japanese Wings, Japanese Boston, Japanese Led Zeppelin, Japanese Billy Joel, Japanese Howard Jones, Japanese John Lennon, Japanese Wham, Japanese Jeff Beck, and I've got a whole nother crate. That's just part of them. Now, Leslie, I've already sold one 10 years after. If you want to make an offer just on this one alone, you can. And then Otis has a bid for $38. And then Rebecca's offered $17 on Squeeze. Let's sell that to Rebecca. Ron Mustaine got Boston. And then out on Traveling Wilburys. Traveling Wilburys 21. Boston 27. Boston OG Press. Already sold. 25.25. So now Otis Redding, William Meadows has the OG VG for $38. We're about to sell it. Now the Traveling Wilburys is at 25 and 25. Randy bid first. Corey, you're out. Von Stom says he's done. And also Blaine Zapnick, you're out. Next is Michael Butler. He put DE, and that was for Dave Edmonds. And then Leslie offered 14 on 10 years after. Sold to Leslie for $14. Nancy Sinatra sold for $9 to Mr. Gamecock. It's John Lennon Imagine. No, it's John Lennon Imagine. And it's Jeff Beck Wired. All right. Now, I'm going to have to walk across the room to get my first crate of new vinyl. Now, if you change your mind on anything there, if you're feeling frisky and you're like, you know what, Chad? I just go ahead and give me everything that's left in the crate. I'll be like, okay. And I'll give you everything left in the crate. Not a problem. First, we're going to go ahead and knock out a new pre-order for tonight. I try to do these as early as possible. I try to do them when the show starts, but now we kind of already have an agenda But this is a new release, and most of these are already sold. And probably a lot of people would like to find out if they got one or not, especially those that keep up with what they buy. Michael Ruttman offered 14 on the Pretty Things. Thank you, Derek Clark, for the recommendation. So let's sell that to Michael Ruttman for 14. And now Traveling Wilburys is still getting bids. And now we can sell Otis Redding. And Otis Redding is officially sold to William Meadows for $38. All right. And we got a new pre-order to start out this crate. Let's go ahead and knock that out. And the first thing we have is this right here. First thing we have is this auction, which has been requested. Probably, I've seen at least 2 people ask, and this is one I'm willing to do right now, so let's go ahead and put it up. Jerry Stone wants new vinyl at 5:30. Can't do it. I got to show new vinyl when everybody's actually watching. Like right now, this is the perfect time for it. Youthquake, Dead or Alive. This is a 1985 U.S. Pittman original, EX condition. And this has been out of print since in the United States. And this is an EX condition record, and we're going to put it up for a $35 start. This is Youthquake. You spin me round, right round, like a record, right round. EX condition, a $35 start. Rocket. Youthquake, $35 start. Next is Traveling Wilburys 13. And Patrick, we've already sold Dave Edmonds. Now Traveling Wilburys at 32. Now our next hardcore singles. And those next hardcore singles are going to go up right now. Wow, another Van Halen. This one just a picture sleeve, though. It is Van Halen, Finish What You Started, from OU812, and Sucker in a 3-piece, Vapid, and Vaskra. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. First thing I have is the Red Clay Strays, and this is live at the Ryman. And this is a new release. This is a new release that comes out when? On Friday. I forgot what day. New on Friday. Red Clay Strays. All right. Now, anybody here that wants one, there was quite a bit of pre-orders, and I should have extras. So from the Red Clay Strays, live at the Ryman, just right down the road here from us in Nashville. I've seen a mini concerts there. Red Clay Strays. This is $34.99, and it's on red vinyl. This comes out Friday. First is Jamie McCord. Thank you, Jamie McCord. That's sold to you. We got Matt Lawson. Actually, let me do them this way. I can count them out better. Thank you, Paul. So we got one for Jamie McCord. We got Matt Lawson and Scott Beebe. Matt Lawson and Scott Beebe. So that's so to Matt and that's so to Scott. We got Billy Humphrey and Scott Smith. Billy Humphrey and Scott Smith. Thank you, Billy Humphrey. Thank you, Scott Smith. And I think I can get 2 more in my crate over here. Sherry Darnell and Autumn Betts. Sherry Darnell and Autumn Betts. Thank y'all on that. And now I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates. I need to update all these auctions and figure out what's going on. New release from Red Clay Strays. They have been quite popular. We sell the heck out of their albums. There are a couple new albums that have, or their most recent new album, that was a big pre-order. This live at the Ryman, which I heard they're really good live. What a great place to record a show. And now I've got more pre-sold. Jim Sedal wanted 2 copies. So there's 2 for Jim Sedal, and Jason Murphy wanted 2 copies. So there's 2 for Jason Murphy. So the next 4 went 2 for Jim Sedal, 2 for Jason Murphy. Also, we got Ben Digert, Chris Kirkley, and Kenny Cates Jr. Ben Digert, Chris Kirkley, and Kenny Cates Jr. So those to Ben Digert, Chris Kirkley, and Kenny Cates Jr. Also, we got Greg Lee, Brooks Vaughter, and Leslie Silvely. So Greg Lee, Brooks Vaughter, and Leslie Silvely. There are 3 more sold. And then Catherine Lutz and Douglas Sirocco. Catherine Lutz and Douglas Sirocco. Thanks, everybody who pre-ordered that with us. Make sure you're in a private group. And this is the Red Clay Strays, a new album, a new live album from them, their first live album that comes out Friday. This is the Red Clay Strays live at the Ryman. That was also taken right outside the Ryman. Nice, and that's $34.99. That's I've got 4 left. Now, since then, there has been about 1 billion comments. So let me pick a point and I'll work my way down. The Traveling Wilburys 26, the Traveling Wilburys 30, then Youthquake 45, Traveling Wilburys 32, Youthquake 45, Youthquake 48, Traveling Wilburys 35, Youthquake 60, Youthquake 55, ML Bolts bid 10 on the singles. Youthquake 75, Youthquake 80. Jeff's Bird Songs bid 38 on Traveling Wilburys. Then there was a 36. Then Darren bid 10 on the singles. And then Youthquake 90, Youthquake 100. These singles are at 11. Youthquake 105, Traveling Wilburys 42, Youthquake 110. So Youthquake's at 110. The Traveling Wilburys are at 42. And these 3 singles are at 11 with Darren Johnson. I've still got 4 copies. I don't think anybody bought a Red Clay Strays live. This is why I really love having pre-orders, because we just sold a bunch, and I have so many more pre-orders to show you and tell you about here in just a second. But first, here's the Wallflowers back in stock, bringing down the horse. A 20th anniversary, first time on vinyl was this pressing, sealed, $39.99, the Wallflowers. And this was part of the soundtracks. I think Friday we had a ton of soundtracks. I was able to get these a little bit cheaper from somewhere else, so we had to wait a different day. But here is the fantastic soundtrack to Forrest Gump. This is $39.99. $39.99. And then Metallica, this is Garage Inc. The 3 LP, $59.99. Amazing. This is like the unreleased Metallica stuff, or I should say, this is the B-sides, the non-album singles, not unreleased. It had new stuff. It had the Garage Days, and then it had their covers and their B-sides. So that was what essentially Garage Inc. was, $59.99. We sell a ton of those, and that's a triple LP. That's a triple LP. Okay, now the last bit on the singles that come in, these are all 3 being sold together. They're being sold in a lot. They're all being sold together, and the high bid's $11. And the high bid on Traveling Wilburys is 42, then 43. Youthquake, 115. Anthony Clark on the Wallflowers. MG Sanchez on the Wallflowers. Now the singles are at 12. Now Youthquake's at 125. We're going to put Nick Bargeron on the waiting list for Wallflowers. Nick Bargeron, thank you. You're on the waiting list for that. Now the Traveling Wilburys, 36. And then WD for 35. That's Wallflowers. These are sticker price new arrivals. These are all the new vinyl is sticker price, no more, no less. These are always sticker price. So Blaine, if you want a Wallflowers, I'll have you on a waiting list with Nick. They'll be in this week, but they will be $39.99. And now Youthquake 127. Patrick C. Smith wants Metallica. And then Corey put TE for Traveling Wilburys at 50. MG Sanchez says disregard Wallflowers. So give this one to Nick Bargeron. Nick, you're no longer on a waiting list. You're going to get MG Sanchez. Now we'll see if Blaine wants on a waiting list. And then Brandon Lack wants Wallflowers as well. So now, Brandon, you'll be on the waiting list. You'll be on the waiting list there, okay? So what a great first crate. We have 4 copies left of the new Red Clay Strays live at the Ryman. Red vinyl, which I think is the indie exclusive for that release, $34.99. The Forrest Gump soundtrack is an amazing compilation of music, and they do it in the order of the film. So it starts with when Forrest was teaching Elvis Presley how to dance, all the way to Sweet Home Alabama, Leonard Skinner, and then all the Vietnam War era stuff and 60s. And that's $39.99. $39.99. I don't think I didn't have a waiting list for that. They may have just had a sticky note that said order Wallflowers, but don't worry, I can get more. I'll make sure you get one. Always make sure you say waiting list. Sometimes there'll be people say, Chad, can you order this? Or Chad, you need to order this. And they don't know for sure if that's a waiting list or like just a request. But I will make sure you get one. Traveling Wilburys at 52. There's the Forrest Gump. There's 2 of those. And then there's 1 Metallica left for 59. Now there's 1 Forrest Gump left. Travis gets that one. There's that. And Jason, you got 2 copies of the Red Clay Strays. Now these singles, the last bid on these singles, Darren went out. Nobody else bid. And these sold to Leslie Silverly for $12. So that is sold. And then over here, we have Youthquake. The last bid. This thing is at absolute war right now. Jeremy Bryan has it for $130. This is going once, going twice. Going once, going twice over there. And then here is the Traveling Wilburys. And the last bid was Jeff's Birds Songs. And that's at $52. That's where we're at. Now, the other bidder on the Wallflowers was Rebecca. Let me make sure she hadn't said out, or maybe I didn't miss a bid. Jeremy did have it for 130. Okay, and then Rebecca's out, and now the Traveling Wilburys is with Jess Birdsongs, which is a new buyer, 52. Anybody else? If not, I think the next crate I seen, the next crate I had another stack of pre-order, so I'm going to go grab that one right quick and see what's over there, okay? Now, there's that, and give me 1 second over here. Okay, make sure nothing came in at the last second there before I walk away and I lose my spot. I always try to remember where I was at on the comments so I don't forget. Let's see what else is over here. Well, I know there's another crate of Japanese, but it looks like there's another pre-order here of some sort. Yeah, there's at least one. Yeah, the New Promise is in. So, and some stuff I haven't had, and I've already seen a couple people asked about waiting lists. Chad, has this come in? Or Chad, has that come in? And now my answer is going to be yes. Here in just a second whenever I show it, because I just seen several things in here. All right. So here we go. First thing is the Traveling Wilburys is at $55 with Randy Klein. There's still like 4 active bidders on this. This is sold to Jeremy Bryant for $130. Thank you, Jeremy. That's sold to you. All right, let's get some other auctions up and rolling. The next thing I have over here, I'm about to slip in a Japanese and bring over the other ones, but I still have some of this other stuff, like the Kinks. And the name of the album is The Misfits. Now, this always ruffles some feathers because I have to say the word Misfits over and over, and then everybody's head explodes because there's the word Misfits being mentioned. This is not the Misfits, it's the Kinks. And the name of the album is Misfits. It's Mo-Fi. It's a 1981 Mo-Fi. It's near mint. It was a cutout record at some point. It's going to go up for a $30 start. Wilson Phillips is on deck. Several others are on deck too. Queen promo, Michael Jackson Escape. Y'all have to keep reminding me. About the end of an auction, y'all keep reminding me, and I'll bump them up, because now it's the time of the night I will put up any sort of request. Pearl Jam, Eddie Vedder, The Descendants, Kansas, anything like that, we'll start getting them in order. I'll keep 2 going, and we'll put up a new one whenever that one expires. Nickelback, I haven't had this in stock in a while. Dark Horse. Nickelback is $33.99. Nickelback, the Dark Horse, or Dark Horse, $33.99 for Nickelback. And we should have a waiting list for Sleep Token. This one's Take Me Back to Eden. Man, their stuff has been popular lately. Sleep Token is $38.99. Let me jump over here and officially open my laptop for the first time tonight. And yes, I did bring it back here. I don't have to go up front and say, hold on a minute, let me go up front and get my laptop. Nothing to worry about. It's already back here. And let's check the waiting list for Sleep Token. And Sleep Token wait list, this one is Take Me Back to Eden. And the waiting list I have for Sleep Token are Even in Arcadia, Tomb, and that's it. So there is no waiting list for this one. There is no Take Me Back to Eden. That is $38.99. That's just one. I went ahead and ordered a few more copies because we've been selling the fire out of them. We got Jerry Stone down for Nickelback. That's sold to Jerry Stone. The Misfits has 1 bid for $30, final call. And we have Traveling Wilburys. Randy Klein bid $55. Corey Ross bid $57. Randy Klein, you're out. Corey Ross has it for $57. And now the Kinks has 1 bid for $30. Next 3 singles are going to go up right now from the hardcore crate. Varsity Weirdos, Close the Blinds. Amasuas Va Nico, Sota Malama Vatasan, and then On Vital Times. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Nickelback is sold to Brad Waits. Now, if anybody else wants one, it'll be a waiting list. I got 2 copies of Lizzie Borden, Give 'em the Axe. Lizzie Borden is $33.99. Blue-white marble vinyl. Lizzie Borden. That's on blue-white marble vinyl. $33.99 for that. And Ace of Base, Happy Nation. Ace of Base is $33.99. There should be a waiting list, but I think somebody needed to go off. So let me check Ace of Base. It's Mason and Cameron Lingefeld, but Mason no longer needed on there, so now just Cameron Lingefeld. So Cameron Lingefeld, this is sold to you. It's on clear vinyl. If anybody else wants this, let me know. We've been selling a lot of these. They're 1992 album, clear vinyl, Ace of Base. We never get originals of that. Did y'all hear the year? Randy Klein, are you done on the Traveling Wilburys? I haven't heard back from you. Corey's had it for a few minutes. There is only one bid on the Kinks, and it's sold for $30 to Nick Bargeron. Only one bid sold. Let's get something else up. Michael Jackson Escape, a 2014 US OG sealed, a $35 start. A 2014 USOG sealed Michael Jackson, a $35 start. That is now up for bid. Now up for bid. Michael Jackson, $35 start on that. I've got 3 copies of Bauhaus Flat Field. Let me see who is on the waiting list over here for Bauhaus Flat Field. I always misspell it. It's Bauhaus. And this was for Mason on YouTube. Now, Mason, I do have you down for one of these. So, Flat Field is sold to you. Jennifer Corbin wants an Ace of Base. Mason got a Bauhaus Flat Field, and I got 2 copies left for $33.99. All right, and then these 3 singles here are a final call to get a bid in for $10. Nickelback, Ace of Base, Michael Jackson, 37, and now the Traveling Wilburys. I lost a bidder. Corey Ross gets this for $57. Corey Ross, that's sold to you for $57. Thank you. Now we can put up something else. Let's get something else up and going. And the next thing I have over here going up for bid right now, without further ado, is Wall of Voodoo, Call of the West. And these are always highly desirable. This is a 1982 US Indianapolis OG. It is VG++/EX with the original inner sleeve. And Wall of Voodoo, Call of the West is a $25 start. There's the LP, there's the original inner sleeve, there's the cover, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Rebecca bid 10 on these, and so did Darren. Next, I got 2 copies of Petra. Now, I have not had this one yet. Petra is their self-titled album from 1974 on colored vinyl. Petra is $38.99. And then I've got 2 copies of Lizzie Borden, The Best Of. And I just ordered a couple more. There was a waiting list. Now, we just sold a ton last week that was on limited edition, numbered, colored vinyl. Lizzie Borden. I just sold a bunch that was on limited, numbered, colored vinyl. This is just orange, not numbered. A different version. It's still on colored vinyl. It's orange, but they're not numbered. And Paul S. was on a waiting list. Paul S. is on a waiting list. There's that. Okay? That is sold to Paul S. He was on a waiting list. Paul S. from YouTube. There's one left, orange vinyl, and I just ordered 2 more. So they are in stock, $44.99. And then here's another Nickelback I haven't had in a while, The State. We had it last week, and there was a waiting list for it. Nickelback, The State. And let me update these new auctions. Looks like a lot of bidding activity again. Jerry Stone and Nick Bargeron, you was on a waiting list for these. Jerry Stone and Nick Bargeron for Nickelback, The State. So that is sold, and that is sold. Now there's 2 copies left of Nickelback, The State, if anybody wants in on those. Quick update now. The last thing I read off was Michael Jackson 35, Michael Jackson 37. The singles got a bid for 10 and then another bid for 10. Wall of Voodoo opened at 30. Darren bid 11 on the singles. Wall of Voodoo 25, Michael Jackson 38, Wall of Voodoo 26. If you message us on Instagram, it goes to our Facebook. Yeah. Our Business Suite app that we use, it combines all those messages. And Chris is I think I saw something come in just a second ago. My phone's always over here next to me, so I get notifications of what's going on. Wall of Voodoo 50, Michael Jackson 40, Michael Jackson 45, and now the singles are at 12. Still got both Nickelbacks. Haven't had this Rob Zombie in a while. The Sinister Urge. Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge. That is $36.99. And then this is a new pre-order. So that's another reason I have my phone over here next to me. I keep up with the pre-orders. And the pre-order I have over here is for this new Promise. Or I should say this new reissue of Promise. So let me pull this up. And this is a 35th anniversary of Frizzle Fry. And Frizzle Fry is a 35th anniversary on this colored vinyl there. It's purple and white split, or purple and clear split. So Primus is $29.99, a new pressing, and I'm going to read out the pre-order for this right now. I have this many available. There should be plenty of extras. Hopefully we can sell a bunch. This comes out Friday. We got one for Glenn Kesey and one for Autumn Betts. There's one for Glenn Kesey. There's one for Autumn Betts. We also have Sean Fairweather and Kristen Barnett. We got one for Sean Fairweather and we got one for Kristen Barnett. Thank you and thank you. Also, we got one for Josh Tanner and Paul Conway. There's one for Josh Tanner and there's one for Paul Conway. This was posted 14 weeks ago over in the private group. And then we got Zachary Pabalicki and we got Tony Barara. We got Zachary Pabalicki and we got Tony Barara. And then Daryl Johnson and Brian Call. Daryl Johnson and Brian Call. I've got this many Primus still left. That's the 40th anniversary purple and clear split. Those are in stock and they come out on Friday. They come out on Friday, and I have that many left. I'd grab them while you can. Let's update all these auctions. The last bid I called out was for this 2014 sealed OG copy of Michael Jackson Escape. Donna Turner bid $38. Wall of Voodoo got a bid for $26. Wall of Voodoo got a bid for $40. Wall of Voodoo was at $40. $40 over here. And then over here, I have Wall of Voodoo 50. What labels on Wall of Voodoo? Give me 1 second. I'll show it again. Michael Jackson 40, Michael Jackson 45. The singles got bids for 12 and 15. Then Rebecca went out. Johnny Silva asked how much was Ace of Base. Johnny, $33.99. 140 gram clear vinyl. And then the next comment was, what was Michael Jackson? What was Michael Jackson? And then Primus is sold to Pat Fratt. Primus is sold to Tim Voldness. And now we have these many left for $29.99. Nickelback is also $33.99, Brad, for the state. So that means Darren Johnson, you get these three singles for $15. And now let's show Wall of Voodoo again. Wall of Voodoo was a 1982 U.S. Indianapolis original. This is a 1982 U.S. Indianapolis original. VG++ EX edition. It's OG, first label IRS. And then there's the original sleeve. And there is the cover. And the most recent bid on Wall of Voodoo that came in was for $50 with Tyler Hubrey. $50 on that. And then Michael Jackson's a 2014 sealed OG. It just got a bump for $52. And now we got a Primus. We got a Primus sold to George Ellis. We got a Primus sold to Dwayne Worley. And then Dwayne Worley put NB. And let me know what that's for. I haven't had this in a while. It's the Counting Crows album, August and Everything After. The Counting Crows is a 2 LP, $46.99. That has Mrs. or Mr. Jones on it. Counting Crows is $46.99. And Dire Straits, which there was a waiting list for. This is a live Dire Straits unofficial. It is called Live on Telegraph Road. Live, 1992 colored vinyl, Dire Straits. So this is up for bid. And let's see who was on the or up for grabs. It was Bill Samus. Bill Samus. I thought so. So, Bill, thank you. And now there's 2 extra copies if anybody wants it. Oh, that was for Nickelback. Gotcha. So, Dwayne Worley gets a Nickelback. And, Brad, there's one left now if you want it. That is so to Dwayne Worley. Thank you. That is so. That went over my head. 2 Dire Straits. And I got 2 copies, new and sealed. 2 copies, new and sealed, of Concrete Blonde Bloodletting. Concrete Blonde is $33.99. Concrete Blonde is available, new and sealed in stock. What another eventful crate of new vinyl, and what great auctions are going on right now. But first, Chad needs a drink of purple juice. Delicious. Ah, refreshing. Okay, so first thing we got is Michael Ruttman on Dire Straits and Stephen A. Young on Dire Straits. These are sold to Michael Ruttman and Stephen A. Young. Blaine Zapnick, I'll put you on a waiting list. Brad Waits wants that last Nickelback, the state. I'm about to show y'all what's left in here, and I'm about to show you what we sold out of that we have waiting lists for. And Tyler, it is that time. Nobody else bid on Wall of Voodoo. 2 other people went out. You've had it for the last You've had it for the last 6 minutes, and it's sold to you for $50. Dire Straits is $29.99. Dire Straits is $29.99. Jamie Kendall, if you want on a waiting list for Blaine, just let me know, okay? I'm going to show some of that stuff we sold out of again. Let's go ahead and put up another very requested auction. Madonna is next. Music from and inspired by the film Dick Tracy. Madonna. Wow, a 1990 USOG. We don't get this one too often, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. Madonna, I'm Breathless. Music from and inspired, essentially the Dick Tracy soundtrack. And that is the full album, of course, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Here's what's left in here. They're still battling over Michael Jackson. It is tied right now. Retro has it for $60. And Donna, you tied them. Let's go ahead and put up some more singles. Let's put up 3 more here for a $10 start. Wow, the Dwarves. I know them. A Dwarf single. And yes, it's of course nude. She is completely nude. That's usually how those Dwarf singles are. First, I'm going to show it really quick. Here's the Dwarves and the Raging Nathans. It's split. And she is like completely exposed. The Dwarves, I'm going to lay that one face down. And then here we have Area 54, Dr. Octagon. And then here we have U1 or V1. Dental, Rock My Boat. I'm not for sure what that is, but those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start over there. And then we have we had Michael Jackson at 65. Blaine does one on the waiting list for Dire Straits. Terrell, if you do, or Jamie Kendall, if you do as well, let me know. Madonna, 35. Richard Johnston wants a Dire Straits, and Blaine wants on the waiting list. Okay, so now at least 2 people. First thing, let me go ahead and read through these again. And here is the Dire Straits everybody's going on a waiting list for. It's a live, unofficial concert from, where's this? It's in England, yeah. Bedfordshire, England, 1992 on yellow vinyl. And if anybody, there's at least 2 or 3 people on a waiting list. If anybody else, make sure you let us know in the comments, because what they do, they always put you on a waiting list unless you specifically say no. You for sure get on there if you definitely put in the comments WL or for waitlist or waitlist for such another. I've got 3 copies of Sleep Token. These will probably be gone by the end of the week. I'm hoping by the next couple of days, because we've been selling a bunch of them. And this is $38.99. Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. 2 LP, black vinyl. Sleep Tokens, $38.99. We got Lizzie Borden, Give 'Em the Axe. White blue marble vinyl, Lizzie Borden, hair metal. We don't get OGs of that too often. Of course, if y'all know if we did, they would be auctioned, and it would be all out World War III. That's $33.99. And we have Ace of Base. Ace of Base is on clear vinyl, 140 gram, their debut album, and those have come back into stock, and we've been selling dozens of them. Now, the most recent comment was Richard Johnston and Blaine Zapnick on the wait list for Dire Straits. Michael Jackson, $65. The singles 10, the singles 10, the singles 10. Madonna 40, the singles 12, the singles 10. Madonna 43, the singles 15. The singles 15, and Angela wants to know the waiting list for, or Angela wants on the waiting list for Nickelback, The State. Yes, this one right here. I will be showing that again, but if you want to go ahead and go on the waiting list for with Angela, $33.99. The State. Don't y'all want to join Angela on the waiting list? And then Leslie Sibley wants on the Dire Straits waiting list, and now the Dwarves. The Dwarves is on the, woo, that color vinyl. Very cool. The Dwarves is on that color vinyl there. Now the singles are at 18. Now we got a request for Queen. Now we have Madonna out. Now the singles at 20. Now the singles at 20. How much was Dire Straits? $29.99. Now the singles 21. Now the singles 25. We got 2 copies of Bauhaus, Flat Field. Bauhaus is $33.99. We got 2 copies of Petra. Now, whenever Scott Smith tunes in, he will buy one of these because he's been buying all these from me. Petra is $38.99, and that is on 180 gram burgundy colored vinyl. Who has Michael Jackson at 65? The high bid on MJ is Retro Class Entertainment. Donna has it at 65. Donna bid 65. And then Retro, you bid 65. Donna has it first at $65. Now the singles are at 28. The last bid that came in on Madonna was $43 to Brandon Lack. $43 with Brandon Lack. Over here is Lizzie Borden, The Best Of. It's a 2 LP orange vinyl. That's $44.99. George Ellis on Bauhaus. We got a request for Queen, a request for Wilson Phillips, a request for Eddie Vedder. Bauhaus, and so did George Ellis. There's one Bauhaus left if anybody else wants it. Rob Zombie, The Sinister Urge. Rob Zombie is $36.99. The Sinister Urge, I still got 2 of those. I've got 3 Primus Frizzle Fry. Primus is $29.99. This is the new anniversary edition on half purple, half clear. We have 3 left at $29.99. The Counting Crows, August and Everything After, $46.99. Concrete Blonde Bloodletting. We've been selling, we had a couple of these pop up pre-owned, I think for $29.99. These are new for $33. It does have Joey on it. And I'm kind of surprised those are still there because we've been selling the heck out of Concrete Blonde. And I think y'all remember some of the other auctions from last week. This is the only thing in print from Concrete Blonde. And if this album here ever goes out of print, I can't imagine what that's going to do to the prices to those and the OGs. That's a super desirable album. I've got 2 there, and we've been selling those. I can get them quite regularly. Sometimes they're out of stock, and I get worried. I'm like, uh-oh, is that it? Because there is nothing else in print by Concrete Blonde. Nothing. You cannot get any other albums new from distribution. We have another waiting list. Now I'm going to go over the waiting list. Here is what sold out that there's waiting list for. If you want, just say whatever title, wait list or WL. Nickelback The State. There's a waiting list for this. Nickelback The State. There's also somebody else just went on this waiting list. Dire Straits. And this stuff is going to be ordered. Whenever it comes in, you're billed for it. You're not billed for it unless it shows up this week. Also, M-Bolt 72. Have you bought from us before, right? M-Bolt 72. He goes on a waiting list for Dire Straits. We got a wait list going for The State, and we still got an Ace of Base, and we got a wait list going for another Nickelback, Dark Horse. Nickelback, Dark Horse. That is available. All right, and now we got next MJ80, Jerry Stone on Concrete Blonde. There's one left, and that was the second of 3 crates of new vinyl tonight. Here's what was left from the first crate. The new Red Clay Strays live at the Ryman, $34.99. I've got 4 left. 1 Forrest Gump for $39, and 1 Garage Inc., a triple LP for $59. All right, amazing. Now we have 1 more crate of new vinyl. We've done back to back. So what we'll do now is I'm going to go ahead and go through one of the new arrival crates from Paul, John. I think Laura's working on some stuff right now. So there's still a lot to go through, Paul has basically made vintage discount crates. So Paul has 5 crates up here. They're $6.99 and $9.99 crates. It's basically discount stuff that he's kind of checked it and said, yeah, it's nice and clean. And they're not even sleeved, and he crated up a bunch of stuff. They've been working on clearing up the back room again tonight. So that's what's going on. That's the 5 Paul crates. They're basically $9.99 and $6.99 discount. And then, of course, John has priced 6 crates, and there was already 12 back here behind me. So we got 18 backlog of crates, not counting the new stuff from tonight. So it keeps piling on and piling on. So I'm trying to go through his stuff as much as I can. We also have an auction request for Boston. I got to sell one of these 2 first. These keep getting bids and keep getting bids. Now the singles are at 34. Now the singles are at 35. Now Madonna's at 50. Now Dwayne wants the Madonna Dark Horse. Dwayne Worley, waiting list for Madonna or for Nickelback Dark Horse. Dwayne Worley on the waiting list for Nickelback Dark Horse. And then John Durden says he would like me to look into Peter Murphy's solo album. Check on that for John Durden. Now Michael Jackson's at 90. Now Madonna's at 51. Bob Riger also wants on the Nickelback waiting list. Now Michael Jackson's at 100. And now Natasha wants a Concrete Blonde. And now Madonna's at 55. Now Madonna's at 56. And now we're good to go. Wow, so everything's still getting bids. And I will put up the next auctions after one of these 2 sell. Right now, they keep getting bids. They keep getting bids. They keep getting bids. They keep getting bids. If I try to put up anything else, I won't be able to keep up with the bids, and we won't basically be able to go through crates because every 10 seconds, I'll be having to call out everybody's bids. So right now, the last bid on this was Michael Jackson's Escape, a 2014 OG. We started it at 25 or 35. One of the two. I think I started at 35, actually. And the high bid is Donna Turner at 100. The other bidder has went out, retro class. We have the Dwarves and we have Dr. Octagon. The Dr. Octagon song is Area 54 and Space Runner. That's the two Dr. Octagons. Now, all three of these are being sold together. And the Dwarves has quite a bit of nudity on it, so I have flipped it over. She is completely exposed, and we don't want to get flagged for that. And Tim Voldness has those at 37. Donna Handshoemaker wants on Nickelback The State and Nickelback Dark Horse. Now, the last bit on Madonna was right here. Brandon Lack at 56. Troy Robinson, it goes back to you. And this is a 1990 US OG, no condition notes. Wow, lots of bids. Grant Green Blue Note 85 with Obi from yesterday, still available, is in a new crate. Yes, you're talking about idle moments, I think, William. I do have that in stock, yes. I can try my best to track that down, but yes, I do have that. All right, so all these are going to be right here behind me, and after we go through this next pre-owned crate, we will have another crate of new vinyl for those that when new vinyl tickles your fancy. I know some of y'all get very... Your fancies get very much tickled with new vinyl. We do a lot of tickling of fancies with new vinyl there. And I think John has marked, I'm going to, golly, I talked to him this morning for like an hour. I stayed here way too late, by the way. I was here this morning till like almost 11 o'clock. It was way too late. And, me and John went over a lot. I told him stuff to put out more of. I told him stuff to put out less of. I told him stuff to basically don't put out any more. We probably should just auction them. And then I found stuff that he probably needed to price lower. And we all have those team discussions here quite often. I'll be like, hey, these kind of records, we probably need to auction. It'll save a lot of time trying to research them and this and that. And we can just tag and put them up. And then some things we probably don't need to put out anymore because I feel like some records I've shown 100 times and we've never sold one. And then there's some that we need to put out more of because we've been selling the heck out of them. Like Alabama. I've seen a surge in Alabama. We probably have crates full of them back there. And I'm like, hey, we've been selling a bunch of Alabama lately. Auction them and everything. And of course, John kind of has standard pricing on everything. And we basically just put out as much classic rock and pop as we can. Paul and Laura, they take maybe the extra step to really go into like some deeper cut stuff. So kind of the stuff they look up, we don't get as many crates from them sometimes because they go into a deeper level of trying to figure out what pressing it is and this and that. Some of these here, I can tell you what they are, and John can, and probably Laura and Paul could as well without even having to look them up. And that's the kind of stuff John prices. John puts out the stuff we don't even really have to look up. We know what it is. We know how much it should be marked, etc., etc. Okay, and there was one record in here we pulled out that I think I did. Did I pull it out? He showed it to me. It's supposed to be auctioned. Now, what have I done with it? Have I left it in here? Let me see if this is the right crate. All right, here we go. Let me double check if this is the one. I think during all that talking, didn't grab it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there's one record in here I was going to auction, and I think y'all are going to like it. Okay, so here's where we're at. First thing I left off was the singles were at 37, and then they got a bid for 40. And then we got William on the Grant Green. I'll have to find that for you. And now Madonna's at 58. Now Madonna's at 60. And over here, we got Escape, and this is sold for $100. And Escape is sold at $100 for Donna Turner. Now, here's what's on deck. Here's the next three most requested auctions. Wilson Phillips, Queen, and Eddie Vedder. I think those have been requested the most. So I'm going to shuffle them here and pull blindly. I'm looking up at the ceiling. I'm shuffling these three records. And now I'm going to pull one out of the crate blindly. And the next one I've pulled out is Queen. And this is quite amazing. This is a white label promo. This is a Queen sheer heart attack, white label promo with the insert and a promo sticker. So there's the basically lyric poster that came with it. She keeps a Moulin Chandon in her pretty cabinet, just like Marie Antoinette. Dun dun da 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 da, Riti da 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 da. She's a killer queen. Definitely was at a radio station because look, they drew an arrow to Killer Queen. They were playing that on the radio at some point. She's a killer queen and Stone Cold Crazy. 2 big hits off that album. There's the original on her sleeve with promo sticker, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. The singles are still getting bids. They're at 43. Are we done on Madonna? Troy's out. Brandon has it for 60. When that sells, which is going to be in about 60 seconds, we'll pull out a new auction, which is going to be in about 1 minute. Now, we got to find William APM, that Grant Green. William, I will find that for you. Let's go ahead and make a note. Next is Leonard Skinnard, pronounced Leonard Skinnard. This is not supposed to be for sale. It has... this is not supposed to be for sale. Sorry. Next is Ted Nugent. I'll show you what I'm talking about in just a second. That belonged to a friend of my dad's. I'm supposed to show those to him. He may want to keep them. Ted Nugent, Intensities in 10 Cities. VG Plus, this is $9.99. Ted Nugent, VG Plus, $9.99. Saturday Night Live is VG Plus, $14.99. Saturday Night Live and Stevie Wonder, My Sherry or More. Wow. VG Plus, Motown, $24.99. The Queen has a new bid for $40, and these 3 singles, the last bid on these 3 singles, he went out, and these are with Tim Voldness at $43. Are we done? Who was the bidder before that? I feel like it was already higher. These 3 singles, it was at 40, and then Tim Voldness bid 43. 43, right? 43. Now Queen's at 60. And then over here, Madonna, these are, this is officially now sold to Brandon Lack for $60, the 1990 OG soundtrack. Now, I'll show you that Leonard Skinnard again. I'll show you how incredible. Y'all know how many records we get, right? Well, I had a guy kind of local that dropped off some records, and we bought them, and then I started looking through them, and I noticed this guy's name here, and I knew where they come from. They come from a guy who lived in Carthage, which is here in Smith County, where I'm from. And this guy right here, Buddy Mason, he was known around the 70s for having this insane record collection. And he would have a lot of parties at his house. And I've just, growing up, I've heard stories for years about Buddy Mason's record collection. And I know him. He works at my local bank. And I took pictures of these when we bought them. And I said, Buddy, I may have found some of your original record collection, because he sold it to somebody years ago, and he wrote his name on a lot of them. And that's it right there. And I've told a couple local people, and some local people I've told about this have been like, no way. I've got to see that. You're telling me you've got some of Buddy's old records? And they got mixed in the back, and I told them, I said, if y'all find these, John probably didn't even remember, or he probably forgot about it. But this is like a local artifact here. So this is definitely not going to be for sale. And there's like 2 or 3 more that had his name on it. But this was probably played at a party over, and there's no telling. I mean, I've heard some, this is like one of those, like you hear like wild stories that was going on. This was a party record. And it was, I mean, I'm going to like basically show that to some people, and it's going to blow their mind. They're going to be like, no way. You've got a record that belonged to Buddy Mason. We have the Robs, and this is in VG Plus condition, 1999, and Iron Butterfly in Agata Davida. In Agata Davida, VG condition, $9.99, and Elton John's Friends, and this is VG condition, $9.99. Okay, so where did we get to now? The last thing we had here was I had Queen at 40, and I will update all the details. Now Queen's at 60, and then Scully Mack, you were first on Ted Nugent, and I'm pretty sure you've registered, right? You were first on Ted Nugent, and that's so do you. And then next thing we had was Queen Out, Queen 75, Queen 100, and now Tim Voldness. These 3 singles here, Tim Voldness, these are sold to you for $43, okay? Now Elton John sold to Gary Wellman, and now let's put up Let's put up Eddie Vedder Into the Wild. Eddie Vedder is a 2019 unofficial pressing, sealed. Eddie Vedder Into the Wild, unofficial, sealed, and that's on blue vinyl for a $25 start. Queen is a 1974 U.S. Terre Haute original. It is in VG condition with the original insert. It was a white label radio station copy. White label radio station copy. And the high bid on Queen as of right now, the high bid on Queen as of this second is with Rebecca Howard at $60. Now Eddie Vedder's at $25. Now Eddie Vedder's at $25. Now Eddie Vedder's at $25. And then over here, Eddie Vedder's at $25. And then somebody asked, how many tracks are in Gata Davida? Well, there's 5 on side A, and then there's 1 on side 2, because Inagata Davida is 17 minutes and 5 seconds. VG condition, $9.99. Thank you. Now we have Chubby Checker, Your Twist Party with Chubby Checker, VG plus $14.99. And Foghat, Rock and Roll Outlaws. Foghat is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Next thing we have here, I've got 3 records, and this is Direct Control, Nuclear Tomorrow, Disaster Strikes, Bringing Down the Hammer, and this guy's a skeleton on a motorcycle, and I'm not for sure, it's called Dirty BS, and those are a $10 start. Next is Gary Wright, The Dreamweaver. A classic, EX condition, $17.99. EX condition, $17.99. Hammers up on Queen. Rebecca has the white label promo VG for $60. We're about to sell it. Now Eddie Vedder's at $30. Now $32. Now $32. Now $35. Now $36. Gary Wellman on Foghat. We're in new arrivals, check condition. I'm at a disadvantage tonight. I can't tell how many people's watching. How many people's on YouTube right now and how many people's on Facebook right now. My counter's not working tonight. Also, Schooling Mac, I want to confirm you are a first-time buyer and you have registered. And ML Bolts, I want to confirm that you are a first-time buyer and you have registered. You get Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida. Next is Alan Parsons Project, Eve. And this is in VG condition, $9.99. And Nazareth, Loud and Proud, EX $19.99. We got 135 on Facebook. What about over on the YouTube? How many people's watching over there? 135. Great turnout on Facebook so far. And 144 on YouTube. Nice. Nice turnout for a Monday night at 8:24. Thanks everybody for tuning in. 135 and 130 and 144. Awesome. Nazareth is EX $19.99. And we have Gary Wright, and that is sold to M-Bolt 72. Thank you on that. Queen is a white label promo, 1974 U.S. Terre Haute. Rebecca Howard has it for $60. The Hammer's up. It is in VG condition, and it does have the insert. Definitely was a radio station copy, and that's at $60. M-Bolts is registered. I just got to confirm Scully Mac is. Solarplex Studio on Alan Parsons Project. That's sold to Solarplex Studio. And we have Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All These Years. VG $9.99. Just slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. Don't need to be coy, Roy. The Chambers Brothers, Unbothered. Or excuse me, the Chambers Brothers Unbonded. That's in VG for $9.99. And we have Ray Thomas from Mighty Oaks. And that's EX for $12.99. That's a solo album from one of the members of the Moody Blues, Ray Thomas. Now, over here, the Hammer's up on Queen. Like I said, $60. Rebecca has it. No one else has bid. She has it. No, wait a minute. I've corrected. I'm way off on Queen. Queen is at 75, and then Rebecca bid 100. I'm way off on Queen. I don't know where I came up with 60 at. The high bid on Queen, Rebecca, she's probably like, what's going on? And Tyler said the same thing. Rebecca has Queen at $100. I don't know where I've been saying 60 at. 100 with Rebecca. Then we sold Elton John. Then Eddie Vedder went up for bid. And Eddie Vedder's had 300,000 bids. And then we sold Foghat. Then we sold Iron Butterfly. Then we sold Gary Wright. And then we sold Alan Parsons Project. And now we have Eddie Vedder at 45. And now we have Eddie Vedder at 46. Is Saturday Night still available? It is. Saturday Night Live is VG Plus $14.99. Slicker Van Slyke on Nazareth. That's so does Slicker Van Slyke. Sean Fairweather says he's fallen asleep. Eddie Vedder's at $50. And now we have Vanilla Fudge near the beginning. VG $9.99. Eddie Vedder is a sealed unofficial pressing on blue vinyl. It's got two $50 bids. It's a 2019 sealed unofficial. It's at $50 and it's at $50. And now it's at $53. And then these three singles are Direct Control, Nuclear Tomorrow, Disaster Strikes, Bringing on the Hammer, and Dirty BS. There has been no bids. We're looking for a $10 start. Michael Wood said he does want Saturday Night Live. Thank you. And now my crate's almost full, but I will show you Fire Down Below, music with a calypso beat with Sarah Vaughan and the Diamonds and Louis Jordan and Xavier Cugat, and that's VG $9.99. Now Eddie Vedder's at $55 with Charlie DeFrank. Now Chad's going to swap out his crates. And now when I come back, the first thing I'm going to sell is Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. And there's no more bids, and it's sold to Rebecca Howitt for $100. A white label promo. Wow. Chris said he's in at 10 on the singles, okay? That probably got mixed up during all the other, when I requested viewer counts. Thank you. I'll probably ask for all those numbers again in about an hour. I really keep track of that. Usually it tells me right here, including X. I didn't even ask for X, but there's usually only a few over there. But yeah, right there, I can't see it for some reason, which bothers me. I like to know how many people's watching. How about the best of the Love and Spoonful? VG Plus $14.99. So Jorge, you tied. Chris, he already had those for 10. And now here comes Wilson Phillips. Wilson Phillips is a 1990 U.S. Carrollton OG, a Columbia Clubhouse, and this album is not in print. Thank you. I'll put that with the stash. This is Wilson Phillips. I still got to start auctioning those off at some point. Add that to my do list. We have a 1990 Wilson Phillips, an original Columbia Club, and this is near mint minus. So the vinyl on this is beautiful. Near mint minus. It does have the original on the sleeve, and this album's not in print, and this is a $35 start. Eddie Vedder's now at $65. It's between, it looks like new buyer Stephen Edwards, maybe new buyer, and then Charlie DeFrank, you've been outbid. Jorge's back in on the singles at 11. Moving right along with this new check condition stuff. We have Neil Young's American Stars and Bars. And this is VG condition, $14.99. Wilson Phillips has got bids for $35 and now $50. We have Bruce Springsteen and Shrink with Hot. VG condition, $12.99. And Love, Real to Real. Love is a 1974 Love of Arthur Lee. VG plus $24.99. And Jimi Hendrix in the West. Jimi Hendrix is in VG condition. That's $14.99 for Jimi Hendrix. New arrival, sticker price, check condition. And Eric Clapton's Backless. That's in VG condition, $14.99. Where are we? Wilson Phillips has jumped up to $75 quickly. Jennifer Corbin on Neil Young, sold. Slicker Van Slyke on Love, sold. Chris Bryan, it's up to you on these singles. Jorge has them for $11. Chris is out. Those are sold to Jorge Camacho for $11. Now, Eddie Vedder got a new bid. And that Eddie Vedder bid is with Charlie DeFrank. He bid $66. Stephen Edwards, you've been outbid. Charlie has this for $66. Wilson Phillips has already jumped up to $75, now $80. We have Willie Nelson sings Chris Christopherson. VG plus $9.99. Buffalo Springfield again. Hello, Mr. Soul. I dropped by to pick up a reason, I think is what he says. Great song there. Stephen Stills, Buffalo Springfield. EX $32.99. BS is Bruce Springsteen, so to Jennifer Corbin. Now Eddie Vedder's at $70 with Stephen Edwards. Fleetwood Mac self-titled. EX $32.99. Charlie, I didn't pull your Fire Down Below, did I? Sorry about that, Charlie. Sorry, Charlie. I've got you now, Charlie. I apologize, Charlie. Charlie got Fire Down Below. Jennifer Corbin on Willie Nelson sings Chris Christopherson. Now Wilson Phillips is at 90. And the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. That's VG plus $24.99. Our next singles are going up right now. We have Ditchweed, Tennessee Rider, The Draft, Stop Wasting My Time, and The Distillers, Dismantle Me. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. And now, Jethro Tull, Let Me Bring You Songs from the Wood. That's in VG condition, $9.99. Now Eddie Vedder's at $75. Another $90 bid on Wilson Phillips. Jeremy Rourke was in first. Joy to the World, Three Dog Night's Greatest Hits, VG $9.99. And the Yes album. This is a must-have. VG Plus, $14.99. This is an OG Richmond pressing of the Yes album. Yours Is No Disgrace. It's worth it just for Starship Trooper. Now the singles are at 11, and now we got Zappa, Ship Arriving Too Late to Save the Drowning Witch, and OG and Shrink with Inner Sleeve, $24.99. Wow. Also, look at what Paul found earlier. Laura just brought me a heck of a record that could be a surprise. But also, Paul just found these earlier before he left. These are going to be sold Thursday night. Thursday night metal night. These will be up for bid. Look at these amazing cassettes. Metallica, 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 Slayer, 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 Possessed, Death, Voivod, 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 Exciter, Sacrifice, Dark Angel, Merciful Fate, Nuclear Assault, Creator, Creator, SOD, MOD, Ludacris, Scatterbrain. Those will all be sold on Thursday night, including this cassette. That's pretty cool. We'll get those in an ad. And by the way, I need to ask... let me remind Laura of something actually right quick. Let me do this over here. Okay. Now, next thing we had was over here. We had the singles opened at 11 with Craig, and then 10, and then 10, and then 10. Eddie Vedder, 80, and now 12, and now 15, and now 12 on the singles. Jimmy Kendall on Yes, Thank You. And now the singles are at 15. Blaine second on Yes. And then Wilson Phillips is at $100 of Mark Fallon. Karen Robbins got Three Dog Night. Mark Fallon bid $100 on Wilson Phillips. Black Crows is on deck. We got to sell one of these first. Now the singles are at 20. Now they're at 20. Now Eddie Vedder's at 82. And now Richard Johnston wants the Love and Spoonful. And make sure that's Richard Johnston. Richard, have you bought from us before? That could be a name that overlaps. Richard Johnston, with a T there on the end. Thank you on that. Now the singles, the high bid is with Charlie Marks at $20. Wilson Phillips is at $105. And now Eddie Vedder's between 2 people, it looks like. The most recent bidder is Stephen Edwards at $80. And then Charlie DeFrank bid $82. And now Stephen has it for $90. And this was a great OG vintage new arrivals crate. Sticker price, check condition. Richard, I forgot if I asked you if you was a first-time buyer or if you bought from us before. I always mess up. I try to say first-time buyer. And then next is Stevie Wonder, My Sherry or More. This is VG Plus, $24.99. I have The Robs, ROBBS, VG Plus, $19.99. And now we have Chubby Checker, Your Twist Party. That's VG Plus, $14.99. Paul Simon, Still Crazy After All These Years, VG $9.99. The Chambers Brothers Unbonded was VG $9.99. Ray Thomas, EX $12.99 from the Moody Blues from the Mighty Oaks. Vanilla Fudge is VG $9.99. And Hendrix is VG $14.99. Wilson Pickett's at $110. These singles are now at $21, and now Eddie Vedder's at $92. So the singles have a new bid. Charlie, you've been outbid, and now Eddie Vedder has another new bid at $92. And now Gary Wellman wants Stevie Wonder. Now the singles have another bid for $21. And Eric Clapton's Backless is still available, VG $14.99. We have the song Promises on here. Promises is on here. VG $14.99. Buffalo Springfield is EX $32.99. Fleetwood Mac EX $32.99. Monday Morning, Rhiannon, Over My Head, Crystal, Say You Love Me, I'm So Afraid, Sugar Daddy. Also, the Beatles Hollywood Bowl, VG Plus $24.99. Wilson Pickett's at $111. We have Jethro Tull, VG $9.99. And Zappa is VG Plus $24.99. Member of Yes. I think you meant member of Moody Blues, right, Gary? If so, that means Gary got the Ray Thomas. And it's Wilson Phillips, not Pickett. Thank you, Craig. Craig, you are a rebel. Craig's an outlaw, folks. We have Wilson Pickett Phillips. Wilson Pickett Phillips at $115. These three singles are at $22 with Jorge Camacho. David Smith, you're out. It's between you and Jorge. And now Eddie Vedder is at $100. $100 with Stephen Edwards. It's up to one person unless somebody else gets involved. Charlie D. Frank. We've gone through that crate twice. It's time for more new stuff. And then I've got pre-owned and pre-owned and pre-owned and pre-owned and vintage and OG crate after crate. What are the singles? The Distillers, Dismantle Me. The Draft, Stop Wasting My Time. And Ditchweed, Tennessee Rider. That's the three singles. All right, I'm going to set that crate right behind me. If you do decide you're frisky and you say, you know what, I'm frisky, go ahead and give me the rest of that crate, Chad. We'll do it. We will frisk you up. That doesn't sound too good. We will... Let me just stop right there. Let me bring over this crate of new stuff and see what is going on with it. All right, here we go. Lots of activity. Now the singles are still getting bids. Now they're at 23. Now they're at 25. Charlie, you're on the clock. Charlie's back in at 101. There's a new bid of $101 on Eddie Vedder. Stephen Edwards, you're out. You're out. Let me know if you want back in. Chad's all hopped up on purple juice. Time for some more. It's basically liquid death. Creeping death. These pretzels are making me thirsty. All right. You got a part in the Woody Allen movie? All right. This looks pretty good to me. Let's stop right here and figure out where I left off before I walked away. Eddie Vedder, 101. Singles, 23. Wilson Phillips, 120. Singles, 25. We have Eddie Vedder, 110. Eddie Vedder, 110. Wilson Phillips, $122. Eddie Vedder, 115. Wilson Phillips, 125. 26 on the singles. Charlie DeFrank, the high bid on Eddie Vedder is $115 with Stephen Edwards. Wilson Phillips is at $125. These three singles have a high bid of 26 with David Smith. First thing in here is Caius, Blues for the Red Sun. That's on gold vinyl, a 30th anniversary edition. Caius is $33.99. Caius is $33.99. Gold vinyl, 2 available. 4 non-blondes, bigger, better, faster, more. And this does have their hit song, What's Up? $33.99. 4 non-blondes, and I've got 1 copy of Blackberry Smoke, Like an Arrow, $36.99. Stephen Edwards, you have Eddie Vedder at $115. Final call to you. You're about to get it. It's up to Mark Fallon on Wilson Phillips. Now, the problem is, I really am, I guess Mark technically has Wilson Phillips at 125. So, Jeremy, you tied Mark at 125. I guess. Mark has it at 125. Mark, I need you to bid in $1 bid increments. Otherwise, something's going to happen and you're going to end up accidentally losing an auction. So $1 bid increments with nothing after the decimal to the right. Otherwise, it's going to cause some major problems here in a minute. Mark has it for 125. Now Jeremy's at 126. 126. If I put a rule out, Mark's going to try his best to try to break it. I said the other day, no sticky notes. He tried to get a sticky note. I said, no, you can't have an autographed Pablo Cruz. He's been trying to get an autographed Pablo Cruz. I said, you have to bid in $1 bid increments. He's not been bidding in $1 increments. That's 3 strikes, Mark. That is 3 strikes. Next thing is Caius. This is sold, and this is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Now the singles are at $28. And now what I need you to do, Stephen, I need you to message our page, Eddie Vetters, at $115. And this is sold to you for $115. Now, that's a big first purchase to join Collectco. So what I need you to do is I need you to send us a message right now. First-time buyers, especially when they come in and make a big auction purchase, I need you to immediately contact us, okay? I need you to immediately contact us. I need your email address and mailing address, and I'm going to be making sure that comes in. For a first-time purchase to be a big auction like that, I immediately need your information, okay? I need your information. Yeah, Mark, man, he wanted a Laura crate. He's like, I want a Laura crate sticker. And I was like, the only way you can get those is if you buy the first record out of the Laura crate sticker. And then he's like, I want an autographed Pablo Cruz. And I was like, we just don't hand those out to people. That's a big deal if we sell an autographed Pablo Cruz. Wilson Phillips just got a new bid, and that is sold, okay? Now, Laura crate stickers, those aren't some parlor tricks that are handed out willy-nilly and just casually. Those are works of art. That'd be like walking into the Louvre and saying, I want a Mona Lisa. It just doesn't happen. You can't just go over to France and say, how much for the Mona Lisa? Not happening. We have Caius is also sold to Pat Fratt. We got one sold to Pat Fratt, and we got one sold to Rebecca Howitt. Wilson Phillips, 126. We got Wilson Phillips at 130. Wilson Phillips at 135. And now we have 2 copies of Hank Williams III's greatest hits. Hank Williams III. That is $33.99. So we still got 4 non-blondes. We now have a waiting list. If anybody wants Caius. That's on Go Vinyl. I can get more of those. If anybody wants one, let me know, okay? Next, I've got 2 copies of Stormtroopers of Death, Speak English or Die, and that's $33.99. $33.99. Stormtroopers of Death. We got a bunch of other auctions to put up. Holy moly. Now, let me see if I can find the next most requested item. Old and in the Way. Here we go. This is a 1975 USOG. This is a US original, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start over here, and this is a 75 USOG EX edition, a $25 start. These 3 singles here, it was between 2 people, and they're still bidding. The last bid that came in on these singles, Jorge bid $28, and the other bidder wants to know what are the Distiller songs. The Distillers are Dismantle Me, and it's a double-sided deal. Hold on a second. It's side by side. It's the Distillers Dismantle Me, and the other side are the Regrets Dismantle Me. It's a flip. It's called a side by side. Is that Record Store Day? That might be a Record Store Day deal, but that's what the tracks are. Okay, and I'm trying to get it back in its die cut sleeve. Now these are still getting bids. I think the last name that came in was Jorge Camacho at $28 on those three. Now we sold 2 Caius. We sold 1 to Pat Fratt. We sold 1 to Rebecca. We got Stephen Edwards' information. He's registered. Jeremy went out on Wilson Phillips. That's after Mark Fallon bid $138. He bid $138. And then Kenny Stanley wants Stormtroopers. That's sold to Kenny Stanley. It's Stormtroopers colored vinyl. It doesn't say anything about being colored vinyl. So I really don't know. I don't think it is. It's a 2 LP, $33.99. And then Ode in the Way got a bid for $35. Ryan Eaton wants Hank the Third. And now we have the 45s at $29. And now we have Wilson Phillips on a final call. Mark Fallon has it. It was down to 2 people. Jeremy, thank you for letting me know you're out. Mark Fallon has it for $138. I got 2 Queensryche Empire, and this is on silver vinyl. Now, I think maybe Kelly wanted on a waiting list, and that was something I didn't actually have a wait list for, but it might have been something that we put down later. And if that's true, Kelly or Robert, if y'all are watching, let me know. But this, I've got 2, and these are on silver vinyl for $38.99. Let's go ahead and sell that last SOD to Kyle Hansen. Michael Reed, if you decide you want one, he said pass. Okay, so no problem. That's sold to Kyle Hansen. Nick Galletti on Queensryche Empire. And then we got 3 copies of the single soundtrack. And I haven't had this in a while. It is a 2 LP with the CD with 18 additional tracks. Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, Paul Westernberg, Soundgarden. Very, very good. $38.99. So the Queensryche is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And now if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. I've got a lot of twosies and threesies in here. Stuff I haven't had in a while. Like Hank Williams III and Caius and the single soundtrack. And more that you're about to see coming up. These 3 singles got a new bid. David Smith bid $29. Jorge Camacho, you're out. Wilson Phillips is sold to Mark Fallon for $138. And now the last bid that came in on Old and In the Way is a final call. And that has a final call. Greg Layton at $35. Jerry Garcia, The Grateful Dead, Old and In the Way. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is time for one of the $50 and up start auctions. And that is this right here. Holy moly. I hope y'all are ready for this. Are you ready? A lot of people don't know about this release. This is a 2019, The Black Crowes. And this is The Tall Sessions. 2019, the only time ever pressed to vinyl. It's a limited edition of 1,000 numbered copies on orange and green vinyl. And it's numbered 725 of 1,000. It's numbered 725 of 1,000. These have sold on Discogs for as much as $600. It's a triple LP, Black Crowes, The Tall Sessions, and it's on colored vinyl. It's on like orange and green, multicolor. It's on green. It's on orange and green, like melt, and then green and orange splatter. Okay? This is going to be a starting bid of $275. The Black Crowes, $275. Dark Crystal has not sold. No, it hasn't. $275 on that. $275 on the Black Crowes. Now, we have out on these 3 singles. These 3 singles are sold to David Smith for $29. And David, you're registered and ready to go, right? Jim B has already opened the Black Crowes at $275. Wow. That was quick from Jim B. And then there's a new bid on Old and the Way for $36. And now there's another bid for $40. Darren Christman says SOD is on black and gray marble vinyl. Thank you for that. And now Black Crowes is at $275. And now we have Old and the Ways at $42. Okay. Next thing is we got 2 copies. Led Zeppelin, Charlotte Volume 1. These are on colored vinyl. I can get Volume 2 if you want to buy this and then go on a waiting list for Volume 2. This is a live Led Zeppelin unofficial Charlotte 1972 Volume 1. Immigrant Song, Heartbreaker, Celebration Day, Black Dog, Since I've Been Loving You, Stairway, Going to California, That's the Way, Tangerine, and Bron Your R Stomp. That is $44.99, a 2 LP. Old in the Ways at $45. Let's introduce some more singles. And the next 3 singles I have right here is Desperate Hours, Two Dean Crew, and this is somebody live at the BBC. I don't know who that is. Death Wish. Death Wish? It might be Death Wish. Those 3 for a $10 start. Okay, now on the way, 45. David's Maypert, thank you. Some of these more common names, I apologize to anybody that has a name like Bob Smith or David Smith or Joe Smith, because those names, I'm like, wait a minute, is that the same David Smith? I try to get used to y'all's profile pictures. So thank you and welcome back. And Terrell says the Black Crows is unplayed. It's at $275 with Jim B. Nobody else has bid. I'm shocked. Going once, going twice. Tony Kepler wants a Zeppelin. Tony, do you want to go on a waiting list for the other part of the concert? The other single is Converge. Thank you, Sean Fairweather. LJ on YouTube, let me know on Old in the Way. I haven't had a new copy of Grease in a while. Here's a new sealed copy of Grease, John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John. It's a 2 LP, new and sealed. Those are $46.99. The singles have a bid for $10. Travis gets a Volume 1, and he wants to go on a waiting list for Volume 2. Tony, let me know if you want to do the same thing. Tony said yes. Final call on the Black Crows. Hammers up. Let's look at it one more time. A 2019 U.S. only time ever pressed on vinyl. Triple LP, colored vinyl, orange and green, out of print, numbered, 725 of 1,000. Final call, $275. Hammers up. Next, I've got 2 copies of Blink-182, Enema of the State. Blink-182 is $36.99, and I've got 3 copies of Pavement, and this is Crooked Rain, $29.99 on Pavement. I've got 3 of those, and the Smiths, Rome, What Difference Does It Make? And the Smiths is a waiting list, live in Rome, and this is sold to Jason Fornerat. Thank you, Jason Fornerat. That's sold to you. These are on orange vinyl. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That is sold to Jason Fornerat. And we have 1 left, and Live, Throwing Copper. The only thing from Live that I can get, we've been selling a lot of Live this week. This is Throwing Copper, a 25th anniversary edition with 3 bonus songs, $39.99. Wow. The Black Crow sold for $275. Now, Jim B is going to put this on Discogs for $599, best offer. He's going to sell it, and he's going to be able to make his car payment this month. Unbelievable. I was expecting that to get close to an air horn. That is sold to Jim B. Jim B, not only congratulations on the win, but congratulations on the jump in your net worth. Congratulations. Jim B just had a spike in his net worth. Get this back in its sleeve, and that's sold to Jim B for $275. He's rubbing his hands together, and he's like, I can't believe no one else just bid on that $1,000 record that I just got for $275. That is sold to him. And now we have Blaine Zapnick on Live. That's sold to Blaine. Now the singles are at 13, and Old and in the Way is officially sold to Greg Layton for $45. Our next auction, probably one of the most requested ones of the night, is this one right here. The soundtrack to The Dark Crystal. And this is a 1982. This is an OG with the double-sided poster. It's going to go up for a $25 start. That probably should have been an air horn. I know it. I don't know what just happened. But the steal of the week and probably not just occurred. And everybody just let it slip through their fingers. The Dark Crystal soundtrack. Music by Trevor Jones with the London Symphony Orchestra. It comes with this double-sided poster insert. Very cool. That's very cool. Look at that. This is going to go up for a $25 start. The vinyl's in EX, but there is some cover damage on the back of the jacket. There is some cover damage on the back of the jacket. Jim Henson movie, The Dark Crystal. That is now up for bid. Over here, these 3 singles are now at $14. Another auction going up as soon as I show you Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, and that is on gold vinyl for $36.99. Willy Wonka and Seether. And these have been coming in onesies and twosies. It's been a pretty allocated record. First time ever they had pressed this on vinyl or reissued it. There's 2 people left on the waiting list, Jim Shepard and Ryan Eaton. Jim Shepard was first. This is sold to Jim Shepard. Ryan Eaton, you're still on the waiting list. And now, Seether, holding on to strings better left to fray. This is, if anybody else wants one, let me know. Dark Crystals at $33. Final call on those singles. The next auction is Pearl Jam. This is another unofficial, highly desirable. This is the soundtrack to the Cameron Crowe Pearl Jam 20 film. Oh, wow. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Pearl Jam 20, an unofficial $35 start. I've got 2 copies of another Caius, and this is Welcome to Sky Valley. And this is $33.99. This has 100 degrees on it. Caius is $33.99. Josh Homney and Dinosaur Jr. Bug. Dinosaur Jr. is new and sealed, $28.99. Dark Crystal $33, Dark Crystal $35. The auctions have the Pearl Jam already has bids for $35 and $35. And now these 3 singles, I haven't heard back from somebody. Darren's about to get them for $14. Dinosaur Jr. is sold to Sean Fairweather. That is sold to Sean Fairweather. And then we have a Tool, a live unofficial Tool here. I haven't had in a while. It's on clear vinyl. This is Tool live at Lollapalooza, Texas, $34.99. $34.99. Intolerance, Undertow, Sober, Prison Sex, Opiate with Lane Staley. Opiate with Lane Staley. I repeat, Opiate with Lane Staley. Bottom, Jerk Off, Maynard James Keenan Interview is the last track on there. That's from Parachute, $34.99. Lollapalooza Tool, that's on clear vinyl. I've got 3 of those, but I can get more. And then we have a waiting list for this Metallica. This is Metallica Volume 2. Market Square Heroes. This is a live Metallica concert, Volume 2. Let me make sure. There's been a lot of Metallica bootlegs come in. Metallica, there isn't actually. These are available. Market Square Heroes, Volume 2, $44.99. And then I've got 2 copies of Queensryche Operation Mindcrime. Queensryche is a 2 LP, $46.99 on that. Let's go back to the top and see what happened. We had Dark Crystal at $33, Dark Crystal at $35, Pearl Jam $35, Pearl Jam $35, Pearl Jam $40. Sean got a Dinosaur Jr. and any other MOV Seether titles available. Music on vinyl? I don't think so. Not from MOV. Pearl Jam $50, Dark Crystal $37, Dark Crystal $40, Pearl Jam $51. Sean Fairweather got a Tool. LJ's out on the singles. These 3 are sold to Darren Johnson for $14. These are sold to Darren Johnson for $14. Thank you, Darren. Those are sold to you. We have Dark Crystal $39. There was already a bid for $40. And then Pearl Jam $55. Mark Fallon wants a Tool. And then Dark Crystal $40. And then Chad, I had a glitch when he's talking about the Black Crows. That's very unfortunate. That's very unfortunate because it just sold for 1 bid. And I was very disappointed. And then next is Nick Galitti on OM. And OM was for Operation Mindcrime, Queensryche, now Dark Crystal 42, and now Pearl Jam 46, now Dark Crystal 43, and now I've got a 3rd LP auction. I'm going to wait on singles for 1 second. I just pulled these. John had let me know he priced one of these, and I said, yeah, we're going to put these up for auction. This is Star Wars, the original 1977 motion picture soundtrack. Overall, it's in about VG condition. It does have the insert with it. It's a gatefold 2 LP, a $15 start, VG condition. The original Star Wars soundtrack, like, yes, main title. Amazing. Has all the people who played, very incredible information, stuff John wrote. That's the original Star Wars. About a VG Plus cover, VG vinyl. That's going to go up for a $15 star. Now we got 3 LPs. No poster. No poster. Just the insert. Just the insert. No poster, just the insert. All righty. So there's the 3 LPs. Let's see what else happened in here. We did pull Operation Mindcrime. Pearl Jam still getting bids. Dark Crystal still getting bids. And there's Star Wars. Now, over here, we have one night we auctioned one that had 4 posters with it. And when I did that, I was like, why didn't I keep some of those for when we have additional ones? And I've had that poster a lot just in people's collections loose. And David, I did not see a question about Steely Dan or Doobies. Either that came in and I didn't see it, or it came in and I didn't answer it because I didn't see it. Let's go through this crate one more time quickly. 4.9 Blondes, $33.99. Bigger, better, faster, more. $33.99 on that. Blackberry Smoke is $36.99. Hank Williams III's Greatest Hits, that's $33. And Bob Riger just picked up a single soundtrack, $38.99. So many great songs on here. The Battle of Evermore, Led Zeppelin, covered by the Love Mongers. Breathe by Pearl Jam. Wood by Alice in Chains. Y'all are really missing out. Seasons by Chris Cornell. That is incredible. Drown by Smashing Pumpkins. Are y'all paying close attention here? Singles is a 2 LP. Plus, it's $38.99. Plus, it has a CD with 18 additional tracks. $38.99 on that. Grease is $46.99. Tim Graham wants a singles. Y'all heard some of those songs and was like, what? 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 There's one left. Star Wars. Brett Thieves wants a singles. All it took was a track listing. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Bob got it kicked off, and now we've sold all 3 copies. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Seasons by Chris Cornell. Are you kidding me? And some of those songs are only available on that soundtrack. I've never seen the movie. I've never seen it. But I tell you what, I've listened to that soundtrack a bunch. I'll look forward one day to watching the movie. Because if the soundtrack is anything like the movie, that's incredible. Blink-182 is $36.99. Pavement's $29. Still got all 3 of those, surprisingly. The Smiths, Live in Rome, $29.99. Live, Throwing Copper, one left for $39. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory's $36. Go Vinyl. Caius, Welcome to Sky Valley, $33. Dinosaur Jr. was $28. We still got a Tool, Lollapalooza, $34. Metallica. So same thing, kind of like the Led Zeppelin. If you get this one and then you want on a waiting list for Volume 1, I can get you a Volume 1. That's a great live Metallica and Justice Tour and Queensryche 46. Okay, now we have got to figure out who has the high bid on all these auctions. I have no idea, honestly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a moment to stretch. Let's get a good stretch in. Oh, wow. And now let's figure out who has the high bid. The high bid on the Dark Crystal soundtrack, which is OG, EX vinyl, a little bit of cover damage, but it does have the poster. The last bid on the Dark Crystal that came in was Mark Fallon at $45. Robert Barnett bid $46. Patty bid $47. Mark Fallon bid $50. Mark Fallon bid $50. And Mark Fallon still has it for $50. That's where we're at. $55. $55. That's the Dark Crystal. Mark Fallon has it. He has it for $50, not $55. He has it for $50. My bad, $50. He has it for $50. Now, in the middle, this just got a new bid. We have Pearl Jam at $59 with Dennis Luttich. Dennis Luttich has this for $59. It's Pearl Jam 20, the soundtrack to the Cameron Crowe film, sealed, unopened. And this just got a new bid for $59, now $60. Over here, we have an OG Star Wars soundtrack, VG vinyl, and the last bid that came in on this was $26 with Corey Ross. You tied Wayne Davis. Wayne's 26 came in first, and then you tied him. Okay, so that's where we're at on that. And then, over here, we sold out the single soundtrack. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. Ryan Mustaine wants Caius. Great decision there. Solarplex got a Volume 2. Let me know if you want on a Volume 1. Dark Crystal 51. We got Pearl Jam 60. Pearl Jam 61. Pearl Jam 65. And now Star Wars is at 28. Now Star Wars is at 30. Pearl Jam is at $65 with Christopher Dean. That is where we're at. It's a sealed unofficial. Star Wars is at 30. There's been two Caius. We have Sky Valley and the other one, which there's also a waiting list for now. The other Caius was Sky Valley, and the other one was Blues for the Red Sun. And Solarplex wants on the waiting list for Volume 1. All right? And Dennis Luttich. Luddick or Luttich? And Rebecca wants Sky Valley. So that is so to Rebecca. Okay. And the other one was Blues for the Sun. Awesome. Anybody else? What great new vinyl we've had tonight. Those three auctions are still getting bids. And when I say getting bids, about every time I look up, there's a new bid. I didn't want to buy two of the same Caius. Yeah, I don't think you did. I may be wrong. We'll make sure in that crate Rebecca doesn't have the same Caius twice. All right. So a week from now when invoices go out, we don't have to fix it. All right, we're ready for more pre-owned stuff. Let's keep going. And when I come back in 10 seconds after grabbing a new crate, we'll figure out who once again has the high bid on these auctions. And we are about to do that right now. So let me figure out which crate I want to go through next. I really want to see what's in these discount crates Paul's got, but also here lately, John's gotten into some pretty good stuff. They've been basically digging through old stuff, right? They've been tearing into these new collections, but also just trying to, we've got these new collections stored basically in a part of the store. We don't normally store records, so they're trying their best. They're trying their best to clean out some room in the back so we can move some more records back there. And we're just left with a lot of stuff. So let's run through this crate right quick. Laura's marking some stuff right now. And I think there's a Paul crate over here that actually has never been gone through, like straight price stuff. All right. Over here, we have the following. Dark Crystal, the original motion picture soundtrack. Dark Crystal. The last bid is with Mark Fallon at $55. Going once, going twice. Pearl Jam is a sealed 2020 unofficial. This is a sealed 2020 unofficial. Yes. The high bid is with Dennis, and he has it for $66. And then the last bid on Star Wars, Craig S. Honeycutt set out. Wayne Davis went out. John Griffin has it for $31. John, that's yours at $31. We're about to sell it. Dark Crystal still getting bids. Patty has it for $56. We're not done yet. But Pearl Jam's the final call, and so is Star Wars. Moving on. First thing I have is Supertramp. Crisis, what crisis? Supertramp is $19.99. These are no condition notes, new arrivals, priced as marked. Supertramp. Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, with Life's Been Good, $19.99. Dark Crystal's now at $60. Christopher's out on Pearl Jam. Sly and the Family Stones, greatest hits. Everyday People. I Want to Take You Higher. No condition notes on anything in here, $14.99. An amazing debut album, Bad Company, $24.99. Original under sleeve, gatefold, super nice with Bad Company and Ready for Love and Rock Steady, $24.99. It's Pearl Jam gray vinyl. I do not have a color listed. No color is mentioned. Dark Crystal's now at $60. Mark Fallon's out. Patty, you're out. Ryan has it for $60. We have Sly sold for $14.99 to Jason. MT Mac got Bad Company. Thank you. And now we have Beck, Bogart, and a piece. That's $19.99. Jeff Beck, Tim Gobart, Carmine a piece. Jerry Rafferty is $19.99. City to City. And Yes, Yes songs. Yes is a beautiful copy. Wow, very little ring wear. A triple LP on Yes with book. $44.99. And then Star Wars is sold to John Griffin for $31. Thank you, John Griffin. That's sold to you. JH next on Sly. Ron Mustang next on Bad Company. And now, Charlie asked a question on this. Charlie, I'm about to sell it. Laura says, since it's sealed, we do not know the color of Pearl Jam. There you go. Since it's sealed, we do not know the color of Pearl Jam. Final warning, Dennis L. has it for $66. And now the Dark Crystal is at $60. $60 with Ryan Annals. We're about to sell it. Patty's out. It's up to Mark Fallon. Dire Straits' self-titled debut was Sultans of Swing. Wow, there's some great records in here. That's very clean for $34.99. Another very nice record, ZZ Top Fandango. Always kind of worn out looking. This one has the original on her sleeve. $34.99. Super clean copy of that. Super clean copy of Dire Straits. Mason Williams phonograph record. This has his song Classical Gas on it. $9.99. And a very nice looking copy of Harvest. Oh, wow. Check this out. $99.99. You heard that right. $100. $100. A 1978 Holland press on cream-colored vinyl. Wow, look at that. A 1978 Holland press on cream-colored vinyl. How unique is that? Very, very cool. $99.99 on Neil Young Harvest. Didn't expect to see that. Steve Winwood, Valerie, the 12-inch single. This is a 12-inch promo, $9.99. New bid on Dark Crystal at $62. And I never did see Charlie DeFrank bid on Pearl Jam. And he asked his question about 3 minutes ago. So this is sold to Dennis Luddick. And this is sold to him for $66. Dennis, thank you. Have you bought from us before, Dennis? If you haven't, just say first-time buyer or no, I've bought from you before. Next over here is, what year is ZZ Top? I don't have a year for you, but I will say this, Wayne. That is, I don't have a year for you. I can't really remember on the labels for this one. If you can give me a second, I will double check it, but I don't have a year for you. And this is XTC, a 12-inch single, $19.99. Earn Enough for Us, Grass, Dear God, and Extrovert, a 4-track EP, and Shrink with Hop, XTC, $19.99. Dark Crystal still getting bids. We got another first-time buyer tonight. Welcome. I just need you to message our page like I've had so many other people already do tonight. Welcome. We just need your email address and mailing address. If you can send that in the form of a Facebook message, I would really appreciate it. I just need your name and email address. $8 in limited shipping, and we will invoice you a week from today. So today was our invoicing day. So everybody that bought stuff last week got an invoice today to their email. You'll also get an invoice to your email today, just saying, or a week from today. Here's our next auction. This is Kansas. Kansas is called The Prelude Implicit. The Prelude Implicit. I've never seen this Kansas album before. It is a 2016. Laura says, assuming this is black vinyl, it could potentially also be silver white or mint green. All are very similar in price, but because it's sealed, we can't confirm. There's no variation on the barcode. So Kansas is sealed for a $25 start. Kansas is sealed for a $25 start. Now, over here, we have, what year is ZZ Top? I answered that basically vaguely. Dark Crystal, 65. Brandon Johnson's going to pick up that really cool Neil Young. That was really cool. If I already knew that was in there, because I just flipped through the crate and just saw Harvest, I didn't think it was going to be that really unique pressing. That's so to Brandon Johnson, thank you. Paul Oakley got XTC, thank you. And then Blaine put HM and NY. Now HM was for something. NY might have been for Neil Young. If so, that's already sold. Stephen A. Young picks up the really nice copy of Dire Straits. And then we have Stephen A. Young getting Yes. Great decision there. That's so to Stephen A. Young. And then Brian Call has Kansas for 25. Richard Bradshaw, Kansas, 35. Who has the bid on Dark Crystal? $65 with Ryan. Mark Fallon is out. Final call for $65 on the Dark Crystal soundtrack. Ryan Annals. $65. New LP going up as soon as I show you this really nice copy of the Yardbirds Greatest Hits. Wow, these are very clean and very nice. $34.99 on that. And Neil Young Reactor. with the really cool protocol sticker still on it. Very cool. That's in shrink for $19.99. And we have Warren Zevon recorded live at the Roxy, Stand in the Fire. This is $32.99 for Warren Zevon. And yes, Fragile. Wow, with the booklet, it has a club sticker on the back. So this is a 4-digit 18. This is probably OG Club. I'll be the roundabout. $24.99. Let's go ahead and introduce the next auction. And the next auction I have is something I've never had before by the Police. Check this out. This is the Police Synchronicity. The Police Synchronicity. The Police Synchronicity is a rare gold, silver, and bronze cover variant. A 1983 OG. You know, usually these are like multicolored. This is the gold, silver, and bronze cover variant. When you hold it up to light, it still turns translucent purple vinyl. So right now, I'm holding it up to our lights, and it's turning translucent purple vinyl. It is turning translucent purple vinyl. It is near mint, and it's mastered by Bob Lowig. Some of these have sold for as much as $400 sealed. This is near mint. The Police is $125 start. That's a rare one. One of the biggest albums of the 80s, and it's on this very rare cover variant. It's translucent purple vinyl, mastered by RL, and it's near mint minus. The Police is $125. I've had thousands of copies of Synchronicity. Thousands. I've never had this particular cover variant. $125 on the Police. Very rare variant of that one. Now, going back up the top, we had Kansas at 35, Kansas at 36. Next is the Steve Winwood 12-inch 82 or the remix from Chronicles. The Steve Winwood, it says, new recording of Valerie from the forthcoming Steve Winwood album Chronicles. Valerie is 12-inch double-sided, and the hop sticker says new recording of Valerie from the forthcoming Steve Winwood Animal Chronicles. That's a promo $9.99. Next thing we have is Blaine Zapnick got Yes. Wayne Davis wants ZZ Top. We're in the Y's and Z's, aren't we? That's why it's a great crate. ZZ Top goes to Wayne. Next is Kansas at 45. And then Police is at 125, okay? Now, Dark Crystal is sold to Ryan Ennals, and Mark Fallon says he wants to pay for it. Mark Fallon said, Chad, please put the Pearl Jam on my tab for Dennis. No, my bad. I misread that. I thought you were buying the Dark Crystals album. I had to figure this out for a second. Dark Crystals, yeah, I thought you were buying this for Ryan. This is sold to Ryan Ennals for $65. Ryan was probably like, what? Free record? Mark says he wants to pay for the Pearl Jam record. The new buyer who bought the Pearl Jam record, Mark Fallon says he wants to pay for it. Welcome a new buyer by paying for his new record. Wow. That's pretty amazing. Edwin Blom wants the Police details. You'll have to give me a few seconds because I just did a full PhD dissertation on that. We have the Bee Gees, Monday's Rain. This is $9.99. You got on at just the wrong time. Frank Sinatra, Come Swing With Me. Frank Sinatra is $14.99. And we have Alabama. My home's in Alabama. Alabama is $14.99 and Chicago $17. Chicago $17 is $14.99. That's in the original sleeve. Chicago and Savoy Brown, Raw Sienna. These are very clean records. Savoy Brown is $19.99. The Police is now at $150. Brian Call wants the Bee Gees. That is sold. And we have also over here, Kansas, which is now moving to a final call. Richard Bradshaw has it for $45. The Prelude Implicit. This is a 2016 OG, which is now out of print. Richard Bradshaw has that for $45. Now the Police is at $150 with Brett Thies. Next thing is Stuck 73 on Chicago. That is sold to Stuck 73. And we already pulled Brian Call for Bee Gees, right? Yes, Brian Call got Bee Gees. And then the next was Stuck 73 on Chicago. Kenny Rogers in the first edition's Greatest Hits, $19.99. And Neil Young, Time Fades Away. It does have a clip corner, but it does have the insert poster with it. And this is a beyond phenomenal copy. Beautiful. $34.99. Let's go ahead and introduce 3 new quick singles from the Hardcore Crate. We got Distress Signal. We got I Don't Know and Deadlock. And those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Next over here is Bob Dylan and the Band, Before the Flood, $39.99. And Louis Armstrong Favorites. Louis Armstrong is $14.99. This is a Columbia 6i, $14.99. Also, we have Ricky Skaggs' Favorite Country Songs. Ricky Skaggs is $9.99. $9.99. Yes, there's a lot of new people following our page. I think we hit 35,000 followers today on Facebook, and I think that put us at like maybe 1,000 new people following our page in just the last 10 days. That's incredible. That is amazing. So that's because words got out. Words got out about the metal collection. Also, people realize we do this every single night. High quality vinyl, 8 hours a night. I told somebody I had to call my cousin about some comic books earlier today, and he said, somebody told me, he don't really get on Facebook or YouTube much. He said, somebody told me up at the flea market that you do streams 8 hours a night, 6 nights a week, sometimes 7. And I was like, that's absolutely correct. It's every night. You can find us right here selling vinyl. Now, let's go over the Police again, because this has got a lot of bids. This is a rare version of Synchronicity. It's the cover. The cover is the very rare gold, silver, and bronze. Y'all know, you normally see them multicolored, right? And then those multicolored ones, there's like 23 different versions of those. If you collected every cover of this album, I think it would be over 20 different variants. Now, the vinyl is OG, Near Mint Minus, Bob Lugwood mastering, and it's translucent purple. It will look black until you hold it up to light. It does have the original on her sleeve, and overall, it's a Near Mint Minus copy, vinyl and cover. It's $225 with Jason Franz. $225 with Jason Franz. These 3 singles are Deadlock, whatever that says, Dirty Looks maybe Dirty Looks, and Distress Signal. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. I don't think anybody else bid on Kansas, so we can go ahead and sell this. And that last bid on Kansas was $45 with Richard Bradshaw. Richard, I'm going to scroll through here and make something didn't something slip in while I was yapping. I was yapping and nothing else happened, so that's sold to Richard for $45. And then over here, Christopher asked about Frank Sinatra. I hadn't forgot about you yet. You caught me right in the middle of a yap section. This is stereo. This is stereo. Come Swing With Me. No condition notes on the vinyl, $14.99. These 3 singles are at $250 with Jeff Halsworth. Now, the last bid on the Police that came in is $250. And that just came in with Jeff Halsworth. $250. Let's keep going. I'm about to add 2 new LPs, though. Joe Walsh is $14.99. Jorge Camacho has these for $10. Final call. Graham Parker, Heat Treatment. Graham Parker is $14.99. Isaac Hayes, Chocolate Chip. No conditionals on the vinyl. It does have a clip corner. $24.99. Paul Simon, There Goes a Rhymin' Simon. $19.99. And Double Fantasy is $19.99. Jeff Halsworth says not singles. Uh-oh, what happened? So the high bid on the Police was Jason Franz at $225. What did I say? Okay. The high bid on the Police, I might have misspoke. The high bid on the Police is Jason Franz at $225. $225. $225. Now, did anybody bid since him? Jeff Halsworth, I see a comment from you. It says 250. It says 250. I don't know if that's a random number, a bid, or maybe a correction or something. So I have the only person who's officially put Police with a bid that's accurate is Jason Franz at $225. These 3 singles are at $10 with Jorge Camacho. Christopher Dean said he will take Frank Sinatra. Sean Fairweather said Chef. And then Jeff H put O. And then Jeff H. or JH put Isaac. So I'm not for sure on Chef. I'm not for sure on OH, but I will give JH Isaac Hayes. Now the police is at $235. Jeff Hallsworth did not bid. So now it's at $235. If anybody said out, you can still bid. Jeff says he messed something up. That was not a bid on the police. The high bid on the police is $235. If y'all said out, you can go ahead and bid. These singles are sold to Jorge Camacho for $10. Now, we're ready for a new auction. And that next new auction is going to go up right now. And that is this copy of Boston, third stage. And this is a Boston third stage 1986 USOG sealed for a $20 start. It does have a drill hole. That means it was a cutout. Sometimes they drill hold them. Sometimes they punch hold them. Sometimes they clip the corners. Sometimes they saw marked them. This is a punch hole. It is sealed. There's some tearing in the shrink, but it's never been opened, and that's a $20 start. Now the police is at $250. And now the next record is Sonny and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You, $19.99. We have Son of Spirit for $19.99. Sean did not claim anything. And the Rolling Stones, Love You Live, 2 LP, $49.99. Very nice copy. Andy Warhol cover. That is now up for bid. We got requests for Def Leppard. We got requests for the Descendants. Our next auction is the Descendants. And this is a 1987 USOG with insert, $35 start. The Descendants. This is now going up for bid. It's a 1987 USOG VG Plus condition, a $35 start. There is a name written on the back of the cover, Tessa Kleeman. It does have the lyric insert with it, and the Descendants is a $35 start. Boston has a bid for $20. Now Boston has a bid for $255. I'll get Def Leppard on deck. Next is Linda Ronstadt. No condition notes, $9.99. Ed Hickey's a first-time buyer. He's in on Boston at $25. He sent info. Thank you for being very thorough. Thank you for all that great information. That really helps me out a lot. That is the ideal steps there for that. Thank you. Next over here is Chris Christopherson. Jesus Was a Capricorn. $14.99 on that. A Sound Odyssey Realistic. That is in shrink for $19.99. Chicago is $9.99. Alabama Mountain Music is $14.99. Gary Wright is $14.99. Light of Smiles. And ZZ Top, Tres Hombres. And ZZ Top is on the original Blue London label. That is OG Dead Wax information. Beautiful. And I thought I saw an insert or something. No, I was mistaken. Very nice, $34.99. Very, very nice. So the Descendants is now at $45. The Police is at $265. Don't forget that Police album has sold for as much as $400 before. Boston's now at $25. And Donna Handshoemaker on Chicago. That is sold to Donna. Thank you on that. And we have managed to fill up another crate essentially. Also. Okay. Descendants at 46, and then ZZ Top. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swap out crates right quick because this one really cannot hold another record. It will not hold another record. If I do, the crate might explode, and we don't want a crate exploding on us. So, and I also have to keep track. I think they've been wanting me to split up these videos. We have hit the halfway mark, and we have filled up 4 crates. That's about what we've been doing. So I'm going to let Tanner and Jake and G and Ed know that we are at 3 hours and 56 minutes and 25 seconds. And I have accurately time-stamped the halfway point of the sale. And there's the crate. So they know they've been splitting up duties watching these sales, I think. I think it's been pretty tough trying to keep up with the quantity we've been doing, because we've been selling about 8 or 9 crates every night. And then on top of that, between 11 and 1, we've been selling 200-300 CDs some nights. And they've been like, holy crap, Chad, how about you take it easy for a couple nights? And I'm like, no, we got to keep selling. No, we've got to sell more. We've got to keep selling. You can't slow down. We got to keep going. We got to keep going. Details on the police. What is the police? What is the Descendants? What is the high bid on Boston? Can I please get more ZZ Tops? Please put up more Japanese. Where are the singles? What singles didn't sell? Can I please bid on more singles? The police is at $270. Todd Saw was first on ZZ Top. The Descendants is at $41. Wayne Davis next on ZZ Top. James is out on Boston. The Descendants is at 46. The Descendants is at 50. The Descendants is at 50. The Descendants is at 51. And over here, we got Boston, and it is sold a sealed original copy for $25. And I would like to welcome new buyer. He bid and he won. Ed Hickey. Welcome, Ed. This is sold to you for $25. Welcome to CollectCo. He says he's already registered. Now, Ed and anybody else, you just got really lucky because you got $8 unlimited shipping. You got $8 unlimited shipping. Anything else you buy tonight, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 6 more nights, and anything you bought yesterday with Paul. Paul actually started the new week last night. He told me he blew 2 air horns, clearing out some crates. Paul sold quite a bit. That actually started unlimited shipping last night. I don't know if he had any first-time buyers. Welcome, everybody. I try to bring out the best stuff we can every night, the best deals, the best auctions, and I try to be a little bit of entertainment, right? I try to get this as an entertainment as possible. Next thing over here is an update on the police. This is rare. That's why it's at $275. It's a gold, silver, and bronze cover variant. Translucent purple vinyl, near mint minus, original inner sleeve, mastered by Bob Ludwig. Some of these sealed have sold for as much as $400. This is with Tim Tolbert at $275. The Descendants. The Descendants is at 51 with Jorge Camacho. Everybody else is out. And this is 1987 OG with the insert. 1987 OG with the insert. VG Plus. That is still getting bids. Now it's at 51. Anything else? Easy on the blue juice, Chad. David says he's about to go to bed. Are you kidding me? You should at least stay up till 1 a.m. And then we need to make new 2 clones of Chad. Well, if I could ever find somebody who could sell records for me, that would be the ultimate thing. But I'm still looking. I'm still in the market shopping. Right now, you're all I've got. Next thing is a Japanese pressing of Boston's debut album, Amazing. Japanese pressing, Orange Epic label. The vinyl is a Stone Cold Stunner. Ever seen Stone Cold, the rattlesnake? It looks like he just stunned the vinyl in a good way, okay? Or maybe it stuns you. It's with Obi, and that's a $45 start. Boston, beautiful. Now up for bid. Who was the other bidder on the Descendants? The other bidder on the Descendants was Shannon Price. Jorge has it for 51. The police is at 275 with Tim Tolbert. Are we done on these 2? That's a final call. If you need a price on anything in here, just let me know. Gary Wright, Alabama. A Sound Odyssey. Chris Christopherson, Linda Ronstadt. The Rolling Stone Spirit. Sonny and Cher, John Lennon. Paul Simon, Graham Parker. Joe Walsh, Ricky Skaggs. Louis Armstrong, Bob Dylan, the band. Neil Young, Kenny Rogers. Savoy Brown, Alabama. Steve Winwood, Warren Zevon. Neil Young, The Yardbirds. Mason Williams, Jerry Rafferty. Jeff Beck, Joe Walsh, and Supertramp. If anybody else wants in on this, let me know. Shannon's out on the Descendants. I just seen that. Thank you for letting me know. If anybody else wants to bid, I'm about to bring over a new crate. I'm very curious what's in these Paul crates that he's made. Do y'all want to check out one of these? They're basically unsleeved records, just ready to go for $9.99. And he said, you know, they're VG Plus or better. I have no idea. So let's just see what's going on with them, shall we? They're just ready to go. He said there is one really rare record in here that's in bad shape, but it's really pricey. But everything in here is $9.99. I'm kind of curious what's in here. And I'm going to check some of them, but they're basically just ready to go. He said just show them for $9.99. He said I've sorted them, and these are ready to be shown for $9.99 each. So who knows what we're about to get into. I saw a couple oddities in here, and I've seen some stuff that we see quite often. Could be from Fred's collection, could be from anything. These are all $9.99. We have Dave Mason with Cass Elliot. And yeah, these look pretty. This one right here looks pretty clean. So Dave Mason, Cass Elliot, as in Mama Cass, that's $9. Everything in here, $9.99. I'll leave that right on there. Maybe you can see that. Chuck Berry, Golden Decade, 2 LP on chest for $9.99. We have the Butterfield Blues Band, Keep On Moving. Also, Eric Johnson. This is maybe some sort of single produced by David Tickle, Off My Mind and Zap. Also, we have... what do we have here? Ray Anderson, Blues, Bread and the Bone. That's $9.99. And the Jersey Travelers, Leaving Town. These are all $9.99. Now, over here, the last thing was the Police did not get another bid, and these are now sold. This is now sold. This is the Police Synchronicity, Tim Tolbert, for $275. The Descendants, I don't think got another bid. It is sold, the Descendants, and this is sold to Jorge Camacho for $51. And now the last bid on Boston was a tie. MT Matt bid $65 and Kevin Walker bid $65. Looks like MT Matt's was first. Here are some of the auctions left over here in this crate. I still got U2. Miles Davis, Dracula, Sade, Billy Idol, Def Leppard, Bon Jovi, Devo, Opal, Rush, Led Zeppelin, Alice Cooper, Jackson Brown, Roger Waters, Prince, Public Enemy. Wow, we need to get that thing up right now. Public Enemy is a 1988 U.S. Carrollton original. This is OG Public Enemy in shrink and hype. VG Plus condition. Public Enemy's a $45 start. $45 start. Everything in here is $9.99. And the first thing I have is Chuck. And Chuck was for Chuck Berry. That's sold to Gabe Baez for $9.99. All right, now, next, I'm going to knock out a bunch of these. These are all $9.99. Deep Purple, Purple Passages. Deep Purple, Purple Passages. Eric Clapton was here. We have Crack the Sky, Live Sky. Stars of the Grand Ole Opry, 1926, 1974. We have Sky, S-K-Y-Y, Skyfly. Carl Jackson, Banjo Man, a tribute to Earl Scruggs. It's sealed, unopened. We have Woody Shaw, Night Music, Marty Robbins' all-time greatest hits, El Paso, the Bugs Henderson Group, and let's pause right here with Johnny Winter, the Progressive Blues Experiment. Those are all $9.99. Moving on, the high bid on Boston came back to Kevin Walker at $70. We sold Chuck. Boston 72, Public Enemy 45, Public Enemy 45, Robbie Woods on EC. These are all $9.99. EC was Eric Clapton. Sid Blair wants Crack the Sky, and that is sold to Sid Blair for $9.99. And then Retro Class on BH for Bugs Henderson. I actually got two of those. So I do have another Bugs Henderson and then John Dodd on WS, and that was for Woody Shaw. Now Public Enemy's at 50. Now Boston's at 82. And now we have Def Leppard Hysteria going up for auction. Def Leppard Hysteria is a 1987 U.S. Hop Hog original. Original under sleeve, EX edition, a $35 start. Def Leppard Hysteria is a 1987 U.S. Hop Hog original. Original under sleeve, EX edition, a $35 start on Def Leppard Hysteria. This does have the original on her sleeve, and it has it's a $35 start. That is OG Def Leppard. That's Thursday night. That's almost Thursday night worthy. OG Hysteria, OG Public Enemy. Great auctions all of a sudden up on the auction block. Next is Gabe Valles on Johnny Winter, $9.99. That was the Progressive Blues Experiment, John, already sold. Let's do some more $9.99s. I've got Tower of Power back to Oakland. Tower of Power back to Oakland. So at quick peek here, these are, yeah, I mean, they're not bad whatsoever. Paul's checked the vinyl on all these. Some of the covers might have quite a bit of wear, but that's why everything in here is $9.99. It's been pre-screened, $9.99. And we'll go ahead and put these in new sleeves for you. I think Paul didn't put them in sleeves to expedite it a little bit, but I'll go ahead and say we'll put these in new sleeves. So they'll be put in a sleeve. I don't like shipping or selling anything like this unless we put it in a sleeve. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Uncle Charlie. Also, we have Hello Love, Ella Fitzgerald. Ella Fitzgerald. Also, Roger McGuinn, Thunderbird. Up here on the top, somebody said promo. It is. Roger McGuinn's a white label promo. I have the Friends of Distinction. Friends of Distinction, Aretha Franklin, Amazing Grace, and Earth, Wind, and Fire. These are all $9.99. Everything in here is $9.99. The last bid on Public Enemy was $47 with Michael McCullen, but before that, Retro Class had bid $50. Now Boston's at $90. $90 with Kevin Walker. Now Public Enemy $55. Now Def Leppard $35. Now Boston $92. Now Def Leppard $45. Now Public Enemy $55, now $60. Now Def Leppard $40. Now Def Leppard $40. The Def Leppard is an 87 Hop Hog. 87 Hop Hog original with the original on her sleeve. Now Def Leppard $46. Now Chris Riddling's on Roger. Roger McGuinn. So did Chris Riddings. Thank you, Chris Riddings. Justin Garrett on the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band for $9.99. Michael Rudolph on Earth, Wind, and Fire for $9.99. Retro Class Entertainment on Aretha Franklin for $9.99. Patrick Lear on Tower of Power for $9.99. Adam Bernardi next on Earth, Wind, and Fire. This has turned out to be really popular. Everything in here is $9.99. Robert Lund, that's an early-looking country album on Star Day. It does have some cover damage. We have Wynton Marsalis, Hot House Flowers. Wynton is sealed or in shrink. It's in shrink. Very nice for $9.99. Also, Leonard Feather presents the Encyclopedia of Jazz, the 20s and the 30s. That's $9.99. We have Lightning Hopkins, Original Folk Blues. And what do we have here? It's Odgkin's Nut Gone Flake. Somebody's cut out the cover. Somebody cut out the die-cut cover. $9.99 on that. Next thing we have was Def Leppard got a bid for $50. And then Donna Turner on WM for Wynton Marsalis. And then we have Garrett Cypert. You Were Next on Aretha Franklin. And then Sean Fairweather on Lightning Hopkins. And then Rydell, You Were Next on the Wynton Marsalis. That means we can wrap up Boston. The Japanese pressing of Boston is sold to MT Matt for $92. Let's get that in a new sleeve. I knew that would be popular. That one's always popular. Thank you, MT Matt. That's so to you. And now we have Garrett second on Lightning Hopkins. This is a crate that Paul has assembled. Everything in here is $9.99. Public Enemy. I do see an out, so we can put up the hammer. It's about to be dropped. The high bid is with Retro Class. And folks, something I don't get too often, an OG 88 Public Enemy. It takes a nation of millions to hold us back. Shrink and Hype. It's at $60. The last bid on Def Leppard that came in was $50 with Scott Fellows. 87 OG Hysteria. Wow. Rocket. Love Bites. Pour some sugar on me. Laura's going to come over and do karaoke. Shit. I could get Paul sometimes too. Laura said, no thanks. Rocket. The question is, would Laura rather do a karaoke for Public Enemy or Def Leppard? What karaoke, Laura? She's already went back to the back. Your choice for karaoke, Public Enemy or Def Leppard. Next thing is Patrick Lear will start on Lightning Hopkins. Def Leppard 55. Public Enemy's getting new bids and new bidders. Back to the $9.99 stuff. The Fabulous Impressions. The Fabulous Impressions. That's in shrink. We got Chicago 7, 2 LP, $9.99. She knows Public Enemy better. Wow. Aretha Franklin, Almighty Fire. Aretha Franklin is $9.99. There's Aretha. Taj Mahal, Evolution, the most recent, $9.99 on that. Charlie Musselwhite, Times Get Tougher Than Tough. Charlie Musselwhite, no condition notes. It is nice. Yeah, Paul's done a good job sorting these. All the discs I've looked at, everything's nice. There may be some cover nicks and dings, but the disc on all these are nice. Restless, Kicking It Into Midnight, $99. I'll do Def Leppard for y'all right now. Hold on. He says, step inside, walk this way. And then something else. Hey, hey. Chicken down, chicken down, chicken down. We have Def Leppard at $52. Public Enemy is $70. We have Michael Rudolph on Chicago for $9.99. Donna Turner on Aretha. We have Donna Turner on Taj Mahal. And we need a third auction going up for auction. We need a third record going up for auction. We actually have over here Alice Cooper, what some people's been asking about. And this is the OG uncensored cover of 1971 U.S. Terre Haute. He does have his thumb sticking out of his pants to make it look like something else. This is Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. It does have some writing on the cover near the title. I see what she's talking about. Looks like there was some writing on the cover and then somebody tried to mark it out. It's pretty well camouflaged, but it does have writing. And this is Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. An uncensored OG, a $35 start. And yes, that's uncensored. He took his thumb and decided he was going to stick it through his pants to make it look like his thumb. And that is a $30 start on that. Alice Cooper, Love It to Death. Okay. Y'all didn't like my Def Leppard? That's sad. Laura says she thought it was good. I think it sounds a lot better in person. I got my stomach into it. Step inside. Randy Klein next on Taj Mahal. And we have Willie T. We're back to the $9.99 crate. Willie T is $9.99. What do we have here? Buccaneer. This is a prog album. I've had this before. Buccaneer. It looks like there's some cover damage. It's definitely got some seam splits. Just, Paul said, buyer beware with covers on these, but all the vinyl's going to be VG Plus or better. Buccaneer is $9.99. $9.99. It looks like there's something else down in here. Ooh, it has a Buccaneer. What the heck is this? A crossword puzzle? That's bizarre. $9.99. Also, we have Iron Horse. This is $9.99. And this is the record Paul was talking about. He says it is in bad shape, but it's a Canadian psych record that has a median for $124. It's sold as much in high grade for $250, and that's the cycle. $9.99 on that. $9.99 on that. I actually had to sing a solo one time at church. The Three Wise Men of Orient. I had to sing. I mean, I was solo, and I had to do one of the We Three Kings of Orient, and that was one of the most. That's before I got over the fear of. I was still pretty young. I hadn't got over my public speaking fear, which obviously now I have far surpassed that. Obviously, so but I remember in church, I was like, oh man. Here it is, all eyes on me. The church is packed. It's the Christmas. And there I am singing We Three Kings of Orient. Next thing I have is we have updates on our bids. Alice Cooper opened at 30. And then next is Public Enemy, 72. Denise Offendahl got the Buccaneers album for $9.99. Chris Reddings is second. And Denise was first on the cycle. Public Enemy, 75. Buck next on the cycle. Chris next on the cycle. And Cyclone Doug next on the cycle. Wow. And now Public Enemy's at $80. What about Def Leppard? What about Pour Some Sugar on Me? The last bid was Corey Ross at 52 and Jeff Hallsworth at 55. Yes, it's OG. So Scott Fellows had it for 50. Corey bid 52 and Jeff Hallsworth bid 55. And there has not been a bid since I've started singing. Since I started singing, no one has bid on Def Leppard. So I will not do that again. And that's at $55 of Jeff Hallsworth. Alice Cooper is the OG uncensored cover, and it just has one bid for $30 with James Goggin. Just saying. Next, this is all $9.99. It is White Elephant, and that's a 2 LP, $9.99. Aretha Franklin, Let Me In Your Life. Johnny Winter, The Progressive Blues Experiment. We have Muddy Waters, and this one might be check condition. Yeah, this one's not too bad, though. I mean, it's like VG or VG Plus. It's an original Monarch. It's got quite a bit of cover wear. Like I said, everything in here, I think you'll be happy with the price. Just buyer beware on the jackets for a lot of these. $9.99. Def Leppard 56, Def Leppard 59. Hiram Aponte does want the iron. Oh, I skipped some. Hold on a second. Hiram Aponte does want the Iron Horse. I skipped over a few. I skipped over Traffic. I skipped over Sergeant Emil. And I skipped over what? Lonnie Brooks. Wow. I skipped over High on Mount Rushmore, and I skipped over Air Force Country. Those are all $9.99. Next thing we have is Public Enemy at 85, Def Leppard at 58. We have a Public Enemy at 90. We have Alice Cooper at 40. New bid. New bid on Alice Cooper, $40. Donna strikes first on Muddy Waters for $9.99. Sean was second. Garrett Cypher at third. And now Alice Cooper, 31. Wow, I just showed a lot of really good records there for $9.99. I'm going to keep going, though. We have Here at Last, the Bee Gees Live. Denise Offenthal on Mount Rushmore. That is sold to Denise Offenthal for $9.99. We got Patrick Lear on Lonnie Brooks. Chicago Blues Festival 75. That doesn't look bad whatsoever. That is sold. And now Rebecca says ignore the 35. So she still has it at 40. And now Public Enemy's at 95. And now all of a sudden Def Leppard has been revived by my great singing. And Todd Saw has that for $58. $58. I'm trying to figure out how Rocket goes. I can hear it in my head, but I just can't figure out the first words. Aretha's Jazz. Aretha Franklin, $9.89. If you're just joining us, this is a crate that Paul has assembled, just going through the back, crating up records, checking them right quick, and saying everything in here is worthy of $9.99. I've got another $9.99, and I've got 3 $6.99 crates. I've got 3 $6.99 crates for like this. And also, earlier, when Laura walked up here, she dropped off a Laura crate. Next is a Laura crate. That's on deck. That's on deck. Lonnie Jolly on Aretha Franklin. Donna Turner was next. And now the Bee Gees. Here at Last, Bee Gees. I see some light scuffing. Original on her sleeves. That disc is really clean, and the jacket for this one's not bad. Sid, you're going to like that one. We have Roger McGuinn again. Someone wrote originally on the cover, mint condition. It is pretty nice for $9.99. The World's Greatest Bluegrass Bands. This is a 2 LP compilation, $9.99 on that. And we have, this is a great comp, Black Gold, 24 carats. That's a great comp there. Warner Brothers Special Project, $9.99. All right, so Public Enemy's now at 100. Adam Bernardi wants the Bee Gees. That's only if Sid Blair doesn't. Roger McGuinn is sold to Chris Riddings for $9.99. And now we have Alice Cooper, a final call. And the high bid on Alice Cooper is Rebecca Howard at $40. We're about to sell it. And now 3 people all of a sudden wanted, no, that's probably for Black Gold. Yeah, Donna wanted BG for Black Gold, right? And now Lonnie Jolly second. Now, Todd Saw, you've been outbid on Def Leppard. This is 60. And now, who was the other bidder on Public Enemy? Retro Class, you're out. Mark Fallon has it for 100. Rydell says he's done. That is an OG Public Enemy. It's at 100. Sid said he will take BG's for $9.99. Thank you, Sid Blair. Next is Jefferson Airplane After Bathing at Baxter's. It's RCA Victor, $9.99. The Birds Untitled for $9.99. And Elvis, Golden Records. Wow, that's on the original jacket. The original blue font. That's a great price at $9.99. That jacket is worth far more than $10. Probably 20 or 30. And then Adam says, I think he's first, the first time I showed BGs. He's saying he claimed BGs earlier. He was, my bad. I have a correction. Sid Blair, he was first on the BGs. Adam Bernardi put BG. I overlooked that, and then you asked the price. My bad. So, yes, that is sold. That is sold, okay? To Adam Bernardi. Change the BGs to Adam Bernardi. James Brown plays New Breed. James Brown, wow, not bad whatsoever for James Brown. $9.99 on that. We have Malice in Wonderland. That's Pace, Ashton, and Lord. That's $9.99. We have Legs Diamond. A diamond is a hard rock. Rick Wakeman, Neil Young, and Crab Meat Thompson, Animals, Vegetables, and Mineral Springs, and it looks like he signed it. Whoever Crab Meat Thompson is. He might have doodled on the back too. $9.99. I've had some signed records before where the artist would sign it and then they would deface their own pictures. I had several like that from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Several. Wow, we got a lot of stuff to show for 10 o'clock. We got Laura crates, John crates, Paul crates, these crates, those crates, that crates. Holy moly, don't forget about those and these, and we got some of those crates and those crates. Holy moly. All right. The next thing we had was the BGs. I pulled that in black gold. After that was Robin Glenn got the Birds Untitled for $9.99. And then 45's on deck. 45's on deck. Def Leppard, $62. Chuck Haley, E for Elvis. Nice pickup. E for Elvis. So did Chuck Haley. Lonnie Jolly on JB. JB for Lonnie Jolly was James Brown. Next was Regina on Elvis. Brett next on James Brown. Chris Reddings on Legs Diamond. Chris Reddings on Crab Meat. Traffic is still available. And then David Rubush, third on Elvis. Mark next on Crab. Mike next on Elvis. And we have Opal is on deck. Legs, Enemy Info, Garrett Seipert on Diamond. All those have been claimed. Public Enemy was a final call to Mark Fallon, Shrinking Hype. It is an 88 USOG VG Plus. We started it at 35, and now it's at 100, and it's a final call to Mark Fallon. Over here is Def Leppard. The last bid that came in on Def Leppard is now a final call. Corey Ross is $62. Travis Woods and everybody else is out. This is an OG 87 Hop Hog. OG 87 Hop Hog. Now it's at $65. It was at $62, and now we can sell Alice Cooper to Rebecca for $40. OG uncensored cover. Mark, you have been outbid on Public Enemy. Chad would like to place a bid of $105. He can thank Gregory for asking the details, and all of a sudden, Def Leppard's getting new bids. We still got a lot of stuff to auction. These have been some heated auctions for a Monday night. Great lineup. We're going to do this all week. Actually, I've instructed Laura to help me with the hot pictures, as she usually does. We're going to post the hot pictures for Thursday Metal Night, probably tomorrow, to go ahead and let everybody be preparing for the ensuing chaos that's coming again Thursday night. Our next auction, holy moly, is Opal. Let me read you the details. Opal is a 1987 US OG. It's a great psych-influenced dream pop album. Several members of Opal went on to form Mazzy Star. Now, we've got it in VG condition for a $25 start. Near mint copies have sold for as much as $256. Wow. Near mint copies have sold for as much as $256. $256. This is in VG condition. We're going to start it for $25. The Public Enemy's at $105. Chad Sauls has not set out. Gregory asked the details, and Chad bid. Chad has not set out. I don't think he has been bidding the entire time. He's in at $105. Opal's at 25. Def Leppard's at 70. Now, we did sell a Traffic album. I haven't pulled it yet. Traffic was sold. Robbie Woods. Who said Robbie? Robbie got Traffic. Here's what's left in this $9.99. Basically, a straight priced $9.99 bin. These were all pulled out at random. Paul says they're priced accordingly for $9.99. No one's going to be disappointed based on the price. Check condition maybe on the jackets. Just be prepared. These are all $9.99. I'm going to read through them one more time, and then we're going to go into the lower crate. Dave Mason and Cass Elliot. Eric Johnston, which was a 12-inch single. Paul Butterfield Blues Band. This was Ray Anderson, Blues Bred in the Bone. The Jersey Travelers. Deep Purple Passages. Stars of the Grand Ole Opry. Def Leppard 75. Public Enemy 120. Opal has one bid for $25. The cheapest this record has ever sold for is $25 on Discogs. That's like the cheapest it's ever sold for. He's in at 25, final call. We have Chris Reddings on Jersey Travelers. Everything in here is $9.99. Sky, S-K-Y-Y, Skyfly. Carl Jackson, Banjo Man, sealed, unopened. Marty Robbins, all-time greatest hits. The Bugs Henderson Group, we sold one earlier. There's one left. Ella Fitzgerald, Hello Love. The Friends of Distinction. Robin Lunn on Star Day. Leonard Feather presents Encyclopedia of Jazz. It is in VG condition. Opal has a new bid for $30. Public Enemy's at $125. Ron Duffield on RA. RA for Ron Duffield was the Ray Anderson. Opal's now at $30. Another bid for $30. Another bid for $30. Robin Glenn wants Poet. Poet is not for sure. She got auto-corrected. She wanted Opry. Now Opal's at $40. Now Public Enemy. Now Public Enemy's at $125. It's up to Chaz Sauls because Gregory's out. Chad, do you want in for more than $135? And then in the middle's Def Leppard. Corey has it for $75. Travis bid $78. Corey, you've been outbid. We also have Odgkin's Nut Gone Flake from Small Faces. Very nice disc. Somebody has cut the cover out. I think you are familiar with that cover. It's a really colorful, looks like a tobacco tin. The Fabulous Impressions. Charlie Musselwhite. Restless, Kicking It to Midnight. Anticipation, Willie T. White Elephant is still available. Aretha Franklin, Let Me In Your Life. Johnny Winter, The Progressive Blues Experiment. Sergeant Emile. Air Force Country. This is a radio broadcast. Also, The World of Bluegrass, 2LP. Jefferson Airplane, After Bathing at Baxter's. Mouse in Wonderland. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. And Neil Young, Journey Through the Past. Great stuff on here for $9.99. Neil Young. Def Leppard 80. Opal 45. Opal 45. Opal 50. Def Leppard 82. Opal 50. And Lonnie Jolly got that stray Aretha Franklin. Now, Public Enemy. I got to make sure Chad's done. Hammers up. It's been a heck of a battle. Final call to Mark Fallon for $125. $125 on that. We're about to go through Laura's crate over here. I'm sure everybody's very excited, including me. Neil Young, so did James Goggin. Thank you, James. All righty. Now, we've got boo-koodles of other records like that to go through. Once again, we got so much stuff tonight. It's going to take me all the way up to 11 or midnight just to get through all this. Air Force is sold to Regina Tabor. All right. That's a quick, effective way to sell a bunch. We sold almost a whole... He had this thing packed. And so it's like over here in my other crate, we have a lot sold, it looks like. Wow, everything's still getting Def Leppard and Opal. Looks like when I come back, it's time to sell Def Leppard, or it's time to sell Public Enemy. But first, let me grab this lower crate. It's half check condition, half not check condition. Let me slide it right over here. And I think y'all know the rules on the lower crate. First person to claim something in here gets the lower crate. Now, I'm applying a new rule on the lower crate. I'm applying a new rule because I've seen this happen. On these first 5 records, there's no putbacks. I haven't seen it a lot, but I have noticed a trend. Some people are buying stuff just for the sticker, and when they realize in the chat that they're second, it's an automatic putback. So I'm going to instate a new rule to cut down on reckless claiming for the Laura sticker. No putbacks on these first 5 records. I would not pull the trigger unless you know you want it. I've been noticing the trend. I'm like, oh man, I've been seeing a lot of putbacks. And I've been noticing putbacks like when invoices come in. And I'm like, oh, I know exactly what that was. That's where somebody was trying to get a Laura Crate sticker. They bought something they didn't even want, and now they're wanting to put it back because they bought something they didn't even want trying to get the Laura sticker. The first 5 records, there's no putbacks. I know exactly what everybody's been trying to do. They've been trying to buy something just for the Laura Crate sticker. I've noticed it 2 or 3 times, and I already seen it in some messages. I was like, I know exactly what that record was. That was a Laura Crate, and now it's a putback. Can't have that happen. I'm gonna have these perfectly flagged. I'm gonna have these tagged and flagged so we know they can't be put back. Over here is Public Enemy, and this is sold. That's the demand for Laura Crate stickers. This is sold to Mark Fallon for $125. I never did hear back from Chad. That's sold to Mark, though, for $125. Here we go. No putbacks on the Laura. There's probably some people watching right now going, dang it. He caught me. Dang it. He's on to me. Let's take a look at it. One of her iconic ones. Now she's got markers back there. Like I said, this isn't just some willy-nilly deal. These are works of art. This isn't some willy-nilly deal. These are works of art. Imagine being in Italy in the 1500s and walking in the room, and there sits Leonardo da Vinci painting the Mona Lisa. And you walk in and you say, hey, Leonardo, what's up? And he's sitting there painting his Mona Lisa. That's the same thing that happens if you were to walk in Coletco when Laura's here. She's back there making masterpieces. Masterpieces. Here's the high bid on Def Leppard. The high bid on Def Leppard is right now a final call. Def Leppard, Corey Ross, $85. Travis is out. This is an 87 OG with the original on her sleeve. Final call. Final call. Corey Ross, $85. Opal. Opal is a 1987 U.S. original. VG condition. 87 OG on SST. It is on SST. It's in VG condition. Some of these members went on to form a band you probably have heard of, Mazzy Star. Travis Wade has it for $85. Let's get started. We got to go through this one maybe a little bit faster than most Laura Crates because we have a lot to go through. No stalling, right, Laura? She's saying right to the action. Here we go. We have The Cure, Disintegration. No putbacks. EX 34.99, one of the greatest albums of all time, is the note on the back from Laura. We have Elliott Smith. Elliott is VG Plus $14.99. It does have some cover damage. VG Plus $14.99. Yes, close to the edge. The note from Laura says, the best, yes. VG Plus $14.99. Also, Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, Shrink and Hop, Stop Dragging My Heart Around, EX $22.99, and Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, VG Plus $17.99. That concludes the first 5. That concludes the first 5. There we have it. First thing I have is, okay, so Opal was at 85 with Travis. And we're going to tag these and sell those auctions. Mark Fallon was first on The Cure. He said cute. We're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's probably an autocorrect. And Mark, unbelievably, after begging last week, somehow gets lucky enough to come in first and not only get The Cure at a great price, but also get the rare highly desirable, and now iconic Laura Crate hop sticker. Kristen Barnett second. Robert Barnett third. We got MT Matt fourth. Shannon Price fifth. Sean Fairweather on Elliott Smith. Sold to Sean Fairweather. Michael Snare next on the Cure. C-Note next on the Cure. Adam Bernardi next on Elliott Smith. James Goggin next on the Cure. Garrett next on Elliott Smith. Brett Thies next on Elliott Smith. Adam said never mind on Elliott Smith. You got really lucky. Sean was first. Or you would have had to keep it anyway. That you got really lucky. Sean was first. Useless Eaters was next. Next is SST Details. Donna Handshoemaker on Tom Petty. Opal has a new bid for 88. Opal has a new bid for 90. And now Def Leppard is sold to Corey Ross for $85. Let me confirm that bid. $85. $85 to Travis Wade. $85 on that. Adam got really lucky. Adam, you almost got stuck with Elliott Smith. You got really lucky. All right, let's keep going with this crate. All of a sudden, there's a lot more interest in Opal. Opal was a 1987 OG of Happy Nighttime Baby. It's in VG condition. And the last bid on Opal was $90. Randy Klein wants yes. Wow, so that was almost a clean sweep. Unbelievably, Stevie Nicks is still available. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. I still got U2, Miles Davis, Dracula, which I'm going to do right now. If you hear something you won't put up, let me know. Billy Idol, Def Leppard, Bon Jovi, Devo. I'll put that one up soon too. Rush, definitely going up soon. And Led Zeppelin, of course. Jackson Brown, Roger Waters, definitely. Prince, The Doors, definitely. Otis Redding, Boris Karloff, and Crowded House. Here we go. First thing we have is Dracula. Dracula, the original motion picture soundtrack, composed and conducted by who? John Williams, my uncle. I literally have an uncle named John Williams. I'm not joking. This is a gold stamp promo, a 1979 U.S. Pinckneyville. This is a gold stamp promo with the company inner sleeve, EX condition. Dracula is now up for bid. A $25 start. Let the bidding begin. Next thing we had was yes with Randy Klein, a test comment. And then we have Travis Wade said Def Leppard sold to the other Travis. The Def Leppard was sold. The Def Leppard sold earlier. Corey Ross got the Def Leppard for $85. This was sold to Corey Ross for $85. I hope I didn't misspeak that one, missay that one. But if I did, I've got it corrected now. Okay, then D-Kong 52 got Stevie Nicks. And then Robin Glenn was next on Belladonna. And then we have a request for Devo. We have a request for Miles Davis. We have a request for Prince. We have a request for Crowded House. We have a request for The Doors. And we have a claim for Stevie Nicks. And we have Steely Dan Gaucho, VG Plus 1999. Hey 19, Steely Dan Gaucho, VG Plus 1999. Also, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication, VG Plus 1999. We are in a check condition bin. We are in a check condition bin. Dracula, I'm looking for a $25 start. I'm also trying to get the Red Hot Chili Peppers back in these horrendous inner sleeves. By the way, this is a 2021. Oh my gosh. I hate these inner sleeves. I am going to do somebody a service. See what's happening? They're wanting to just get jammed right there. These are the worst inner sleeves ever made to mankind. I'm going to leave these out. If you're ever putting these back in here, make sure you're paying attention. Don't try to put the inner sleeve back inside when you can't see where the spindle hole is. Otherwise, they're going to get jammed, and it's just a tragedy, okay? VG Plus 1999. Not bad. Just beware of those inner sleeves. Gnarls Barkley, Saint Elsewhere. VG Condition, $14.99. There's a note from Laura. You know it, you love it. A song called Crazy. I'm going to disappoint you right now, Laura. I don't know that. She said I would have to hear it. She says I do know it. I'd have to hear it. Okay. She said her exact words was, I feel like you do know that song. I'll probably have to hear it. And then we have what? Silver Sun Pickups. Silver Sun Pickups, Swoon. EX Edition, $22.99. Okay, let's pause there. The most recent thing over here was Opal. Opal has been at war. The last bid on Opal was Travis Wade at $90. Nobody else has bid since Travis Wade bid $90. It's going twice, going 3 times. If you want to bid on Opal, I need you to bid right now or say out. There's still like 2 active people, Travis, or I would have already sold it. It's at $90 with Travis Wade. Dracula is an OG 1979 gold stamp promo with the original company sleeve, a $25 start. Donna got Steely Dan. We got a request for 45s and a request for Bon Jovi. First, we're going to give Garrett Red Hot Chili Peppers. Donna was second. And then we have Chris Ridlings. I keep wanting to say Ridlings. Chris Ridlings on Gnarls. This is sold to Chris Ridlings. I keep wanting to put an L in your name, Chris. Lonnie was second. Tim was third. Kristen fourth. Travis said out on Opal, which is weird because I don't see a bid. There must be something invisible. Lonnie next on Gnarls. Jeff next on Chili Peppers. Wayne next on Chili Peppers. Leslie next on Gnarls. Brett first on SSP. Tim Voldness next. Tim Colino next. Opal's at 91. Opal's at 100. Dracula's at 25. Opal's at $100. Opal's at $100. Useless Eaters, you're out. Dracula has 1 bid. Final call. Our next auction is Miles Davis, 7 Steps to Heaven. A 1963 OG VG Plus condition, a $20 start. We have graded this VG Plus condition. It has the black stereo font. It's a Columbia 2i. It has the original Columbia inner sleeve, and the cover is probably VG or less. It does have some ring wear. It does have a little bit of writing up here and a little bit of discoloration and wear on the back. Dracula is in EX condition. Miles Davis is a $20 start. Opal's at $101. This has turned out so far to be an insane crate. Boston, VG condition, $12.99. First label. I'm not saying it's an OG pressing. I'm saying it's the first label. VG, most of them are $12.99. They sold millions of them. Here's something else that sold millions. ABBA's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $14.99. Elvis Costello, My Aim Is True. Elvis Costello has Allison on it. EX condition, $22.99. Dracula has a new bid for $30. Looking for a $20 start. Opal's at $101. That means Jason Fornerat's at $110. Ed Hickey on Boston. Ed, thank you for Boston. Opal's at $100. Pat Fratt, also thank you on Boston. And Joe Delgado, thank you. But unfortunately, y'all were second and third. Robin Glenn first on ABBA. ABBA, so to Robin Glenn. Next is the Dead Weather Whorehound with an etching on side D. EX edition, $22.99. Now Dracula's at $32. If no one locks in a bid on Miles Davis pretty quick, I'm going to make it just to buy it now for $20. Here's why. We got a bunch of other stuff to auction, and it's already $10.19. We got to roll. Next thing we have is Elliott Smith. This one's EX, $22.99, a 2012 pressing. Keel Rockstars. Elliott Smith. Now Opal's at $111. Now Dracula's at $32. That means the $30 bidder of Dracula, George Scherer, you're out. Dead Weather is sold to Tim Colino Jr. Kristen Barnett second. Now Opal's at $111. Now Elliott Smith, a lot more claims. This time to Sean, then Shannon, then Adam. We also have Feel Something, and this is Movements. Movements is VG plus $17.99. This is genreized as emo melodic hardcore. I don't know if that's a word or not. Genreized? Is that a word? The genre of this, it's been genreized as emo hardcore. Next was Brett, next on Elliott Smith. Opal's at $115, still getting bids. George, it's up to you on Dracula, and Miles Davis is just a $20 buy it now. It is an OG VG Plus stereo copy. A nice pickup for somebody, whoever's first, at $20. I know it's going to get sold. Let's go ahead and try to throw up some singles. I've got 3 singles going up right now, and that is Death Token, Decline, and Deconditioned. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Miles Davis has sold a Lonnie Jolly for $20. Dracula has a new bid for $35. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be Devo, Freedom of Choice. Crack That Whip. 1980 US OG Los Angeles. OG Los Angeles. VG++. It does have the original Devo inner sleeve. This also has their hit song, Girl You Want on it. Dio has the original inner sleeve, which doubles as a merch insert. Look at all this cool Devo stuff you could have ordered. Wow. Devo. I had a guy one time, we had a couple rare Devo records one night. Or no, it was, what was it? A Devo poster? But man, this guy, his like profile picture, he was like in one of these costumes. And he was in a room, his profile picture on Facebook, it's just like Devo stuff wall to wall. And his cover photo was like a panorama. And I have never seen so much Devo stuff in my life. I hear that the true Devo heads, they get serious when it comes to collecting Devo merch and Devo collectibles. This can get pretty deep. $25 start on Devo, OG Freedom of Choice. VG++. Blaine, no. So Miles Davis to Lonnie. Dracula 35. William, you were second on Miles Davis. Brett third on Miles Davis. Blaine fourth on Miles Davis. Opal still getting bids. Dracula still getting bids. Opal still getting bids. Dracula's at $36. George, you're out. Opal's at $116. Jason, you're out. Nobody's been on the singles. Final call for 10. Next thing we have is what? VG $22.99, or excuse me, VG $12.99. Grimes. It's Grimes. And this one's called Half AXA or Half a AXA. That is in VG $12.99. A 4-heart rating from Laura. Wow. That's getting up there. Grimes, $12.99. Devo, $25. Opal, $124. Still bidding on Opal. REM, nice. It's a 2009 pressing. VG condition, $14.99 on REM. And we have the Black Lips, Let It Bloom. The Black Lips, that's a garage album. VG plus $12.99. And nice, Steely Dan, Asia. On the original label, EX condition, $29.99. AA mastering with the AB scratched out. Terre Haute. They call me the Deacon Blues. Next thing we had, Devo, $25. George, you were out on Dracula. Stuck had it for $36. Garrett Cypress strikes first on the Grimes. That's sold to Garrett Cypress on Grimes. And then Chris Riddings, you were second. Brett Thieves, you were third. Dracula has a new bid for $38. Kristen got Rapid Eye Movement. Rapid Eye Movement is sold to Kristen Barnett. Sean Fairweather second. Gregory was third. Mason next on Grimes. Garrett next on REM. Pat Fratt next on REM. Rebecca gets the Black Lips. Hiram next on REM. Chris next on the Black Lips. Blaine next on REM. And then Devo's at 30. And Melanie Jennings got Asia. Opal's at $125. No one bid on these singles. They're a $10 buy it now. Stuck, you've been outbid on the Dracula. It's now at $38. And now Devo has a new bid for $30. It's a 1980 US Los Angeles original in VG Plus condition. VG++ EX. It's not bad whatsoever. Crack that whip. That was the last check condition record. Now the rest of this bin, except for those 2 that didn't sell, everything in here will be EX++ or better. And we have an Elvis Costello still left, EX 2299, My Aim is True, and we still have Movements left, VG Plus 1799. Now the rest of the crate is non-check condition. The first thing I have here is Bad Brains, Rock for Light. It is a 2015. Bad Brains is in shrink, near mint minus, $29.99. Queen, The Miracle, a half-speed master sealed, $29.99. And this is Commune, a psych record, $19.99. Here's the most recent bids. Opal, 125. Opal, 129. Shannon got the 3 singles for a $10 buy it now. Devo, 40. Devo, 35. Shannon Price on EC for Elvis Costello. Shannon Price on VB. And VB was for BB for Bad Brains. Then Garrett. And then Patrick Fu first on Queen. And then Rebecca. Now, what about Dracula? And what about Devo? The last bid on Dracula was $40. George Scherer, you're outbid. Michael Reed's done on Devo. The last bid on Devo was Shannon Price at $35. And now what about Opal? We have a battle between the Useless Eaters and Jason Fornerat. The high bid is Jason Fornerat at $129. Let's keep going. Next thing is Band of Skulls, Himalayan. Band of Skulls is no condition notes, $22.99. And Thin Lizzy, nice. Vagabonds of the Western World, a new 2LP 50th anniversary with bonus disc on purple vinyl, $29.99. Opal's at $129. Opal's at $130. Opal was already at $129. Now Opal's at $130. Tim Colino wants BOS. And that was Band of Skulls. That is sold. And now this crate is really full. So let me take a moment to swap out crates. I think we're done on Dracula. Final call on that. Stuck has the high bid. This crate is really full. I can't even get over here to put them where I normally do. So let me just put it right there. John's cart with like 9 more crates of records that have never been gone through is currently blocking my path. The next thing I need, though, is another empty crate, which I'm going to have to walk around the corner here to get, I think. Let me go find that. Thanks, everybody, for joining us tonight. We are at Collectco here in Lebanon, Tennessee. Thanks, everybody, for joining us on a Monday night. We do this every single night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And Paul even started the week off of a Sunday show last night. Sorry, all of a sudden I got the hiccups. We got a lot more stuff to put up for auction. So let me drop the hammer on Dracula. Stuck 73 gets that for $40. Looks like MT Matt was first on the Thin Lizzy. Opal's at $139. Useless Eaters, it goes back to you. It is at $139, and it looks like we're done on Devo as well. And the last bid on Devo over here, Shannon Price has this for $42. Now, I haven't heard back from somebody. The other bidder on Devo was Michael Reed. He might have set out, and this is a final call, though. And this Devo is at $42. Now, Thin Lizzy sold to MT Matt. Those are final calls. I'm about to take these singles in here. Somebody said it looked a little wompy. It did. I'm about to take them in there. Next thing, we got 300,000 more auctions to put up. Over here, we have Bon Jovi. This is Slippery When Wet, an OG copy. It's a 1986 U.S. Carrollton, a classic album. A 1986 U.S. Carrollton, Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, loaded with hits. Wanted Dead or Alive, it's all the same. Only the names will change. $35 start. There's the original on her sleeve, $35. Now Opal's at $140. Hammers up on Devo. Next thing we have is Janis Joplin, Cheap Thrills, Big Brother and the Holding Company, pressed at RTI, $24.99. Now Opal's at $150. Use of Cedars, you're back out. Led Zeppelin is on clear vinyl, new and sealed for $29.99. Led Zeppelin 4, and this is a rare psych record, Trip Through Hell, CA Quintet. It is a Sundays reissued on red vinyl. If you want to hold out for an original, I think you'll have to spend like $3,000. That is $19.99. Michael Ray did say out on Devo. Thank you. That makes me feel better about selling it now. And the high bid on this is Shannon Price for $42. Bon Jovi's a $35 start. Now Opal's at $150. We're going back and forth with the Use of Cedars and Jason Fortnerat. Wow. Over here, now it's at $151. Adam Bernardi on CT. That was for Cheap Thrills. Now we need another auction. CA Quintet is sold to Kenneth Russell. Still got Led Zeppelin 4 there. Now Bon Jovi's at $35. Now our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's The Doors. It's Strange Days. The Doors is a 1967 US OG Monarch pressing. I repeat, The Doors Strange Days. I hope everybody's ready. This is a 1967 US Monarch original. A first press, side 2 mastering. First press, side 2 mastering has a defect. Flutter and drop in one channel during the guitar intro to People Are Strange. Original on sleeve, EX, a $35 start. That is going to go up for a $35 start. All of a sudden, Opal's taking a big jump. Opal was at $151. Kenneth Russell got CA Quintet. Bon Jovi, $35. C-Note second on CA Quintet. Bon Jovi, another bid for $35. Opal has took a big jump, $175. $175 on Opal. Bon Jovi is in EX condition. It's nice with the original under sleeve, VG Plus or better cover. Garrett was next on Trip. And now we have Aerosmith, RTI pressing, a 2013 Dream On, Dream On. And now I'm going to attempt to sting. If you just give me 1 second to warm up my voice, I'm going to attempt to sing like Steven Tyler when he's hitting those notes during Dream On. Are you ready? I'm just joking. The next record in this bin is Queen, The Works, a half-speed master, a 2015. It is sealed for $29.99. And Blois de Cole's Tyranny and Mutation, a music on vinyl press, $29.99, numbered and on blue vinyl for $29.99. The Doors is at $35. The Doors is at $40. Opal's at $180. Opal is at $280. Wow, what just happened? $180 or $280? And then Gregory on A for Aerosmith. A for Aerosmith. And now Bon Jovi is still tied. There's been 3 $35 bids. Who wants to break it? Phil Freeman bid $35. Corey Ross bid $35. And no, those were Doors bids. So 2 people's at $35. Now the Doors is at $35. Now the Doors is at $40. And now Ivan R wants BOC. And we have next is Bon Jovi $38. And CA Quintet's already sold. And no on $280. Opal's at $180. Going once, going twice. We're about to sell it. That's been up for a while. We started that thing at $25. And sometimes I get notes here from Laura, like the Discog stats. And sometimes you'll see me, even if you see it maybe tagged $25 start, sometimes you'll see me go ahead and say $55 start. Because some records I'm like, okay, we can save a lot of time by going ahead and probably putting this up for a lot higher start because it's going to get there anyway. And I actually, when I looked at these stats here, I almost said a $75 start. We've made it to $180 on Opal. We started this at $25 about a half hour ago. So sometimes I'll look at this and I'm like, yeah, this needs to go ahead and probably be a $75 start because we're going to get there anyway. We'll save a lot of time on bidding. But this thing has made it all the way to $180. Very desirable record. Near mint copies have sold for $256. Final call. Bon Jovi's at $40. The Doors are at $42. We still got Queen. we still got Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is Love Unlimited on blue vinyl for $19.99. Also, I have $19.99 for The Great Dismal Nothing. The Great Dismal. What a wild-looking colored vinyl that is. $19.99. That's a shoegaze. And the very best of ELO. This is a great compilation. Wow, what a great price. $22.99. The very best of Electric Light Orchestra all over the world. $22. And the Black Crowes Southern Harmony and Musical Companion sealed. This has Remedy on it and Thorn in My Pride. A great version there, remastered as a single LP for $24.99. Now, Doors 42, Bon Jovi 42, Bon Jovi 45, Chris Ridlings on Electric Light Orchestra, Ed Hickey second, Garrett Cypert takes nothing. Garrett Cypert takes nothing. And that's the name of the record. And Jeff Halsworth next on ELO, Darren next on Nothing, Rebecca next on Nothing, Jason next on Nothing, Angela next on ELO, Green Day Dookie is sealed, $24.99. Opal was sold $180, and Opal was sold to the Useless Eaters for $180. BOC, there was somebody before you, Adam Bernardi. Ivan R. already got BOC. Ivan R. was actually almost 2 minutes ahead of you. He's actually almost 2 minutes ahead of you. And then Shannon Price got Dookie, and now we have new auctions going up. And the next auction that's going to go up right now, without further ado, is Rush, Hold Your Fire. And this is an 80s reissue. We don't know the exact year, but all we know it's an 80s club. Now, this album came out in 1987. So it's definitely got to be, there's no way they made this up into the 90s. So it came out in 87. So it's probably like an 88 or an 89, which tells me they probably made even less of these than the OGs. Because if you're getting to the later 80s for an album like this, wow, that's getting even scarcer. Time Stand Still, Rush, Hold Your Fire, EX Condition, a $30 start. $30 start. Green Day's already sold, but I can get new copies of that. That was $24.99, and I think I can get those new for about that same price, or maybe $30 if anybody wants on a waiting list. Patrick Lear on the Black Crowes, and then Scott Oman, you were second. Bon Jovi's now at $47, and OG Slippery When Wet. And now The Doors is a final call. Chad Sauls has it for $42. I'm not for sure who was ahead of him, but maybe Wayne Davis. But Wayne, the high bid is $42, and it is about to sell. Just saying. Also, we have Queen, A Kind of Magic. Queen is sealed for $29.99, a 2022. We also have T-Rex, a 2014 pressing. Bang a Gong, Get It On. T-Rex Electric Warrior, that is $24.99. And the B-52s is sealed on clear and red splatter for $24.99. Let's make a note to see if we can get albums by Nothing from for Rebecca. Rebecca, I will check. I don't think I've ever ordered anything from Nothing. Nothing from Something. I don't think I've ever tried them, but I will. All right. So Rush is an 80s pressing, an 80s club pressing for a $30 start in EX Condition. We got a lot more stuff to show and put up for auction. So as of right now, let's figure out where we're at. Bon Jovi was at 46 and then 47. We sold the Black Crowes. Rush did get a bid for 30. And then Shannon Price on the B-52s and Gregory was second. Now Bon Jovi 48. Nobody else bid on the Doors, so I can confidently sell this. And I can confidently sell the Doors to Chad Sauls for $42. $42. I was trying to squeeze an extra 10 out of you there, Chad. 42. What a great name, Chad. That's my name, Chad. Chad. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Photograph. I'm about to get back into my Def Leppard singing mood. Here we go, folks. A 1983. Think about that. 1983. Some of y'all were already married with kids. Some of y'all were a senior in high school. Some of y'all weren't even born yet. This is a 1983 U.S. Hop Hog original. EX condition, a $35 start. An OG Pyromania, $35 start. That's now up for bid. No other bids on Rush. I'm about to sell it. One bid with Josh Brown for $30. Next was Bon Jovi, $50. And Darren Crispin wants T-Rex. What a great crate from Laura, as usual. Let's run through those one more time and see what's left in here. Okay? The first thing I have left in here is Movements. Feel Something. Movements is VG Plus, $17.99. One of the few records that's still left. Also, we have Commune by Goat. It actually may be by Goat. Commune, G-O-A-T. A psych record, no condition notes, $19.99. Led Zeppelin, a sealed remaster on clear vinyl of Led Zeppelin 4, $29.99. Queen The Works, a half-speed master sealed for $29.99. This has Radio Gaga on it and Hammer to Fall. Don't forget about Red Hot Chili Peppers, Love Unlimited. And they made a bunch of different variants of this. This one happens to be on blue vinyl for $19.99. And here's another sealed Queen half-speed master unopened for $29.99. Nobody has bid on Def Leppard. I'm looking for a $35 start. Wow. Josh Brown, congratulations on the Rush. Just one bid for $30. Hold your fire. And now where are we on Bon Jovi? Because we got another one to sell. I have not heard back from Jersey Devil. The last bid was Phil Freeman at $50. We are about to sell it. We are about to sell it. Garrett Seifert on Movements. That's right here. Bid on Def Leppard's in. Let's go ahead and put up three quick singles. And the three singles I'm going to put up right quick are Deconditioned, Destroy, E something. And I think Facebook got hung up because a bunch of comments just came in. The first annual Carolina EP. Those three for $10. Yeah, I think Facebook just got hung up. Facebook definitely was hung up. Yeah, there's all kinds of bids that just loaded. Yeah, we probably need to go back for a second. Okay, because my feed just loaded with like a bunch of stuff. So first, let's go back because everything just loaded and there was basically a hang up for like 30 seconds. Bon Jovi's at 48, Bon Jovi 50. Darren got T-Rex, Garrett Seifert got Movements. Def Leppard 35, Def Leppard 35. Jersey Devil says he's out on Bon Jovi. Now, price on Red Hot Chili Peppers was $19.99. Rebecca, you were second on Movements. Now, I'll have to basically go by whatever's on my screen in order. Goat is the band. Commune is the album. Thank you, Laura. Kristen on Red Hot Chili Peppers. Was there any other bids on Rush, though? I think there was during that sequence. I thought I saw something load, or maybe I missed something. Who was the original bidder? Josh Brown at 30. And then there was a bid for 31. And the bid for 31 was Travis Woods. You did get Red Hot Chili Peppers. Movements I'll have to give to Garrett. And we have Hiram Aponte on Goat. Wow, so the only thing left in there is Queen, and Led Zeppelin. Sorry about that, Rebecca. And then these three singles, which was Destroy Something, and then Decondition, and the first annual Carolina EP. And Travis, I want to confirm you are bidding on Rush. And if so, then we got to say going once, going twice to you. And then Josh, his bid looked like it was hung up in the atmosphere somewhere. And then same thing for Bon Jovi. I want to make sure everybody had a fair chance to bid. It was a final call to Phil for 50. And Jersey did say out and there was no other bids. Okay? So, sorry. People were trying to get stuff in. And it was a hang up in the lag there. Basically, I think restring buffers And I think they pull everybody's comments and like hold them over here. And then when it loads, it's just like, whoop, and then it shoves them all over here at once. And then it all reloads the feed. So there is a new bid on Rush. There was multiple new bids on Def Leppard. Now it's at 38. And then Bon Jovi's the final call for 50. I can't believe we're 3 records away from having an air horn and selling out Laura's Crate. She would really appreciate it if you buy these last 3 records. If not, things could get bad. And I mean really bad. Time for a new crate. CDs. We will do CDs sometime between, so what time did I get started? I got started tonight at 5:30. So we've got 2 hours and 50 minutes left. I'm going to get started with CDs between 11:30 and midnight Central Time. Okay? Josh, do you want back in on Rush? Totally up to you. Totally up to you. Ooh, that was a great naked. I've been trying to get that to happen. Whew. Okay. Let's go over here and see what's in this next crate. Nice. I got more new check condition records. That's always great. Usually great titles at great prices because they are check condition. And I see some in here that always gets grabbed up. So let's grab them. Let's go through them. And let's see what's going on with these. And we basically have new arrivals to show you probably all the way up until I'm ready to. I'm going to show new arrivals. I'm going to show new arrivals until we're sold out of auctions. Okay, we have a request for Sade. So I'm going to keep showing new records until all the auctions are sold. First thing is these 3 singles are a buy now for $10. Those 3 singles are a buy now for $10. Phil Freeman is probably very thankful that I'm dropping the hammer on this. And this is sold to him for $50. And then preview. Oh, okay. Give me 1 second, Craig. I think I need to show those to you. And then over here, we have Def Leppard at $41. Josh, we had a hang up in the lag. So there for a minute, the reason nobody was bidding on this, there was a hang up in the lag. And when everything loaded, or there was a hang up in Restream, when everything loaded, there was new bids on Rush. So you were outbid. All the bidding was invisible for a second, but you've been outbid. It's now at $31. It's at $31. And Chad is finally ready to crack open this bottle of water. And I'm about to have to go refill my ice. Let me do this first. Okay, now, the 3 singles, Craig, was Deconditioned, Destroy, E, something, and the first annual Carolina EP. There it is. Now, Rush has a new bid. Travis, you're out. Def Leppard's at 43. I got Jackson Brown on deck, Roger Waters, but we had a request for Sade. Sade is a 1985 U.S. Carrollton original. With the original on the sleeve, Sade Promise is a $25 start. That's now up for bid. These are new arrivals, check condition. If anybody wants anything in here, just let me know. Yes, Close to the Edge. EX condition, $17.99. Close to the Edge. We just sold another one of these. This has got all the markings of an OG. It's just a club copy. OG Club, $17.99. Rush is at $38. Def Leppard's at $50. Sade's a $25 start. The Muppet Show. The Muppet Show is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Billy Squier, Emotions in Motion, VG condition, $9.99. Everybody Wants You is on there. Sade has a bid for $28. Reba McEntire, this is VG Plus condition. Whoever's in New England, $9.99 on Reba. These are new arrivals in check condition, so great titles at great prices, just they are in check condition. We have Eagles, their greatest hits, an original embossed cover, one of the greatest selling albums of all time. VG Plus condition, $24.99 on the Eagles. And Frank Sinatra, Close to You. Frank Sinatra is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge. Hendrix is in VG condition, $12.99. So Def Leppard got a new bid for $50. Rush got a bid for $38. Robin went out on Def Leppard after the $50 bid. Sade got an opening bid for $28. Chris Reddings was first on the Muppet Show. Travis Wade was next on the Muppet Show. Michael Rudolph was next on the Muppet Show. Now we have a new bid on Rush at $39. Another bid on Sade for $25, but there was already a $28 bid. Amanda Darby on BS for Billy Squier. Tim Graham next on Billy Squier. Sade's at $30. Michael Reed third on Billy Squier. Amanda Darby on RM, and that was Reba McEntire. Justin Garrett was next to Reba McEntire. Rush is at $40, and Sade's at $32. Sade, no, this is an OG copy. This is not 180 gram. This is OG, a 1985 U.S. Carrollton OG first pressing. No condition notes either. Very nice copy. The high bid's $32 right now with Blaine Zapnick. Let's go ahead and sell that Def Leppard, and that is sold to Corey Ross for $50. And now the unsold singles, there's 2 lots of 10 or 2 lots at 10 each. I'm going to make them $12, and this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. The unsold single bundle for $12. And Rush is at $42. Next is Eric Clapton Was Here. VG Plus, $24.99. Eric Clapton Was Here. Elton John, 11/17/70. EX condition, $32.99. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks. VG condition, $12.99. VG condition, $12.99. And Chubby Checkers, Limbo Party, VG condition, $9.99. First on the singles bundle is Rebecca for $12, then Scott, and then Michael Rudolph, and Lonnie's out on Sade. It's at $32. Rush is at $42. Travis is out. Here's the whole first stack of singles we've sold tonight. I'm going to go ahead and set these around the corner right quick. The stack's getting awfully tall. Alrighty. There is that. Next thing is the Eagles Hotel California, VG $14.99, and Johnny Van Zant Band, No More Dirty Deals. Johnny Van Zant, VG $9.99. Rush is an 80s club copy. It came out in 87. It couldn't be too much later than 87, but they do consider it a reissue club copy. The high bid on Rush is $42 with Josh Brown. Travis did say he's out. This is a final call. I've actually already sold it once. We had to bring it back because there was an error in the chat. And now it's still getting bids, but it's a final call. And now Sade's at $34. Now we have another auction to put up. And that other auction is Jackson Brown's Running on Empty, a Japanese pressing, a 1983 with insert and obi. A beautiful copy. Jackson Brown is a $35 start. Next is Wonderful Wanda, Wanda Jackson. In shrink, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Hank Williams Sr. live at the Grand Ole Opry House, now known as the Ryman Auditorium. VG Plus, $19.99. Ricky Van Shelton, Loving Proof. Ricky's in shrink with hot. VG Plus, $9.99. And CCR, It's Creedence Clearwater Revival's epic compilation. It's called Chronicle. 20 of their best tracks, $24.99. Sade 34, Sade 35. Clocks on Rush. Jackson Brown's a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. Willie Nelson Stardust. That's VG plus $9.99. Robin Glenn on Ricky Van Shelton. That's sold to Robin Glenn. Next is Led Zeppelin 4. A Monarch Pico Duck. Wow. EX $54.99. John. Yeah, this is an OG. No. This is, wow, this one's weird. This is a 4-digit Monarch with Pico Duck, but it has a Rockefeller address. So he didn't mark it OG. He just said Monarch Pico Duck, but which is great mastering, but it does have the Rockefeller address. So it could be 73, but that's a great pressing of this album. It's a Monarch Pico Duck, Porky Prime Cut in the dead wax. That's a good version. EX edition, $54.99. It just has some hairlines on it, has the original inner sleeve, Led Zeppelin. That's a good one to have. It's not a first pressing. It would have a different, that's the only thing holding this back from a first pressing is the address. Right here. It says 75 Rockefeller Plaza. They were originally at 1841 Broadway. That's what's holding it back. All right, no other bids on Rush. So this is sold to Josh Brown for $42. Final call on Jackson Brown, just one bid for $35. Now Sade's at $41. And I'm surprised more people hadn't requested this. So I'm going to go ahead and put it up right now before it gets too much later. And this is a 1987 OG US Roger Waters Radio Chaos. Has a punch hole, but original sleeve does not. Aha. So we have possibly, I wonder if they punched the hole. I see what you're saying, Laura. Laura is saying there's a punch hole on the jacket, but the inner sleeve doesn't have one. So somebody either replaced the inner sleeve, something could have happened there. But either way, it's in shrink. It's a really nice copy. The vinyl is near mint minus. Roger Waters, this album's not in print. It has the original inner sleeve. It does have a punch hole in the sleeve, but not on the inner sleeve. And it has the Chaos hype sticker. Roger's a $35 start. Next thing over here is Jimi Hendrix Info soundtrack. Jimi Hendrix is a soundtrack to Rainbow Bridge. The vinyl's VG, probably a VG jacket because of the ring wear. It is $14.99. Reprise Records, Jimi Hendrix Rainbow Bridge. VG $14.99. Very, very nice. And we also have Neil Young, Comes the Time. It also has his original version of Lot of Love on it. VG plus $24.99 for Neil Young. And the Beatles, 67 to 70 on Apple, VG condition, $24.99. So Jackson Brown is sold to Guy Shard for $35. Thank you on that. Sade, he's out. So Blaine Zapnick, you have that for $42. An OG copy, and a nice Roger Waters of Pink Floyd, original member, $35. His solo album, not in print, very nice. We just had an OG Zeppelin in the bin. How about an OG Zeppelin, how about a 1987 U.S. Specialty reissue? This is an 87 press in a physical. The barcode on the back cover was scribbled out at some point. So somebody tried to camouflage the barcode, but it is in fact an 87 specialty. It has a nice jacket here on the front and the inserts, and we're going to put that up for just a $25 start on Zeppelin. Just $25. And that's what Laura had on it. Let's go ahead and show Chicago. EX condition, $14.99. That's Chicago's greatest hits. Bruce Springsteen, The River. That's a 2LP, VG $14.99. And Three Dog Night, Hard Labor. It does have the Band-Aid affixed to the cover. The original pressings had this exposed, and they pretty much censored it by putting these big Band-Aid stickers on the cover. I haven't had too many at all with that exposed. EX $17.99. So Sade is sold to Blaine Zapnick for $42. Nobody's been on Roger Waters yet. If you want to lock it in, now's the time. It's a $35 start. Led Zeppelin's a $25 start. 3 singles are going to go up for bid right now. Let's grab 3 out of here and see what we have. Cider Appreciation Society, Cleveland. Cider Appreciation Society, Cleveland. Corrupt leader, corrupt leaders, collateral damage. Those 3, ooh, Elvis Costello on deck. Those 3 up for a $10 start. All right. Also, 10 years after, Stonehenge, VG Plus $14.99. Elton John's Tumbleweed Connection, nice. VG Condition, an original uni pressing, $14.99. Don't forget, Led Zeppelin, Cashmere. Oh, let the sun beat down upon my face. Stars fill my dreams. I am a traveler of both time and space to be where I have been. Also featured in Ocean's 11. Stevie Wonder fulfilling his first finale. EX Edition $22.99. Loverboy, Keep It Up. Loverboy is VG Plus $12.99. And Tom Petty's You're Gonna Get It. Tom Petty is VG Plus on the original Shelter label, $24.99. No bid on Roger Waters. And OG copy, punch hole cover, shrink hype, $35 buy it now. Y'all remember that scene with Tom Cruise, or is it Tom Cruise? Is it Tom Cruise? And Ocean's 11? No, not Tom Cruise. Matt Damon in Ocean's 11, and he reads that. William Shatner. Everybody says when I recite lyrics, I sound like William Shatner. Okay. Next thing we have is Zeppelin has 2 $25 bids. Scott Nicholson bid $25. Corey Ross bid $25. Robin Glenn wants Loverboy. And Greg Beddinger on Jimi Hendrix. The red dot. My temperature is 103. I've seen red dots everywhere. Ascendancy is $39.99. These 3 singles are a $10 start. All right. So we have a tie on Hendrix. Corey, you're out. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Now we're flying through these things. You know why? It's getting later. There's not as many people watching. We're selling auctions a lot faster. There's not as many bids. If you're watching late, things are moving faster now. I've got, far as advertised auctions, 2, 4, 7 more, plus all kinds of Japanese stuff. Some we'll do tonight. Some we won't. I'm trying to get through as many new arrivals as I can. Here's our next auction. It's a 1986 US OG Billy Idol Whiplash Smile. These are now that's now a $25 start. Now Led Zeppelin 26. Now Led Zeppelin 27. Now Sean has the singles for 10. Now Michael has the singles for 12. What if I want to do, if I want to buy something, you just tell me what you want. We'll get you registered, and then we'll send you an invoice next Monday. $8 in limited shipping. As much as you want to buy, $8 in limited shipping. You can bid, you can buy, you just let me know. It's that time of the night. I'm going to go up front and get a V8. I need a V8 Energy. I need a quick pick-me-up snack, as they say. Probably some pretzels. And I'm going to be back in 2 minutes. We've got crate after crate of new arrivals. If I do put up more Japanese, there's an endless amount of auctions. We got CDs later tonight. We got possibly discount crates later tonight. That's all happening. The teacher from South Park, I get that too because I say okay a lot. Okay. Next thing, I'm going to mute my mic. Let me go do that. Here's what I want everybody to do. I want to know where everybody's watching from. Sorry, I'm walking away right in the middle of these auctions. Corey and Nicholas, if y'all can keep, or Corey and Scott, if y'all can keep up with your bids, let me know. Also, Sean, you're out on the singles. Final call on that. Welcome, everybody. The lyrics to Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Picture yourself in a boat on a river with tangerine trees and marmalade skies. Somebody calls you. You answer quite slowly. A girl with kaleidoscope eyes. I think I was pretty close. Is that close? I'll be right back. Let me know where you're watching from. I love to find out where everybody's watching from. I'll be right back. Is my mic on? I hope y'all couldn't hear me up there chewing. I never did mute my bike. Hopefully my mic went out of range. I was up there chewing up a storm. Now I'm here, and just so everybody gets back in position, I'm going to go put some ice in this, and I'll be right back. I was up there chewing on some munchie. Okay. Our house. Yeah, I had a strong reminder from Tanner. He said, man, he's like, I know you never take bathroom breaks. He said, please make sure you mute your mic. If you have to take one of your rare bathroom breaks, please make sure you mute your mic. That would be a tragedy. Okay. We're ready to resume business. So we have about 3 hours left to live stream. No, we've got about 2.5 hours left to live stream. The feed will end at about 1:30 a.m. And that's when I'm going to say good night for tonight. Then I'll be back tomorrow. So we got a lot to still go through. New arrivals, discounts, and types of loose ends with these auctions. So when I walked away, there's been a lot of comments. Led Zeppelin had got a new bid for 26 and 27, and the singles had got a bid for 12, and Scott Nicholson had Led Zeppelin for 27. Okay, and then we have a viewer in Texas, Chicago, Washington, Philadelphia, Florida. We have Jason Boxels in Budapest. Wow. And then Dallas, Fort Worth. We have Texas, Arizona, Florida, Tennessee, the Poconos. That's a Seinfeld reference. Ohio, Michigan, Arizona, British Columbia, California, New Hampshire, Southern Cal, Area 51, Nashville, San Jose, New Jersey, Bob Lazar's house. Wow. Bob Lazar. Washington. There was a preview tonight, yes. Chicago. And we're good to go. So there was no other bids on Led Zeppelin. So the hammer's up. That means literally I'm about to sell this to Scott Nicholson for $27. There was no other bidding the entire time I was around. Just so everybody knows, that's what happened. And then I don't think Sean bid again or set out on these singles. So I've got to go ahead and sell these for $12. And that $12 bid was with Michael Reed. So, Michael, you get those for $12. And then Billy Idol. I'm going to go over the details on that one more time. This is a 1986 OG. and I'm looking for a $25 start. This was a new check edition bin. If you missed a price and you want to know a price, just let me know. Yes, Close to the Edge, Eagles' Greatest Hits, Frank Sinatra, Close to You. Eric Clapton was here. Elton John, 11-17-70. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, Tangled Up in Blue. Chubby Checker, Limbo. Eagles Hotel. Johnny Van Zant, No More Dirty Deeds. We have Wanda Jackson, Hank Williams Sr., CCR, Willie Nelson. We have Led Zeppelin, a Monarch Pico Duck Press. That is EX54.99. Neil Young, The Beatles, Chicago, Bruce, Three Dog Night, 10 Years After, Elton John, Stevie Wonder, and Tom Petty. The Led Zeppelin's a 1987 specialty pressing of Physical Graffiti. It's at $27. It has been for about 15 minutes because I walked away right in the middle of it. But I never did hear back from Corey. That's why I've kind of waited. Corey never bid again. I never did hear back from him. So that's why that's kind of went into extended time. It would have already been sold. Final call, though. And then Amanda Darby on CCR. That was VG Plus, $24.99. Thank you. And now Tim Graham's in on Billy Idol at $25. And then what was the color of the Corrupt Leaders? That was on white vinyl. White vinyl at first glance. Okay. Also, I think I got the hot pictures. I looked at my phone during my break up front, and Laura has already sent me the hot pictures for Tuesday night and Thursday night, Metal Night. Wow. Deicide, Metallica, Marilyn Manson, Stryper, Metallica, King Diamond, Kiss, Tesla, Testament, Voivod, Cinderella, Pestilence, Possessed, Savatage, Black Sabbath, Motley Crue, Lita Ford, LA Guns, Wasp, Faster Pussycat, Megadeth, Les Rocket, Bullet Boy, Slayer, Des D. Moore, Dogs D. Moore, Dio, Whitesnake, wow, Machine Head. That's a tough one to get right there. I love the song on that album. That opening track, Gojira, Whitesnake, Venom, Rat, Winger, Wasp, Tigers of Pantane, Guns N' Roses, Amorphous, Motley Crue, Crocus, The Sword. Wow. All right, so Billy Idol's the final call, and Led Zeppelin is got a new bid for $28. Scott Nicholson is probably like, thank you, Chad. But I was really, Scott, just making sure Corey was done, and he said out, and now there's a new bidder for $28. So we got an answer from Corey, and now there's a new bidder. Scott, it's up to you if you want to continue it. I would love for you to. Todd probably wishes you wouldn't, but it's up to you. Next thing is a 1988 U.S. Specialty Original. This is an OG pressing of Bon Jovi's New Jersey. It's an EX edition. It's a $35 start. There we have it. Now Led Zeppelin's at $29. Now Led Zeppelin's at $35. We're not done yet. Anybody else want a price on anything in here? Just let me know. Let's go ahead and go through another crate of new arrivals, which is something I typically wouldn't do at this time or hour of the night. But we still got some stuff to auction and some stuff to do. And I hadn't even done like a new vinyl recap yet either. So I probably need to get on that. Bon Jovi has a bid for $35. And I kind of need to do a little bit of tidying to figure out what we're going to show next. Here are the Japanese auctions from this crate. I hadn't even brought over the other crate tonight. Wow, as usual. Let me move these right over here. Japanese, both crates. Thank you, Paul. Here was the $9.99 records from Paul already shown. I still got all kinds of those kind of Paul crates to do tonight. Still hadn't finished all those yet. What is the Led Zeppelin? Give me 1 second. And let's see here. Was this a new arrivals bin? It was. I'm going to move these over here. Led Zeppelin's a 1987 U.S. 1987 U.S. Now all of a sudden there's new bidders. Now 29. Now 35. Dale has it for 35. Let's go ahead and sell Billy Idol for 25 to Tim Graham. And now Bon Jovi's the final call for 35. Let me move these over. And so Scott Nicholson says he's done. Dale has it for 35. And now that is about to sell. All right, let me put these right in here. Appreciate everybody on that. And let me move these. So these have been shown. So I can take these out of the way. Those have for sure been shown and sewn. Done. A couple empty crates here. And then me figure out what's this. Hope I could take this off the table right quick. That's a buy it now for $35. No bid, unbelievably. In shrink with hype, a $35 buy it now. Bon Jovi now has a bid for $36. Okay. I'm pretty positive, unbelievably, I have a crate over here that I think Paul marked at some point that I've never gone through. Which, if that's true, I don't know how that's happened. But I flipped through it the other day and I was like, wow. Some of this stuff didn't sell, but some of it looks familiar. But at the same time, I don't think it's ever been shown because there's some stuff in here that would have definitely sold. And I'm going to bring that over right now. It's got Paul's handwriting on most of them. And I don't think I ever showed some of these. And I think that's going to be a great crate to go through right now. And also because I'm unsure, I'm going to go ahead and make it a best offer crate. Okay? I'm going to go ahead and make it a best offer crate because I'm unsure. I've got essentially a crate and a half of the new vinyl left from the night from the 3 crates we started with. And so because I'm kind of unsure with this crate I'm talking about, I'm going to go ahead and say, let's take offers on them. Because it's that time of the night anyway. So the high bid on Led Zeppelin right now is $35 with Dale. We're about to sell it. And now Bon Jovi's at $37 with Amanda. Everybody still with me? I hope so. Give me 1 second, please. Forgot about something up front. Okay. So, next thing we have is over here is Bon Jovi 38, Led Zeppelin 36. Who had the high bid? Dale Sanders. Bon Jovi, $38. Todd Saw, $36. And next thing I have is the hit sounds of Sonny James. This is sealed for $9.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. That's a sealed hit sounds of Sonny James, $9.99. John Denver is sealed for $14.99. Radio Chaos. Somebody wanted to see this. This is Roger Waters. It's OG 1987. There is a punch hole on the cover, but the inner sleeve doesn't have a punch hole. The vinyl's near mint, and it's a $35 start. Dale, there was one person left on Led Zeppelin, and that's Todd. And now he's bid $36. The original bidder's out, so it's between Dale and Todd. Bon Jovi is an OG 1988 U.S. specialty. Original inner sleeve. Yes, and the high bid's $38. That's where we're at on all of our auctions right now. We're going through a crate, and everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Like William St. James, A Song for Every Mood, $9.99. And The Blushing Brides, Unveiled. That is sealed, a 1982 U.S. rock album. That's $9.99. Plain Song. Plain Song is a 1972 U.S. with insert. Plain Song is $19.99. Also, we have the Bee Gees, Rare, Precious, and Beautiful. $19.99 on the Bee Gees. Rare, Precious, and Beautiful, two-tone Atco label, and Little Feat, Hoy Hoy. Little Feat's a 1981 U.S. promo single, $14.99. Our next auction is going to be U2. I still got an OG copy over here of Rattle and Hum. U2 is a 1988 U.S. Carrollton. This is an OG Columbia Club copy with the original on her sleeve, EX edition, a $35 start on Rattle and Hum. $35 start on Rattle and Hum. That's now up for bid. Todd, you're back out on Zeppelin. Bon Jovi's at 40, which means, Corey, you've been outbid on that. Next is Deep Purple made in Japan. This is, I'm pretty sure, some stuff Paul's marked that I've never gone through before, but I'm going to go ahead and say it's buy it now, best offer. Take advantage. Deep Purple, $29.99. Now Led Zeppelin's at 40. U2, an OG Rattle and Hum. Very, very nice with the original on her sleeves. EX, a $35 start. We have Gary Morris hits. Gary Morris is $9.99. And Heartbreak USA. Heartbreak USA is a 1984 US press, a new wave album. That's $9.99. And Crocus. Crocus is $12.99. Also, The Movies. The Movies is sealed, $12.99. How much is Radio Chaos? It's $35. I'm surprised they didn't get it bid up to like 40, 50, 60, 70 or more. It's sitting right over here for a $35 buy it now. 3 people's asked for it. You, me, and the third. I'm waiting for you to say sold, oh so. It's shrink wrapped. It's hop stickered. It does have a punch hole. It does have an original on her sleeve with no punch hole. The vinyl's near mint minus, and guess what? It's only a $35 buy now. It was put up late. I was expected to get bids for 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Brett Thieves wants Flirts. And Flirts was the Flirts. Right here. That's sold to Brett Thieves. Todd Saw on Morris. Now, U2's at 35. Now, Led Zeppelin's 45. Now, Bon Jovi's at 41. And now we have Brand X, Moroccan Roll. Brand X is $14.99. Moroccan Roll. Also, we got Chris Knapp on Movies. That is sold to Chris Knapp, who asked about Radio Chaos just a second ago. Edwin Blom asked about it, then he said, can I see it? And I'm assuming he didn't want it. And then Bon Jovi 42. We have Don Pulling, Healing Force. Don Pulling's a 1976 Italian import. That's a jazz album, $14.99. And this is Lister Carroll, Just Like a Friend. And that is a 1982 French import, rock, sealed $9.99. And Charlie, Fight Dirty. Charlie is sealed for $9.99. Also, you get the second deal of the night. The first one was on the, we sold like an $8,000 Black Crowes record earlier tonight for $250. That is sold to Oso Adventure for $30. Led Zeppelin's at $46. Bon Jovi's at $42. And U2 has one bid for $35. Rattle and Hum, we're about to sell it. Here's our next 3 singles. This was the next one in the stack earlier. Elvis Costello, Welcome to the Working Week demo, previously unreleased Lover's Walk. We have Crove Etch, and Crutches. And those 3 singles together are going to be sold for a $10 start. Bon Jovi's now at $45. We got Bill Chinook, Badlands, $9.99. No, not the band Badlands. The Flower Kings, Stardust We Are. That's a 2020 remaster, a prog album, $44.99. Eddie Money, No Control. Eddie Money is from the dreaded Connery collection. His name's written on the front and back, $14.99. And to answer your question, Jim B, no, that will not be tonight. To answer your question, I just now hit me that I read that and didn't answer it. No, that'll be tonight because I'll have to go dig them and hunt them. I know you're wanting more stuff so you can make some money, but not tonight on those. Maybe you can cash in on some CDs. We have Eric Clapton and the Yardbirds. There's writing on the cover. VG condition, $9.99 for Clapton. And Billy Charn, Charne, a 72 country rock album on the Sussex label. That's the same label Bill Withers is on. VG, $9.99. Led Zeppelin's at 46. Bon Jovi, 43. Bon Jovi, 45. Craig's had the singles for 10. Final call. U2 has one bid for $35, and that's sold to Corey Ross. They're still bidding on Led Zeppelin. Now it's at 46. Now Bon Jovi's at 45. And now our next auction is Prince. And Prince is an OG copy, a 1982 U.S. Specialty original. OG copy, still in shrink wrap, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. Prince, $19.99, VG Plus, a $25 start. Crocus info. There is no Crocus album in here. No Crocus. There is a Crocus album in here, but not the Crocus you heard. Alonzo was watching from across the room. He heard the word Crocus, and he said, do what? Crocus? This is spelled crocus. Like there's a bird that is saying bad words. Not K and K. It's C and C. Spelled differently. Prince 25, Prince 27. Eddie Money, $10. Darren Chrisman. Sell Eddie Money for $10. Bon Jovi is an OG pressing. First press. Yes. Next thing is Walter Carlos switched on Bach 2. This is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. The Bottles, Gold Stamp Promo, 1979, VG Plus $9.99. Led Zeppelin is at $50 with Dale Sanders. Todd Saw says he's done. Prince is going to be at $28. Prince is at $25. And Neil Reigler, yes, I forgot about your Don Pullen for $7. Neil Reigler, Don Pullen was marked $14.99. I will sell that to you for $12. Also, we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears. EX Edition, $16.99. You Make Me So Very Happy. And Spinning Wheel, EX $16.99. Now, Todd, are you sure you're wanting to risk buying from somebody you don't know? You know, you can get this one right now with Coletco. You know what you're getting. You know it's guaranteed. You know what we've graded it. You know what you got. You know you can trust us. You know you got unlimited shipping. Are you willing to take those kind of risks? Evidently you are, because you've set out, and now Dale has it for $50. Also, we have Pinkini Candini, and that's a psych pop album from 1969, VG condition $9.99, and Jonas Field Band, Time and Motion. This is VG condition, $9.99. Sorry, I said no, $9.99. No problem. Don Pullen is So Do You for $12. Neil Reigler. Now we have Prince at $45. We got Bon Jovi at $45, and these three singles are sold for $10 to Craig Thomas. Craig, what did I just say? Next thing we have here is three more singles going up for a $10 start. The first one is Creatures, Down Presser. We have Cast from Hike, and then we have Circles, a test press, numbered 8 of 10. Circles, that's 3, is going to go up for a $10 start. And then we have Led Zeppelin. This is sold to Dale Sanders for $50. Dale, that's so do you. Those three singles are a $10 start. Bon Jovi's now at $50. Prince is now at $45. And then there's the Flower Kings, a triple LP. What is the color? The Flower Kings is a 2022. It is a triple LP on black vinyl. It is a triple LP on black vinyl, $44.99. Also, Chuck Berry, 1 Dozen Berries. Chuck Berry's a 70s reissue in VG condition, $14.99. Those three singles have a bid for $10. Bloontz, BLOONTZ, a 1973 U.S. bluesy hard rock album, VG Plus $14.99. Bon Jovi and Prince are still getting bids, but now Bon Jovi has hit $50 with Michael Jacob. It's a final call. And now Prince, C-Note has that for $45. I'm assuming everybody else is done. Final call. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Crowded House. Crowded House is a 1988 U.S. Specialty original. VG Plus condition with the original under sleeve, and it's a $15 start. And this one is Temple of Low Men. $15 start on that. Next thing I have over here, Don Pullen, we sold that one. And then, David V. I knew I missed something. David V. You get Blood, Sweat, and Tears for $12. I knew I was forgetting about something. That's sold to David V. And then Edwin Blom, I will sell you Bloontz for $12. W.J. Jones is watching up in Alaska. Welcome. I've got a couple other customers up in Alaska. Is it cold or hot? Is it cold or hot? John Fox, the golden section, or I should say, is it mild or cold? EX, $12.99. And we have Tommy Flanders, the Moonstone. Tommy Flanders is in shrink wrap. That's $12.99. And Sir Douglas Quintet, Mendocino, VG, $14.99. Edwin said sold on Bloontz for $12. David V, I hadn't forgot about you, but thank you on the Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Crowded House, $15. These 3 singles got one bid for $10, and now they're sold for $10. And those are sold to Michael Reed for $10. And now Bon Jovi is sold. And now Bon Jovi is sold for $50. And that $50 bid was with Michael Jacob, and that sold for $50. And then Prince, this is sold for $45 to C-Note. Thank you, C-Note. That's sold to you for $45. And then over here, we got Crowded House. Kristen Barnett has that for $15. And now our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be Otis Redding. We did an OG Dock of the Bay earlier tonight. Here's a 67 U.S. Terre Haute OG. It does have a sticker on the side one label, a WEJ sticker, and that is in VG Plus condition. And now Otis Redding is a $15 start. My generator is plugged in and charging. We're at 100%. Thank you for the reminder. Alex Chilton, High Priest. Alex Chilton's $19.99. We also have War, the original motion picture soundtrack, Youngblood in shrink. That's $39.99. And the Moody Blues Go Now with a London promo sticker on the front. Beautiful vinyl, $24.99 on that. Crowded House is now a final call. And Ronnie Hawkins is $19.99. That's one of those wax time direct metal mastering reissues. Let's put up some more singles right quick. And now the next 3 singles that are going to go up are a $10 start. And this is Fire Sale by Drunk Driver. And then Drunk Driver Knife Day. And this is Dodd's Dom, Sweet and Deadly Sins, or 7 Deadly Sins. I just don't know what the logo says. DODS or DODG, Dodd's Dom. Those 3 for a $10 start. Sir Douglas Quintet, $12. Let's go ahead and sell that to David V for $12. Thank you, David V. Ambrosia, Life Beyond LA. This has the hit song How Much I Feel on it, $9.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash Allies, that's $19.99. And we have Stephen Stills 2. Stephen Stills 2 is $19.99. And Bobby and the Midnights, that is Bob Weir, The Grateful Dead, $24.99 on that. Not bad whatsoever. I just laid down those 3. I need to sell Crowded House. Crowded House is sold to Kristen Barnett. Nice late night deal. Thank you, Kristen, $15. Also, Otis Redding live in Europe. This is OG 67, VG Plus vinyl. It is a $15 start. No one's bid. Our next auction is Jungle Books, told by Boris Karloff. This is only time ever pressed on any format. It's read by horror icon Boris Karloff. VG Plus, The Jungle Books, read by Boris Karloff. $15 start on that. Next thing in here is Grateful Dead. What a long, strange trip it's been. The Best of the Grateful Dead, a 2 LP comp. $44.99 on that. Joe Walsh, So What? $19.99 on Joe Walsh. Leo Kottke, Mudlark. Leo Kottke was $9.99. Buck Owens, I've got a Tiger by the Tail. That's $9.99. And then CCR Chronicle. We just sold a VG Plus copy. Here is one with no condition notes. $34.99. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate son. We got Chicago. Gold Stamp promo. Their greatest hits, $19.99. And Steve Miller Band, Brave New World. Steve Miller Band's on the Orange Capitol label. And that is $24.99. All right, now these singles did not get a bid. So that's a buy it now lot on those singles for $10. Thank you on that. Otis Redding all of a sudden has bids for $15, $15, $18. And now Jungle Book Jungle Book $15, $15. I'm pretty sure that was classified as a new arrivals bin. And that was our first read through. And those are best offer. So take advantage of that while you can. I do have Japanese stuff that we have not sold yet or even offered for sale. And it's kind of past the time where I'm going to introduce too much, but I am going to try a couple, at least a couple that we get quite often, but they always sell, including this right here. And this is Wham! Make It Big. Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. It is near mint minus and pristine. There's George Michael. There's the Shrink. There's the Obi. There's the Hop Sticker. And that's going to go up for a $35 start. Now, Otis Redding has bids for 18 and now 19. And now the Jungle Book is at 18 with Patty Anderson Williams. Kristen Barnett was at 15 originally. And then Michael Reed bid 15. Now Patty's at 18. Next is Wham has a bid for 35. So I'm just going to kind of read the titles in there. And Todd, I do not have a AC/DC just laying around. That'll be something that we would probably advertise for auction, or let's see, advertise for auction, or every once in a while John might slip one in a check condition bin. Now, of course, the first AC/DCs were pressed in Australia, which are really rare. I still haven't got that first one with the kangaroo on the label. All right, so let's see. I'm holding up pretty good for having 3 hours sleep, by the way. I'm holding up pretty good. That refresh of Purple Juice, I went and put more ice in it earlier, and the V8. That's really helped me out a lot. End up killing myself on Sunday night, Monday mornings, because I usually don't come in until later because I'm not doing a stream, and then I stay here like all morning. And when I left at like 10 o'clock, I was like, dang, I got to wake up in like 4 hours. And I went down and like by the time I fell asleep, my alarm went off. I was like, dang, there's no way I slept for more than 2.5 or 3 hours. So I'm holding up pretty good. I hope my brain can stay fresh for CD Madness. We got about 2 hours left on the stream, specifically 1 hour and 50 minutes approximately. So here's what we're going to do. Let me read through these titles one more time. If you missed a price or if you was waiting to make an offer, now's the time. I'm about to swap out crates. Sonny James, John Denver. We got William St. James. I got the Blushing Brides Unveiled, Plain Song, Bee Gees, Little Feat Hoy Hoy single promo, Deep Purple Brand X. This one was called Lister Carroll, Just Like a Friend. Charlie, Fight Dirty, Bill Chinook, Badlands, Eric Clapton, Billy Charn, Crocus, Not That Crocus, Walter Carlos, The Bottles, Pinkanini, Kanindi, something like that. Jonas Field Band, The Flower Kings is still available. Also, we have Chuck Berry, we got John Fox, Tommy Flanders, Alex Chilton, War Soundtrack Youngblood, Moody Blues, Ronnie Hawkins, Ambrosia, CSN, Stephen Stills, Bobby and the Midnights, Grateful Dead, Joe Walsh, Leo Kottke, Buck Owens, CCR, Chicago, Steve Miller. All right, now Otis Redding. What happened over here? It seems like forever since I said a bit on this. Brett Thies at $23, and he had outbid Amanda Darby. So Amanda, you're out on this. The high bid's $23. And then over here, we got the Jungle Book narrated by Boris Karloff. And the Jungle Book, narrated by Boris Karloff, is with Patty still at 22. That's a final call. And now Wham is at 45 with Justin Garrett. 45 on Wham with Justin Garrett. Next thing is Radio Chaos is sold. Yes, that's sold. And then Phil Ott said Alex Chilton for 14. And then before that, Edwin Blom wants the details on Panini Cananidi. Pinkanini Cananidi. And that is in VG condition. It's a 1969 press, $9.99. And then Joe Walsh, So What, is so to Todd Saw. Thank you. $19.99. Anybody else? Otis Redding has a new bid. Amanda's not done, Brett. Jungle Book's definitely a final call, and so is Wham. And now let's put down 3 new singles. Those last 3 didn't sell. We have Demo 1985. Boy, that looks very metal. I don't know who it is, though. Anybody can make that out. Demo 85. That's up for bid. So is Time and Pressure. And Discouraged looks like a split. and Beauty School Dropout discount. Those 3 singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Now, the only other thing I want to do that I always do extremely quickly at this time every night before we possibly transition into a discount, like a true discount bin, like half off or something like that, I always read through the new vinyl from tonight, which will take me 2.3 seconds. And if I do that right now, you're going to get a good look before this gets posted in our private group, Whole Lot of Records in the Morning, where most of this is probably going to get grabbed. So the first thing I have is Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden. Sleep Token is $38.99. Lizzie Borden, Give 'Em the Axe. White Blue Marble Vinyl, $33. Last Ace of Base, that's $33. Bauhaus Flatfield was $33. Petra was $38.99. Burgundy colored vinyl. We have the Best of Lizzie Borden 2LP orange vinyl, $44. Rob Zombie Sinister Urge, $36. Primus Frizzle Fry comes out Friday, new release, half color, half purple, half clear. I've got 3 of those left for $29. That's a new release. The Counting Crows, August and Everything After with Mr. Jones, $46.99. The Red Clay Strays, another new release that comes out this Friday. It's on red vinyl for $34.99. The Forrest Gump soundtrack's $39, and Metallica's Garage Inc. is $59. Let's go ahead and sell that Wham then. Wham is sold to Justin Garrett. No more bids on any auctions. They're all closed. I'm going to go ahead and clear the board, except for the singles. They just got a bid for 10. The albums are closed. Wham is sold for $45, and that $45 winning bid was with Justin Garrett. Jungle Book, narrated by Boris Karloff, was sold to Patty for $22, and then the Otis Redding is sold to Amanda Darby for $25. Now, these 3 singles have one bid with Brett for $10. Let's go ahead and try another Japanese pressing because I got some nice stuff. This one has been doing very well, but before I do that one, let me jump over here and show you Billy Joe. We've been selling a lot of Billy Joe lately. He did just announce he has, unfortunately, some health problems. Not only that, they've announced some big reissues. Billy Joel's a $35 start. Billy Joel also has this book. There's the Billy Joel book. There's the Billy Joel insert. There's the Billy Joel inner sleeve. This is a beautiful, complete copy, even with the Billy Joel book with it, shrink and obi, and all the inserts. A $35 start. Now the singles are at $12. Lizzie Borden, Give 'Em the Axe. Yes, both Lizzie Bordens are colored vinyl. Give 'Em the Axe is on white blue marble vinyl with poster for $33. And then this is a new first time on vinyl type deal. Best of Lizzie Borden, orange vinyl, 2LP 44. Did you have me down for a Frizzle Fry? I can check the pre-order very quickly for you. There were several people on the Promise. Let me go see on that right quick. Let me jump over here to Whole Lot of Records. And then Promise. Chad's allergies are starting to bother him. Kristen Barnett. Y'all got it. Yep. The Barnetts are down for one. Final call on Billy Joel, or I should say also final call on the singles. Brett says he's out. Here was the only other crate. Here's the only other crate here. This was the 4 non-blondes, Bigger, Badder, Fester, More, $33.99. Blackberry Smoke Like an Arrow for $36. Hank Williams III's Greatest Hits for $33. Grease is $46.99. Blink-182 Enema of the State, $36.99. Pavement Crooked Rain, Pavement is $29. The Smiths Live and Rome on Orange is $29. Live Throwing Copper is $39.99. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory soundtrack on Gold Vinyl, $36.99. Dinosaur Jr. Bug is $28. Tool Live at Lollapalooza on clear vinyl for $34. Metallica Market Square Heroes 1988 Volume 2. If you buy this boot, I can get you a Volume 1 eventually. And Queensryche Operation Mindcrime, $46.99. So these 3 singles are sold to Oso Adventure for $12. Nobody bid on Billy Joel. That's going to be a great late night pickup from somebody for $35. If anybody wants Billy Joel, that's in shrink. It's complete with the book, and it is nice. We got a Lizzie Borden sold, a Blink-182 sold, a Smith sold, and possibly a Pavement. Did I get a Pavement? Darren, I have not sold a Pavement to anybody tonight. I have not sold a Pavement to anybody tonight. Very nice Billy Joel there if anybody wants to pick that up for $35. So Oso wants a Lizzie Borden, give him the axe. Don't forget, every morning in Whole Lot of Records, I post a flip video at 6 o'clock a.m. It's scheduled. I usually film it as soon as I end this live stream. I usually film 2 or 3 videos as soon as this stream's over. And I schedule them to post at 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. Usually I'm awake when the 6 a.m. post automatically. I'm usually still awake. Hopefully by when the 9 a.m. post, I'm supposed to be asleep by then. Sometimes I'm still awake. I was today when it automatically, my phone started going off of notifications. And don't forget to join our group. And some of the pre-orders we've posted recently is pretty wild. I may remind some people of those right quick because there is some great new stuff coming out. Just saying, I want to make sure everybody's had a chance to pre-order. But first, this is sold to Oso Adventure. Justin Garrett gets a Blink 182. Justin Garrett also gets a Smith's Live. Now Darren Johnson, I have not sold a Pavement to anybody, so I'm going to sell that to him. And now Justin Garrett wants a Tool. And I think a big selling point on this Tool is not only the track listing, but also Opiate is with Lane Staley of Alice in Chains. So that's really cool. We sold 3 of these tonight. This was the 3rd one. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know, okay? If anybody else wants on a waiting list. Just very quickly before we show some other stuff. Here, if you click on my name inside of the group, there's me. And over here, there's where I share the live feeds. And then over here is the most recent pre-order. That's the new Steely Dan remaster, the Royal Scam. That comes out this Friday. They've already shipped to me. I forgot to post that. And then over here, we got a new album by Bush. That's up for pre-order. The indie exclusive on Coke Bottle Clear. I got a new Rod Stewart compilation coming out on green vinyl. That's from Rhino. It's on green vinyl, a 2 LP Ultimate Rod Stewart collection. The new 311 Anniversary Edition. Now, if some of y'all are on YouTube and you don't have a Facebook at all, let me know and I can take down your name for some of these. Also, a new Motorhead. The Manicore Tapes, a lost, unreleased album from Motorhead, 1976. It's called the Manicore Tapes. Here's one of the biggest ones I've posted. They have finally repressed Billy Joel's greatest hits, and it's not at a bad price at all, just $38.99. We've been selling those for years for $50 and $75 and $100, and sometimes Japanese pressings for more than $100. It's back in print for $38.99. There's Flip Crate after Flip Crate. I've got the new pre-order for the new Chevelle up. I got Flip Crate after Flip Crate announcements. And I've also got a pre-order for the Richard Pryor box set. Also, I have pre-orders up for Flip Crate after Flip Crate. The new Doobie Brothers, which is supposed to come out this week. The Baby Huey story. 3 Doors Down, The Better Life. Mazzy Star. And I think The Faces, Ooh La La. And then there's another Mazzy Star. Now we're getting about a week out. So some of this stuff, the Sundays, one and another. The Chevelle, it's up for pre-order, yes. All right, and then that's the 2 crates left of the 3 or 4 of anybody from tonight. Okay, amazing. Deicide's supposed to come out this week. It's supposed to come out this week. It has not shipped. They have not loaded it in my cart. It has not shipped, and it has not been loaded in my cart yet. Now, some stuff doesn't ship till the day it comes out. Sometimes it's late, and we don't get it till the following Monday. But, Darren, that release is due out Friday. When will we get it? Hopefully this week. Still waiting for that to happen. Josh Brown over on YouTube wants a Chevelle. We can do that. Yeah, and if anybody on YouTube... me and Tanner had a meeting this morning. Basically, I think what we're going to start doing is set up our website. We're going to set up our website for the first time ever where you can get on and we can say every day, hey, there's been 7 new uploads of pre-orders. As I post them on Facebook, Tanner can just take the information and copy and paste it and just put them on our website so people on YouTube can get on our website, and basically you don't have to check out. I'm going to try to set it up where like you add it to your cart, but it's like $0, and we just get a notification that you've pre-ordered it, and we can take those names and put it into a master list. So when they come in case we're allocated on something, it will still be fair based on when you pre-ordered it. That's the best way I've thought about doing it, where it would work out that way. All right, let's do a half-off vintage crate. We need to do a half-off vintage crate. We have not done that yet tonight. I always do at least one half-off vintage crate, and we'll see where we're at on time and my personal brain waves, and hopefully I can find some good CDs tonight. So before I do that, I've got to find it. Before I can do a half-off crate, I've got to find a half-off crate. And right here behind me is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 cases of brand new case knives that I have not ever opened. We will get to them one day. I have way too much stuff here, if y'all hadn't figured that out by now. All right. Let's do this crate half off, no more, no less. I grabbed it from the back. I didn't even look in it. I didn't even look at the front of it. I just kind of flipped a few through the back, and I was like, you know what? Let's do these half off. By the way, my view counter's not working tonight, so I really don't know how many people still watching. Who can tell me how many people's watching on Facebook, and who can tell me how many people's watching on YouTube? I asked earlier tonight about 8 o'clock. My view counter is not working tonight, so I don't like that because I like to know how many people are still hanging around. Some people's probably hit the hay, but we still have a few auctions to run, like some singles. And let's go ahead and try a few more singles right now. And the next singles I have to put up right now are the following. What do I have here? I have Nomos, N-O-M-O-S. I have this, which is called something. And then I have Death Mode. And those three are going to go up for a $10 start. So 103 on YouTube and 55 on Facebook. So 158 people, maybe a few over on X. 158 ready for some half-off LPs. I don't know what I grabbed. I don't know when these have been priced. But I can tell you this right now, without a doubt, they're half off, no more, no less. Hope everybody's ready. Let's see what we got going. Those three singles are a $10 start. I've got Dan Hill, longer fuse. Dan Hill is $5. The half-off bins are pretty simple. They are half off and they're no more, no less. Even if you said, Chad, no way I'm going to give you $5 on Dan Hill. Let me go ahead and give you $38 for it. I'm going to say, no, you cannot give me $38 for Dan Hill. Dan Hill is $5. And so is Alan Parsons Project. It's only $7.50. Vulture Culture. That has the original inner sleeve with it. $7.50 on Vulture Culture. Chuck Mangione, Chase the Clouds Away. That's now $5. These are half off, no more, no less. Stone Oak, Riding the Wind. Stone Oak is a bluegrass album from 1981. That is $5. Eddie Rabbit, the name of the album is Rabbit. That's in shrink wrap for $5. And the Heath Brothers. The Heath Brothers is $10. Mike Bartlett strikes first on Alan Parsons Project. We love half-off crates, no more, no less. Next thing we have is Gary Peacock, Tales of Another. Keith Jarrett and Jack DeJohnette. That's now $10. Tales of Another. Little Sonny, New King of Blues Harmonica, and it's actually got promo markings on the labels. That is $10. We have Amanda Darby on ER, and ER was for Eddie Rabbit. Chris Riddings on Stone, and that was Stone Oak. That's so to Chris Riddings. Todd Saw next on Eddie Rabbit. Herbie Mann, Waterbed. Herbie Mann is $5. Dobie Gray, that's a gold stamp promo. Dobie Gray is self-titled for $7.50. Gary Peacock is sold to David Hoy. Thank you, David Hoy. Buddy Miles Express, Booger Bear. Buddy Miles is $10. And Impulse Artist on top. This is now $7.50. That's got Gato by Reby on it. However you say his last name. Keith Jarrett, John Clemmer, Sam Rivers. That is $7.50. This is Garrison Keller, The Family Radio, a Prairie Home Companion. EX Condition, $6.50. Also, Todd Rundgren, The Hermit of Mink Hollow, VG Plus $7.50, and Frank Zappa, Chic Your Booty. Zappa's now VG Plus $15. And this is a half-off bin, no more, no less. These three singles are a buy now for $10, no less. Also over here, we have another Japanese pressing to try. I'm going to try right now Howard Jones Dream into Action. Near Mint Minus has the insert Things can only get better. Life in one day. No one is to blame. A beautiful Japanese $35 start. Todd Saw on Keller. Todd Saw on Keller. Keller. That was the right here. That is sold to Todd Saw. Next thing is Brett Thies on Family. You were next, Brett, but you are first on Rundgren, and Jennifer Corbin first on Zappa, and Neil Reigler on the Heath Brothers, which I think is still in here. It is. And we also have Baldwin and Leps. This is VG plus $6. We also have Glenn Miller, a Memorial album compilation, a 2 LP, just $5. It was VG. Attention shoppers, Stars in Shrink, that is $10. And Russ Tomlin, or Russ Tolman, Totem Pose and Glory Holes, 1986 UK, that is $7.50. And TKO, Let It Roll, a 79 US sealed for $10. Our next three singles from this hardcore basket are going to be what? Death Token, 4-track, Attack, Krakla Lupin something, Death Token, and The Knot. And those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Chris Readings first on TKO, and now we have successfully, thoroughly filled up our 4th, 5th, 6th crate of vinyl tonight. Now, I have a feeling if we sell everything in this crate, either after we're done with half off and then a bundle, and we can blow through one more really fast, I have a feeling we can fill up our quota of 8 crates tonight. So I need your help. I try to get to 8 crates every night. I try to get to 8 crates every night. We have just filled up our 6th, and now we're starting on our 7th. But at this rate, we're going to sell a bunch. Next thing we have is Howard Jones. Brett, I think I said, did I say $15 on that? I think I said $35. If I said $15, I misspoke, but I will work something out if I misspoke on that one. Quicksilver Messenger Service, that's now $7.50. We have Yadudi Menuhin Ravi Shankar, obviously some sort of East meets West, album number 2. That is $7.50. And THP Orchestra, Too Hot for Love, that is sealed in 1977 for $10. Now over here was Stars, Attention Shoppers, was in Shrink, No Condition Notes, 1978, $10 on that. Also, Brian Auger's Oblivion Express, Happiness Heartaches, that is $7.50. The Useless Eaters on Ravi Shankar, that's $7.50. I tell you what, if you want to bid $25, I will take a $25 starting bid on Howard Jones. $25 starting bid on that. Next thing is Hank Williams Jr. Singing My Songs, Johnny Cash. Property of WAGN. This was definitely at a radio station. This is Hank Williams Jr. covering Johnny Cash, a 1970 promo, No Condition Notes, $10 on that. This is a half-off band, no more, no less. Franchoy, Gloro, Play the Beatles. I don't know if I said any of that right, but what a cool cover there. And that is now $5. Howard Jones at $25. And the Righteous Brothers, the new Righteous Brothers, God Is Always There. A gospel funk soul album, that's $5. Also, we have Triangle. And Triangle's a 2001 IDM synth pop sealed for $5. These 3 singles are a buy it now for $10 if anybody wants those Death Tokens. And here's Mediterranean Tales, Triumvirate. Triumvirate's a 1972 German import. It does have some cover damage, $10. Chris Readings on Stars and Franchoy. I know exactly what you're talking about. I just got to find Stars. And you want this one here with this really tripped out Beatles cover. Thank you. The Beatles with big heads. Very cartoonish there. Pretty cool, though. They left out one critical detail. Paul doesn't have a cigarette in his hand. Those are sold and sold. Final call on Howard Jones for $25. Stevie Wonder characters. Stevie is sealed. An 87 US. That's $15. And the Youngbloods is a new sealed 180 gram. And this is sealed for $10. Craig says he would give $16 for the 9 singles. 3, 6, 9. These are sold to Craig Thomas for $16. Now, next thing is Todd Saw wants the new Righteous Brothers. That's sold to Todd Saw for $5. More half off continues. Jamie Owens, Laughter in Your Soul, a 73 Gospel Funk, $5. We have Puzzle. EX, a white label promo, the second album, $6.50. Howard Jones is sold to Brett Thieves for $25. Now, this was definitely a Paul crate. And so we're going to show these, obviously. Keep showing these at half off. When we get to the end and I offer these for a bundle, this will make a great bundle crate for somebody. And I'll tell you why. There is so much experimental type stuff in here. Probably stuff you've never heard. Stuff you didn't even know existed. These are usually pretty good experimental type records. Just saying. There is some stuff we definitely know. We just had a second ago the Youngbloods and Stevie Wonder. And here's Simon and Garfunkel. $5. It's a Philippines compilation. VG Plus condition, just $5. Bridge Over Troubled Water. Stanley Clarke, Let Me Know You. Stanley Clarke is $6.50. That was an EX condition. And Dave Mason alone together, it's only $5, and it is on the really cool marble vinyl, but it is VG minus. It is VG minus, but check that out. How cool is that? That's like OG 1970, 71, 70, 71, somewhere in there. Jake Holmes, so close, so very far to go. Jake Holmes is VG plus $5. And Don Ellis, Tears of Joy. Don Ellis is in EX edition, $9. It is a quad. It is a quad pressing. What else do I have over here in the Japanese bin for tonight? I have a copy of Hall & Oates, Private Eyes. And I'm willing to put this one up tonight for a $25 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. It is absolutely beautiful. It has the insert. There's the cover and Obi. There's Don Ellis. We also have Jason and the Scorchers. VG condition, that's just $5. We have Randy Newman, Land of Dreams. VG plus $7.50. Steve Hillage, 1976 UK. The guitarist from Gong. Now just $11.50. There is a little bit of writing here on the cover, but that is $11.50. Also, Buddy Fight, that's VG plus $5. Jaw Wobble, Ollie Marland, Polly Eltis, Voodoo, a 1984 US 12-inch single, VG plus $7.50. Jaw Wobble, and we have The Soil Bleeds Black, Mirror of the Middle Ages, a 2002 neo-medieval folk album. Wow, that sounds wild. EX edition, $6.50. Amanda Darby on JS, and the JS for Jason and the Scorchers for $5. Eustace Cedars wants the guitarist from Gong, Steve Hillage, and now Todd Saw's in on the Hall & Oates for $25. Craig Thomas gets the Jaw Wobble single for $7.50. Amanda Darby also got Simon and Garfunkel out of here, which was VG plus $5. And now we're ready for our next three singles. And our next three singles are going to go up right now for a $10 start. And the first one is Dogs Holy Life. This is a test. Numbered 5 out of 60. This is also a test pressing. Deer Hoof, One More Crime, My Husband's. I think that's a test pressing. It looks like one. And then Die Cruising, Cows and Beer. And those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing is Soil. And that was this record here, the Hiram Aponte, for $6.50. We got John Renton, Half In, Half Out. John Renton, Half In, Half Out. No condition notes, $5 on that. Also, The Times, Hip Isn't It? The Times is a 1984 US. That is $7.50. These singles have a bid with Craig for $11. And we have Bandera. Bandera is sealed for $5. Sealed for $5. Also, we have High Energy, Shoulda Gone Dancing, sealed for $7.50. Also, Bell and James, Only Make Believe. Bell and James is sealed for $10. And Joan Armatrading, Back to the Night. Joan Armatrading is $5. Back to the Night. Keith, this is Keith Herman. The next song is a white label promo. Steve Cropper plays on here with him. $5 on that. This Hall & Oates is sold to Todd Saw for $25. Thank you, Todd, on that for $25. Appreciate that. Craig has those 3 singles for 11. Final call. Next thing I have is Jet Brown, and Jet Brown is a white label promo. It's now $10. Also, Beanie Wallace, Eddie Gomez, Danny Richmond, live at Public Theater. That's a jazz album, 1978. It's only $7.50. Also, this is Silly B and the Buzzy Bunch, a white label promo for $5. We have Living in the Trees, Rick and Lorraine Lee, a 1975 U.S. folk album. That is $7.50. And McCoy Tyner, Super Trios. McCoy Tyner's now $10. Brett has the singles at 13. Craig, you've been outbid. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is this here. It's been sent over here next to me. Let's see if anybody's late night paying attention here. John found this in a bin. He's like, isn't this a really good pressing you talk about a lot? I was like, it is. And here's one finally open where you can see what's included. So this is the 2018 remix of Animals. Beautiful packaging. It's got the a great book with it. It shows behind the scene pictures of when they were taking the iconic cover photo. It's got the lyrics. It's got all kinds of cool shots. There is Nick Mason. There's Roger Waters. There's Rick Wright. There's David Gilmour. It has tour posters. It has information. It's got cutout art. It's got really cool stuff. Plus, the vinyl is a preferred pressing now, the 2018 remix of Animals. And this happens to be in EX Plus condition. Somebody's took the hop sticker and put it on the cover. That is the Bernie Grundman mastering. And that is going to go up for just a $15 start. $15 start on Pink Floyd. These singles are sold to Craig for $15. Over here, we got Useless Eaters on MC. Is that for McCoy Tyner? Is that for McCoy Tyner? If so, that's so to you. Then Donna was second. If MC was for McCoy Tyner. And I got to go over more album craze before I hit the wreck tonight. It's all not your fault. Long live rock and roll. Congratulations, Todd Saw. We have Ralph Towner and Gary Burton matchbook. Congratulations, Todd Saw. Buying more crates. Ralph Towner is $10. We got Henry Threadgill, Sextet, Ragbush and all. That is now $10. Over here, we have Paul Clayton Sings, Unholy Matrimony. That's EX9. So Useless Eaters did want McCoy Tyner. That means, Donna, you were second. The Greatest Illusion, a private press folk album, VG condition, $5. Dare to Themselves, Cecil Taylor unit. Cecil Taylor is EX, $11.50. And Patty Austin, and that is sealed for $5. You've got to be crazy. Got to have a real need. I love dogs. What an epic journey that song is. You got to sleep on your toes. You know, I do a really good David Gilmour if y'all want to hear it. We have CT, that's Cecil Taylor. That is so to Donna Turner. And the Useless Eaters was next on that. And then William APM, you were third. Pink Floyd all of a sudden has lots of bidding. It's at 25 and 25. And the next thing I'm going to put up for auction right now, without further ado, is a record that we didn't sell at the end of last week. So now it's going up for a really low start. The Beach Boys Spirit of America compilation. If you don't have a Japanese pressing yet, you might want to try to pick up one of these budget ones because you'll be amazed at the quality and you'll be like, yeah, I need more Japanese pressings. The Beach Boys is a $15 start. Now, I'm going to go ahead and offer this entire crate as a bundle price. And I hope everybody caught everything that was in there because I think just the wide variety of genres and the obscurity of the stuff that Paul's put out, I think this would be a great bundle for you to be like, yeah, that's some interesting stuff. I'm willing to buy it as a bundle and expand my listening horizons. So I'm going to count these. And I'm going to offer them as a bundle price, okay? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. There are 42 records in there. 42 records in there. And I just want to let you know, if anybody's interested in buying that entire crate, think about this. That entire crate, everything that I just showed right there, $155. $155. You can say sold or bundle. I'm going to tag them. I'm going to blow the air horn, and we're going to move on to another half off crate. Now, over here, if this doesn't sell, then I'm going to be disappointed. And we're going to move on to something else. But somebody can keep the half off going right now. All you got to do is buy the bundle. If we strike a deal on the bundle deal, I'm willing to do another crate half off. We just got to get Oso Adventure to say, I'll take the bundle. We got to get Paul Brothers saying, I'll take the bundle. The Beach Boys is at $15. Pink Floyd's at $30. Was it Waters? You've got to be crazy. That is David Gilmour. They take turns on the vocals on animals or dogs. If you're not careful, they'll flip-flop on you. Yeah, they take turns. It starts out with David Gilmour. And then Roger Waters doesn't come in till the end of the song right here. So I think Gilmour, and then, let's see. Got to sleep on, that's all Gilmour. After a while, that's definitely Gilmour. You got to keep one eye looking, that's Gilmour. And when you lose control, that's all Gilmour. Right here is when Roger Waters comes in. He comes in right here after that long instrumental break. Waters comes in right here. I got to admit that I'm a little bit confused. Sometimes it seems to me if I'm just being used. That's where he does those last two sections right there. That's good. Very good. Very good. Now, I do have these new and sealed. We're getting very close to the new and sealed price. And I usually stop an auction if I still have something new and sealed. Okay? Because we're getting very close. But Jeremy has it for $30. It's a final call. So the Beach Boy, Mike Bartley bid $27. Beach Boys $15. Beach Boys $15. Pink Floyd $30. Beach Boys $20. Mike's out. Okay? Anybody else? I guess I got to move on to something else tonight because no one bought the bundle for $155. Neil's offered $120. You're getting close, Neil. I was at $155. Neil's going to save the night. He's ready for more half off. What was I at? $155 plus $120 is $275. If you take half of that, I'm willing to say $100. I'll do $140. That is almost meeting in the middle, Neil. Almost meeting in the middle. All right, Pink Floyd is sold to Jeremy Rourke for $30. Now, I do have these new and sealed if anybody wants one for $34.99. If you want a new sealed Pink Floyd, I have these in stock for $34.99. I'm about to order a bunch more. I'm always worried the day they're going to stop making these. Man, if they ever stop making these, I'm going to be like, oh no. Why didn't I order like boxes full of them? It's one of the greatest albums of all time with, you know, just a perfect mix here. Who was told what to do by the man. Beach Boys is sold to Chuck Haley for $20. And Neil Reigler is going to keep the half off going. Let's do the deal with them. These are sold to Neil Reigler for $130. Neil, I want to thank you and probably everybody else is that they're like, yay, more half off because of Neil. We'll do at least one more. I do have a new sealed copy of Metal. Yes, it's another Bernie Grundman remaster. They are new and sealed, just $1 cheaper, $33.99. $1 cheaper. All right, we're going to fill up all these crates like I thought we would. All right, so those are done. I'm going to put a sticker here, and the Pink Floyd is sold. It was $30, and if anybody wants a new sealed copy, I have them for $34.99. That one sold for $30. Wow. That's like $3 a piece. Nice. Moving some vinyl. Thank you, Neil. And I'm going to blow the air horn in just a second. I was going to say I was going to warn everybody in the store, but I think Laura's already left, so it's just me, as usual. I'm the late night owl. Let's pick out one more good half-off crate. I'm sure y'all are ready for some of that classic rock type stuff, or maybe something Laura has slipped in here or there. If you're half asleep, this is going to wake you up. For those that are asleep listening to my voice, hopefully this wakes them up too. Beautiful. What a beautiful sound that was. Neil's a rising contributor. Jim Cialcio wants a new seal medal. Yes, if I can track those down. If I can track them down. What a beautiful sound that was. Did I show them tonight? Wasn't they in the new stuff I flipped through tonight? Not new stuff, but new, like, it was new, you know what I mean, right? Y'all know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down? Are you smelling what the rock is cooking? Are you smelling what the rock is cooking? Where are the crates I started the show with? Those kind of crates. Wherever those are, I think that's where Pink Floyd metal is. What's over here? I bet it's underneath this crate full of these rare Chuck Berry albums. What? Aha, I can see the top of it. I'm glad I know records because I can spot them from the top. Nice. Echoes. One of these days. One of these days, I'm going to chop you into little pieces. Great stuff. Great stuff in here. Missed the Capone and the other night. Might have you in more Wu-Tang Clan. Stuff like that will be... So if you're looking for like pre-owned or hip-hop albums, sometimes we get those in collections. We rarely get originals. But if we do sometimes have like new reissues that are brand new, and sometimes we're lucky enough to get those in collections. And if we get those in collections, that will be your best bet. And if you're watching and I say a Laura crate, that's where those things will be. It will be in something called a Laura crate. She's probably the most likely to put out the rap and hip hop. She actually said tonight she could sing Public Enemy better than she could Def Leppard. So she's definitely into the rap stuff. Let's see here. Let me find a great half-off crate. Oh my gosh, here's a crate of... here's 2 crates of new vinyl that, that have gotten mixed in over here of other stuff. Oh my gosh. I knew I was missing something. Here's Iron Maidens and Kiss and Luceros and Clutch. I forgot about all these. They got mixed in over here with all the vintage stuff. And then who is this? This is Duran Duran and Oingo Boingo and Def Leppard. Yep, this is definitely going to be in the video in the morning. I forgot about all these. I knew I was missing some more new vinyl. I just found it. Wow. It was on the bottom of this row of vintage OGs over here. Or I should say pre-owned records. Which there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 12... and then double that again, and then these other 30 crates. There's like 50,000 crates over here of stuff, so nobody go anywhere. Oh man, I might have to like combine a couple crates here. Some of this stuff is new and sealed, so let's do it. Let's try to sell everything here if we can. I think this is going to condense a couple crates together, but I think y'all are going to like what you see. Okay. And I think some of this might be sealed stuff. And somewhere GMB just fell out of his chair. Sealed Laura stuff for at half off? I think I just found some more. Brett says he never stays here this late. It gets weird. We do some weird stuff. You wait till I start. Well, I won't tell you. You just got to stick around. All right, so over here, next thing is Pink Floyd. That bid came in very late. Is there another medal? No, but I can put you on a waiting list because I always try to keep those in stock. Let's put MT Matt on a waiting list. MT, those will be in this week. Oingo was the one with weird science, Rebecca. If you give me a second, I'll show it to you. All right, let's do some half-off stuff. Half off, no more, no less. I'm going to try to get through these, and that will... What was the last thing y'all heard me say? What was the last thing y'all heard me say? So I know how to go back and retrace my steps. Sorry. All right, I'm good to go now. Oh, boy. So here's what happened. Rebecca said, what on go? I said, I'll grab it. And then Mike. And then what I was saying is after we go through this crate, that'll give us about an hour to figure out if we're going to do cassettes or CDs for the final blitz. Cassettes and CDs for the final blitz after this crate. Mike, mute, no sound, can't hear you, Mike, can't hear you, audio, screen froze, Mike, no sound, Mike, frustrating hands, no sound, no more, start over. You said buy one, get one free. I did not say that. Replace, here we go, this, that, boom, here we go. Half off, no more, no less. Sugarloaf, Spaceship Earth. No condition notes. Sugarloaf is $20. The Wilburn Brothers, Trouble's Back in Town. That is $5. Also, Universal Rhythm, Ralph McDonald. That is $6.50. Emerson Lake Palmer, Works, $7.50. Nat King Cole, Looking Back. Nat King Cole is $5. Also, Little Richard's Greatest Hits, $10 on Little Richard. And Bill Nelson's Red Noise, $10 on Bill Nelson's Red Noise. Aretha is $13.50. There is some writing on the jacket. However, the vinyl has no condition notes. Aretha Franklin, $13.50. They're Werewolves, Ship of Fools. The Werewolves is $5. Also, the Iodine Raincoats, I Wonder. That's $5, the Iodine Raincoats. In a Venice, in a Venice, the words are kind of camouflaged with the cover. Weingarten, Ben something. I'm sure that was very helpful. $5. And BB King, LA Midnight. Now we're getting into some of the check condition stuff that I added to this crate. So now we're probably about to hit a pocket of really good stuff. BB King, LA Midnight. EX condition, $11.50. And in the meantime, I'm going to try 3 more singles very quickly. And the next 3 singles I have are, hey, we had one of these the other night, didn't we? This was Crash the Party. And then this was Divine Right, Pray for Me. And here is the Old Firm Casuals, Insane Dogs, Them Against Us. That's a $10 start. Donna first on BB King for $11.50. Dale was second. So we're about to hit a pocket of half off check condition stuff, like Pure Prairie League firing up. VG Plus condition, $5. Danny O'Keefe, VG Plus, $7.50. And we have the Ozark Mountain Daredevils, VG Plus, $7.50. It's pronounced Viennese. Thank you. I wanted to say Vietnamese, and then I wanted to say Venice, but it's pronounced Viennese. Thank you. Lonnie Jolly on Nat King Cole. That is sold to Lonnie Jolly for $5. Appreciate that. Over here, wow, in the half off bin, 96 tears, question mark in the Mysterians, too many teardrops from One Heart, VG 1250. We got People. People is VG Plus, $15 for People, and that's called I Love You. $15 on People. Wow, the Almond Brothers, brothers and sisters. Now just $12.50 a VG Plus copy. Prism Armageddon, that's VG Plus, $5. Jim Ciascio on OMD, Ozark Mountain Daredevils. That is sold to Jim Ciascio. Amanda Darby on the Werewolves. That is sold to Amanda Darby. Next is Mix My for 96 tears. Now, have you bought from us before? Did you buy something last week? If you're a first-time buyer, say first-time buyer, or no, I've bought from you before. That's sold to, I think it's Mix Amy. Maybe Mix Amy. Sorry, your handle kind of runs together. Craig's bid 10 on these. Final call. Chuck next on 96 tiers. Brett in on the almonds. Regina second on the singles. So Craig was in first at $10. The Moody Blues, 7th Sojourn. EX, $6.50, and Gone with the Wind. The soundtrack by Max Steiner, VG Plus, $7.50. Gone with the Wind. If anybody out there is watching you, this is a great time to be a first-time buyer because it's Monday. We do $8 in limited shipping. That's as much as you want to buy. And over here, we have Shares Golden Greats. Share is VG Plus, $7.50. I bought last week too. Okay, thank you. You should have got an invoice today then. Thank you and welcome back. $8 in limited shipping. Over here is Adam Bernardi on Sugar Loaf. Thank you, Adam. That's sold to you for $20. And what was the Pure Prairie League firing up? You got him up here. He's smoking a nice cigarette, we would assume, right? Nothing more than that, just a cigarette. Pure Prairie League, that's VG Plus, $5. Marsha Collins on Share. Thank you, Marsha Collins. Regina, let me know if you want to break the tie on the singles. And we got the Stanky Brown Group. If the lights don't get you, the hell lots will. That's $5 on that. And we have Unstoppable. Unstoppable is sealed, $5. I have seen the last, I think, a part of Gone with the Wind. I have never sat and watched that film from beginning to end. No, I have not. That's probably needs to be on my bucket list, I know. I don't think I've sat down and watched that thoroughly in my modern era in sequence of beginning to end. Spirit is VG Plus, $7.50. Pure Prairie League is now sold to Todd Saw for $5. We also got James Taylor, Dad Loves His Work, EX 650. Brett Thies on Unstoppable. That's sold to Brett Thies. Also, we have Elvis for everyone. VG Plus, $7.50. Craig, these 3 singles are sold to you for $10. Now we got 3 more going up. And the next 3 we have going up is No for an Answer, You Laugh EP. No Funeral, Mankind is Carrying Fit for Nothing, I think is what that says, and No Parole. Some scary looking singles there. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Over here is MT Matt on S, and that was for Spirit. Is that right, MT Matt? Or correct me if I'm wrong. And then Marsha Collins on Elvis. And we have Procol here on Broken Barricades. VG Plus, $7.50. You know, I think everybody has seen The Wizard of Oz because they used to play it a lot on TV. But I don't ever remember being able to see Gone with the Wind, you know, like growing up on like Dish Network like it is. I never did see Gone with the Wind on TV. But, you know, I've seen a lot of other classic movies because they play them a lot, like Wizard of Oz. Next is Pure Prairie League, If the Shoe Fits, another one for just $5. We got Wet Willie, Dixie Rock, VG Plus, $7.50. And we have Bachman Turner Overdrive, VG Plus, $5. We have Spiral Staircase, more today than yesterday, VG for $5. James Taylor, That's Why I'm Here, VG Plus, $5. And Robin Kenyatta, Until. And this is a 68 press. This is Vortex which is a subsidiary of Atco and Atlantic. It's an avant-garde jazz album. Robin Kenyatta, now just $15. VG cover. Next is Darren Hazel single for 10. Final Call. Jim Ciascio on Wet Willie. That's sold. We got Pure Prairie League sold to Todd Saw. That's sold to Todd Saw. Flying through this half-off bin. Records flying out of the crate, including, hopefully, Ringo. Ringo by Ringo Starr with the book. VG condition, $10. Oh, Waylon. That's Waylon Jennings, folks. VG plus $9. And Queen, the game. Queen's EX edition, $15. That was the big pocket of half-off check condition stuff I put in there. And then we have What's It All About, Sammy Hall Singers, VG plus $5. Robin Kenyatta on RK. Thank you, David Hoy. That's so do you. William APM. David beat you to that one. And then we have 5 Seconds of Summer. 5 Seconds of Summer is sealed on mystery colored vinyl for $15. $15. Todd Saw wants Waylon. Todd Saw gets Waylon. Greg Beddinger on Queen. He gets Queen. Adam second. Darren Johnson, you get those 3 singles for $10. Now we're going to put up 3 more singles. We have No Time. We have One-Eyed Muskrats, maybe. And this is the one I skipped earlier because I really couldn't make it out. Okana, those 3 singles for a $10 start. Alonzo third on Queen. We're into some sealed Laura stuff, just like we had the other night. I just turned these over and had no idea they were behind me. Barry White, No Limit on Love. Barry White is sealed for $10. The first sealed one was 5 Seconds of Summer. It was sealed for $15 on mystery colored vinyl. There's another one. Also, Blonde Shell, the debut album, it says, sealed for $10. Where's Natasha at? Lots of indie stuff probably coming up. Sounds by Young Gravy. This is sealed for $20. Young Gravy. Let me pause there because a bunch of comments just came in. And first was Jason Boxell on Barry White. And then I think those BE comments were for Barry White. I think if you type in BW, you get auto-corrected. And so Jason gets Barry White and Dale Sanders gets Barry White. Those are 10 and 10. And that means that Donna was next, then Chris, and then Lonnie, and then Jim B got Young Gravy. Okay, and now my crate is full. My crate over here is completely full. So that is our 7th full crate. And poof, just like that, we're on number 5. And now all of a sudden, after a half-off blitz sale tonight, we're about to fill up our 8th crate of vinyl. Wow. Amazing. Barry White was a new sealed copy. Now the singles have been for 10. Jim B on Blonde Shell. Let's keep this rolling. Heck, if we clear out this bin, we might do another one. We have DMAs. This is How Many Dreams. That is sealed on yellow vinyl. $15. Also, Mercyland. We Never Lost a Single Game. Those are sealed for $10. And Charlie Bliss Guppy. Charlie Bliss is sealed for $10. We've got 2 of those. And Charlie Daniels Band Full Moon. Charlie Daniels was $12.50. We have the Wicked Lowdown Out of Line. The Wicked Lowdown $7.50. Brett, you've been outbid on these singles. Those are now at $11. Yes, the Barry Whites are new and sealed. No Limit on Love. Barry White is a new sealed copy. So over here, we'll give this next to Donna Turner. Jason Boxell got one, and now we'll give one to Donna Turner. So don't give Dale Sanders one, and we have a putback on Queen. And who was next on Queen? Queen was a putback. Greg Bendinger was first. He wants to give this to Adam Bernardi. Now, Adam, you get the Queen, and that was to you for $15. I hope you still want it and need it, because now the Queen is going to be changed to Adam Bernardi. Now the singles are at 11. And now we have Luke Hemmings. This is When Facing the Things We Turn Away From. Luke Hemming is sealed for $10. We have the Teskey Brothers with Orchestra Victoria live at Hammer Hall. That is sealed for $12.50. Jason Boxell also wants to put back his Barry White. So now we have another putback on Barry White. And now that Barry White goes to Donna Turner. I'm hoping that Donna Turner wants it, and I'm hoping Chris Ridding still wants it. Now Barry Whites are no longer sold to Jason and Dale. They're sold to Chris and Donna. So make sure those names went right on those. We have another put back. We're now in new sealed stuff here. Now these singles are at 11. And now Adam Does Take the Queen. And now we have Brett Thies on Charlie Bliss. Charlie Bliss is sold to Brett Thies. Jim B on LH, and that was Luke Hemming. That's sold to Jim B. Over here, we have Vintage Trouble, the new album Heavy Hymnal. That's $7.50. We've got 3 of those available. Also, I got the James Gang Miami. It's now $20. We have Sonny Bono, as in Sonny and Cher. His solo album, $7.50. And Brian Ferry, Boys and Girls, is $12.50. These 3 singles are sold to Darren Johnson for $11. The next 3 singles I have are going to go up right now for a $10 start. Operation Latte Thunder, Are You Effing Serious? The Kitchen Split. We have Narrows, and we have Reality, Face, Positive Change. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. They're up for bid. A lot still left in this crate. A lot. A whole lot still left in this crate. A lot of sealed stuff in there. I was hoping Natasha would be watching. Or who else was buying all the indie stuff the other night? A lot. There's a lot of people. Next thing we have is Angela is on the floor crying because I'm not showing CDs. She's screaming and crying because she's wanting to buy CDs. And then over here is Darren's in on the singles for 10. First was the price on Spiral Staircase. Spiral Staircase, more today than yesterday. There is a little bit of writing. Allison wrote her name and dated it 1969. It's in VG condition for $5. I'm going to run through these quickly one more time. The Wilburn Brothers was $5. Spiral Staircase was VG5. Ralph McDonald was $6.50. We had Emerson Lake and Palmer Works VG cover with wear and writing. Nothing on the vinyl for $7.50. Little Richard's Greatest Hits, $10. Bid Nelson's Red Noise was $10. Aretha was $13.50. The Iodine Raincoats was $5. And Danny O'Keefe was VG Plus $7.50. Next is Jim Ciasso on the Wilburns. That was the Wilburn Brothers. That sold. And then Adam Bernardi on 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Adam Bernardi on 5. That might have been something up here. 5 seconds. What was 5 seconds? 5 seconds? Was that something in here? Maybe not. Next is Chris Ridling on the Iodine Raincoats. These 3 singles are sold to Darren Johnson for $10. We might can finish this basket tonight. I might put whatever's left in one big lot. Let's try one more. We have No. I think that's an N, and I think that's an O. Divisions and Drowning Room. The Divinity Syndrome, I think. Those 3 for a $10 start. I think it was the first 5 Seconds Summer. 5 Seconds of Summer. Yes, right here. That is right here. That's sold to him for $15. Next is the Viennese, I think is how that was said. Wine Garden by B.N. Huringen. Tony Cruiser, Weiner, Conzette, Shamlin. I'm not for sure what's going on there, but it's $5. Those 3 are a $10 start. Peoples on Capitol Records. VG Plus, $15 on that. Also, we had Prism. Todd Saw, this is VG Plus, $5. It's called Armageddon. It's an OG record, 1979. VG Plus, $5. The Moody Blues was EX, $6.50. The Stanky Brown Group, If the Lights Don't Get You, the Helots Will. That's now $5. Also, we have Gone with the Wind soundtrack. That's VG Plus, $7.50. James Taylor, Dad Loves His Work. That was EX $6.50. Procol Harum was VG Plus $7.50 with the original die-cut cover. BTO VG Plus $5. James Taylor was VG Plus $5. And Ringo by Ringo Starr VG $10. And now Sammy Hall Singers, What's It All About? VG Plus $5. Now we're back into the sealed stuff. DMA's How Many Dreams? Yellow vinyl sealed. $15. Mercyland, We Never Lost a Single Game, sealed for $10. I have 2 of those left. I also have Charlie Bliss Guppy. Charlie Bliss is $10. Charlie Daniels Band is $12.50, and then the Wicked Lowdown, Out of Line. Those were sealed for $7.50. The Teskey Brothers with Orchestra Victoria, sealed $12.50, and then ML Bolts wants the Gone with the Wind soundtrack, VG plus $7.50. Todd Saw says he will take the Prism. That's so to Todd Saw, VG plus $5. These 3 singles did not get a bid. They're a buy now for $10. And then we had 3 copies of Vintage Trouble Hymnal. Those were $7.50. And then we had James Gang for $20. We had Sonny and Cher, VG plus $7.50. And we had Brian Ferry for $12.50. A Rich Winter Sleeve, Brian Ferry from Roxy Music. I'm going to put it back here with the other stuff. Now, let me get all the vintage stuff together. Probably what I'll do, the Viennese, this was sealed for $5. It looks like they're having fun drinking wine and there's a band playing music. And it's definitely like a late 50s, early 60s record. It's never been opened and it's $5. And then Chris Ridlings is going to take a Vintage Trouble and Amanda Darby on a Brian Ferry. Does anybody else want anything in here? I'm probably going to do 2 separate bundle offers. I'm probably going to offer a bundle deal on, this is sold to Adam Bernardi for $5. I'm probably going to do a bundle deal on the vintage stuff, and then I'm probably going to do a different deal for the sealed stuff. So final call, and I'm going to do one more auction tonight. We have about 50 minutes to finish up with a blitz sale of CDs. Here's our last. Wow, that's a good one there, I think. Youth of Today, One Night Stand. On Control EP, on Vital Times, Vazoska, Vacuum, Vatican, Declare Your Independence, Tired of Living, Blankets Over, Complaints, The Dolly Rocker Ragdoll, Dion, Kickin' Child, 1965 Columbia Session, Deconditioned, something with an N, Froze, Drakkar Sauna, Dynasty Animal Disregard. So all these singles, which was a total count of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and then the 3 from earlier, 19. Hopefully 19 if I counted accurately. Whichever, what's left there in that stack, a $25 start. A $25 start, what was left there. And folks, we have emptied that basket. There's one more like that I know for sure is full of hardcore singles, and we'll probably finish those out tomorrow. But the first thing I'm going to do, that's up for auction. I am going to count these, and let's do a bundle on the vintage stuff that remains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's 19 records left there in the, quote, vintage section, the vintage pre-owned. And I'm going to bundle those together for $65. $65. That's Charlie Daniels. That was the Sammy Hall, Ringo Starr, Sonny Bono, James Gang, James Taylor, Bachman Turner Overdrive, Procol Harum, James Taylor, Stanky Brown, Moody Blues, People, Danny O'Keefe, Aretha, Bill Nelson, Little Richard, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Ralph McDonald, Spiral Staircase. Really good titles there for a bundle deal of $65. That will be less than $3.50 a piece. There we have it. If there was an Ice Easy Top Fandango. We sold a near mint copy tonight out of New Arrivals. It was a beautiful copy, inner sleeve, no wear on the jacket. We sold it tonight out of New Arrivals. Right now, the singles is at $45. GMB wants to know the color on One Night Stand. Include this one here on top. It is on pink vinyl. Right now, the high bid's $45. Now, the bundle on the unsold sealed stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 records left there. Also 65 for those. 10 records there, 65, the sealed stuff, and then the vintage LPs, which was 1965 for those. And then we will blow the air horn and say thank you and good night for vinyl. I just need 2 people, possibly 1, to step up to the plate. Who wants these? You will make the night complete. That will fill up the 8 full crates for tonight. That's pretty amazing. The singles are at $50. It's between Craig and Darren. I forgot how many was there already, but it's between Craig and Darren. Todd, I need you tuned in for 8 hours every night. 5:30 to 1:30 every single night. Just go ahead and your schedule. Mark off 8 hours every night to watch this. Otherwise, you're going to miss some action. We now have 45 minutes left for either CDs or cassettes, possibly both. First thing I got to do is get somebody bought in on these. Some of you CD buyers might want to go ahead and buy the bundles just so we can move on. Anybody? If not, I'm going to say, well, I tried. I figured Jim B would buy the sealed lot. $6.50 a piece. He can put those on Discogs, $25, $50, $45, $35. Greg Beddinger takes the vintage bundle. Boom. Greg comes in clutch, as always. Now I just need somebody to buy those last sealed records. Now the 45 bundles at $57. And we're going to start the final fresh new basket tomorrow when I go live. When I go live tomorrow, we'll start a fresh new basket. Okay? Now the sealed stuff. No biggie if these don't sell. There's 2 Vintage Troubles. There's Teskey, The Wicked Lowdown, Charlie Bliss, Mercy Lands, and the DMAs. There's 10 records there for $65. If not, that's okay, because there's some people that wasn't watching tonight. And like Natasha said the last time, she said, I would have bought some of those at sticker price. So, that's okay. That was good, though. We sold all the vintage LPs, and now that crate is pretty much full over here. The new vinyl would have definitely taken care of it. Now those are at 60. I'm actually going to put, what I'll do, I'll put these in the flip crate and tag a couple of people I know that was buying a lot of that so they can watch them in the morning. So, if you change your mind, you might want to let me know because they're going right over here. And now I'm going to flip this over, and Darren's out. Final call on these for $60. There has only been one auction tonight that hadn't sold. This beautiful Japanese pressing of Billy Joel, the nylon curtain. This is the only thing that didn't sell. It has the book with it. It's in shrink with insert. It's best offer, or buy it now. I had it at $35. I had it at $35. So if anybody wants Billy Joel, now is the time. We only went through 1 of Paul crates tonight. He still had 1, 2, 3, 4 more crates to go through. That's insane. We only went through 2 of John's crates. So now we have another backlog of 4 John crates on top of the other 4 and on top of the other 12. We have so much new stuff. I don't know if I'll ever get caught up going through new arrivals. Jason gets Billy Joel for $25. Welcome to what we call Coletco at Night CD Arama. Here we go. 10-second countdown on those. I've been pulling out of a couple tubs over here. I have some tubs I didn't finish. And Adam, you just missed Billy Joel. It was nylon curtain, but I do have another one if you want one for $25. It's a near mint copy. Billy Joel, $25. These are sold to Darren Johnson for $60. So that's everything from that one to this one. And I'm going to put them right here on top. And guess what? We've sold another basket. All those are gone. Thanks everybody who bid. Let's do a blitz. The faster I can get to 8 crates every night, or kind of where I think I need to be, the faster sometimes I can go ahead and say, all right, let's move on to CDs. Tonight took a little bit longer. I didn't have as much new vinyl tonight. Some nights when I have 50 crates of new vinyl, we can get kind of where I need to be. That way we can go ahead and get into CDs. So here we have since October, this is Life Scars Apology. Every CD here is $6.99. My Dying Bride, The Light at the End of the World, High on Fire, Surrounded by Thieves. Also, we have Punch Brothers Punch Brothers. We have The Rainmakers. Also, Charlie Peacock, The Very Best Of. Alan Parsons Project Eve. Beethoven, The Middle Quartets. It's a double pack. That looks cool. Bob Carlyle, Butterfly Kisses. Guy, DOG Me Out, Dog Me Out. The Tony Williams Lifetime Emergency. And NXS Kick. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Lonnie Jolly said he'll take the Billy Joe. Adam Bernardi says he already has it. Lonnie Jolly said he'll take Billy Joe for $25. And that was my last copy over here of that. Now all the auctions have sold, and now all the other stuff has sold. So, boom, we're now in full CD mode. First handful, Michael Reed on High on Fire. That's sold to Michael Reed for $6.99. We got next Donna Turner on Guy, and Guy was sold. Greg Layton says Chad Williams. I don't think I have a CD in here. And then Leslie on BET for Beethoven, and Michael Ruttman got In Excess. All these CDs are $6.99. Since October, My Dying Bride, Punch Brothers, Rainmakers, Charlie Peacock, Alan Parsons, Bob Carlyle, and Tony Williams. Maybe he wanted Tony Williams and not Chad Williams. I unfortunately don't have an album out yet. Keyword yet. I don't have an album out yet. Not yet. No album out yet. Let's keep going through CDs. All $6.99. One handful after another. One handful after another. And then Chad's going to go fix him a turkey sandwich after this sale. And some crab chips. Crab chips. Orville Davis, $6.99. Guardian, Miracle Mile. Guardian. How about the Hooters, Out of Body? John Mayall's Blues Breakers with Eric Clapton. Lost Boys. This is Lost and Found. Looks like some hair metal stuff. Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark, Junk Culture. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 2. I Live and Breathe, That Philadelphia Freedom. The Definite Collection of Patsy Cline. Vivaldi, Gallery of Classics. Mannheim Steamroller. This is American Gramophone. The cover has quite a bit of wear on it. Ice-T, Home Invasion. Wow, I bet that's a good one. And Steely Dan's Countdown to Ecstasy. Was Guy a single? No, Guy was a full album. I will double check. Yeah, it was. It is. Dog Me Out. It's got 2, 4. It might as well be an album. It's got 15 different versions of it. Next is Tony Williams, All's Correct Your Name. That's pretty cool. We have Mike Ospaw on LB for Lost Boys. That's sold to Mike Ospaw for $6.99. That was right here. Angela Lewis was next. Michael Ruttman on John Mayall. Lonnie Jolly, He Lives and Breathes. That Philadelphia Freedom. Ice-T also sold to Lonnie Jolly, and Michael Ruttman was second on that. So that stack left the following. Steely Dan, America Gramophone, Vivaldi, Patsy Cline, OMD, The Hooters, Guardian, Orville Davis. Those are all available for $6.99. Boy, somebody needs to count down to Ecstasy. Wow, Steely Dan. Wow, Steely Dan. Here's our next CDs coming at you right now. These are all $6.99. I have tub after tub after box after box. Thousands and thousands, billions and millions. I mean, we can keep showing these over and over. Tub after tub. I've said that before with 45s. Eventually, we'll go through them all because I was saying that. And we have really blown through a lot of 45s in the last year. I used to say we could go through 45s for months and months. And guess what? We went through 45s for months and months. And now I'm having trouble finding more because we've sold literally thousands. Sean Mullins, Eggshells. We have some kind of bizarre deal here. Tiny Town. Kenny Rogers. This looks like an early one. What About Me? Usually if it has that right there, it's like an earlier CD. Loggins of Messina, Full Sail. Loggins of Messina, Sitting In. And then the Neville Brothers. That's Brothers Keepers. We got Ryan Adams, Rock and Roll. Over here is Kenny Loggins, December. We have Nancy Martinez. Also, this is Holdsworth and Beck. Alan Holdsworth and Gordon Beck. These are all $6.99. Bonnie Raitt, Nick of Time. Sponge, Rotting Pinata. Sponge. Passenger, original soundtracks 1. And this is missing the artwork. It's Rainbow Final Vinyl, but there's no front booklet. No front booklet for Rainbow. These are all $6.99. That was Rainbow, Passenger, Sponge, Bonnie Raitt, Alan Holdsworth, Nancy Martinez, Kenny Loggins, Ryan Adams, Neville Brothers, Kenny Loggins, Kenny Rogers, Tiny Town, and Sean Mullins. No claims out of there. Wow, y'all are awake. Maybe just nothing y'all want or need. $6.99. You need them all. You technically need them all. The question is, what do you want? You need them all. The real question is, what do you want, though? You need all of these. Travis Wamick, that scratchy guitar from Memphis, the Roland James Sessions. That's a Bear Family CD. Wow, Bear Family. $6.99. Alan Holdsworth, Hard Hat Area, Alan Holdsworth. Vince Neil, Exposed. The Who's Next, no artwork. The Best of New Orleans, Rhythm and Blues. Danny Gatton, 88 Elmira Street. Danny Gatton, $6.99. We have Japan, Splendor du Fusion, also Boss Gags Hits, and Into the Purple Valley, Ry Cooter. Those are all $6.99. I can't believe no one claimed Sponge, and Hiram took the words right out of my mouth. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? From Rush Hour. Alan Holdsworth, sold to Adam Bernardi. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. That's sold to you. Over here, we still got Ry Cooter, Boss Gags, Japan, Danny Gatton, Best of New Orleans, Vince Neil, Alan Holdsworth, and Travis Wamick. Those are all $6.99. Moving those right over there. No claims out of those yet. Keyword, yet. No claims out of those yet. Time for another handful. Hope everybody's paying close attention. If not, you better wake up. We're flying through these. I have a timer right here in front of me. There is approximately 34 minutes left in this stream. Next thing we have is Chuck Berry, After School Session. Chuck Berry, Alan Holdsworth, Velvet Darkness, Miami Gumby Ortiz, Advanced Copy. I'm not for sure what that is. Captain Beyond, Nice. The Rascals, Peaceful World. The Everly Brothers, Bye Bye Love, A Greatest Hits. The Best of Art of Noise, Bad Company, Holy Water, The Return of the Hellcasters. We got Bruford, as in Bill Bruford, and Jonathan Butler, Deliverance, and Rested Development, 3 years, 5 months, 2 days. We have Mercenary, Ever Black, Willie Nelson, 6 hours at Pedernales. We have Un-American and Giant Sound, Long Stem Rant, $6.99. Hattori Hanzo 2.0 wants Sponge and Vince Neil. Sponge and Vince Neil. There's Vince Neil. That is sold to Hattori Hanzo 2.0. And then over here, we got what? We got Sponge as well, which was Rotting Pinata. This is also sold to him. We also have a putback. We have Sorry and the Putback Guardian. I already have that. Was there anybody else on Guardian? That's being put back by Chris. Now, that's only a $300 billion putback fee. Guardian is going right back over here. Miracle Mile. Looks very interesting. Anybody else on anything in this stack? Chuck Berry, Alan Holdsworth, Captain Beyond, Rascals, Everly Brothers, The Best of Art of Noise, Bad Company, The Helicasters, Bill Bruford, Jonathan Butler, Arrested Development, Mercenary, Willie Nelson, Giant Sand, and Un-American. Chuck Haley is in on the Everly Brothers. Bye Bye Love, Bye Bye Happiness. That is sold to Chuck Haley. Thank you. $6.99. Next handful coming at you right now. Here we go. What is next? And this is what? Right here. The tub is full. I'm reaching in and grabbing handfuls. Next thing I have is what? I'm missing some people that were new buyers. I got to look up some people and make sure they've paid your invoice. We had a lot of new buyers this week that bought a lot of stuff. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to recap my brain and go through all of tonight's invoices. I'm missing some people who bought a lot of stuff at the end of last week's sales. They wasn't on tonight, and I've been worried all night. It's been in the back of my mind. We had a lot of new buyers, and I was like, man, I'm missing some people. I'm missing some people that were buying stuff, and they might have got their invoice and went, holy crap. And I've got to make sure I'm going to reach out to some of these people. And I'm actually checking on some right now because I'm like, I've got to Yeah. Okay. We got Eddie Money for $6.99. Little Milton, Too Much Pain. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow. Animal Logic. Joe Satriani, Not of This Earth. Beth Hart, Leave the Light On. Strung Out, Exile and Oblivion. Wow, Blue Murder. Wish that was available on vinyl. Mike Stern and BB King in London. BB King in London. And Donna Turner wants Arrested Development. 5 months, 3 days, 6 weeks in the life of Arrested Development. That was that over here in this first stack. What happened to that one? I've already forgot where that was, Donna. Where was that? Arrested Development, Art of Noise. Arrested Development's right over here. Arrested Development is right here. That is sold. Arrested Development. That is sold to Donna Turner. And then Hiram said, what Captain Beyond? It was self-titled, Hiram. Self-titled. And then Guardian is a Christian hard rock hair metal band for anybody interested. And then Bad Company, Holy Water. That's sold to Clay Moore. We got some late comments coming in, but I'll take them. Clay Moore got Bad Company. Jim B says I paid. Donna wants Little. And Little was for Little Milton. That's sold to Donna. And we have Mike Allspaw on BM. That's Beth Hart. That's sold to Mike Allspaw. And then Angela was next. Or that might have been for Blue Murder. I bet that was for Blue Murder. If that's right, Mike, let me know. Blue Murder, and then Angela was next, and then Donna first on BB King. Animal Logic is Stuart Copeland of The Police, and Not a Claim. All right, there's that, and there's that. There's this, and there's this. Now, the next thing I have over here is, yeah, let me check on, I got some names I need to write down while they're fresh in my head. We got to make sure. And then what was that last one? Sorry, I've gotten really distracted. But if I don't remember this, it could be a major. This is very important. Because I got to tell Ed basically for these people to. Most of y'all are new, but we had some new people buy a lot of stuff. And I'm basically going to say, hey, we need payment in 24 hours. We got to have payment in 24 hours. By maybe Wednesday at the end of the day. Fortunately, they hadn't been on buying again. That would be a major red flag. But I'm going to reach out and at least get some of these people to say, hey, can you tell me when you're sending payment? Okay. Sorry about that. Captain Beyond is sold. That's sold to Hiram. And then Mike said yes on Blue Murder. And Adam Bernardi wants the other Alan Holdsworth, which was right here, Velvet Darkness. Okay, so let me stack some of these back so I can start getting into some more. Try to keep in the order in which I had them in. So when we need to go back, I'll know how recent it was. But there's all those. And now, back to more. Back to more. I'm going to definitely sort through. There is Alan Holdsworth for Adam Bernardi. I'm definitely going to sort through these and pick out the, I can't believe these didn't sell, and show them when the show starts tomorrow. There'll be a bunch of these grabbed then. Here is our next handful. But if you're out there new and you got an invoice last week and you spent like maybe over $1,000, we're going to have payment like very soon, or we're just going to have to cancel it. I would hate to do that, but if one, we don't hear back from you or get an update, if you're new, there were some people that were new in the last 24 hours to our company, and they spent over $1,000, and as of right now, I thought of 3, and they have not paid their invoice. So that's highly concerning, and we got to make sure we get payment. Marcelo Rossicio, that's $6.99. Herb Otah Jr., Pure and Simple. Another Everly Brothers, this is Wake Up Little Susie. Pete Townsend, Chinese Eyes. Queen, News of the World. We have David Lynch's Wild at Heart soundtrack. That is Nicolas Cage. Is this High Gear Howe Volume 2, Shrapnel Records. This is Al Howe, Greg Howe, Vern Parsons, and Joe Navallo. Looks like hair metal. Cats and Dogs, Beyond 7. The original motion picture soundtrack to The Fisher King. That's another Nicolas Cage. Extreme, Waiting for the Punchline, and Willie and Ray, and this is sealed. Willie Nelson and Ray Price, Run That By Me One More Time. That is sealed. Next thing over here is Michael Bohannon on Queen, We Will Rock You. Leslie Holt on Wild, and Wild at Heart is sold to Leslie, and Michael Reed next on Queen. And he wants another Alan Holdsworth as well. There was maybe even another Alan Holdsworth single CD. You're talking about this right here, Adam Bernardi. Adam Bernardi also wants this Alan Holdsworth CD. That is sold to Adam Bernardi as well. Jim B on WAH, W-A-H. That is WAH, W-A-H. Let me know what that is. And then Angela on Extreme. Waiting for the punchline here. That is sold to Angela, okay? Now, we'll figure out what Jim won in just a second. Time for another stack. We have CDs to sell. We got CDs to read. We better get on it. Now, of course, some of y'all are in real good standing. We give you a week to pay, but if you're new to our channel and you buy a substantial amount, then we got to make sure. We have World Class Rock and Roll by Ed Roman, Volume 1. The Best of Mozart. Also, we have Alan Holdsworth Secrets, Kronos Quartet, music of Bill Evans, Jean-Luc Ponty, The Gift of Time, XTC Skylarkin, and we have John Coltrane's Giant Steps, Delbert McClinton, Honky Tonk and Blues, and Gary Glitter's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Next is Neil on what new buyers can buy first week. Well, usually what I do is I try to keep up with it and get updates from them. They'll say, hey, we got a first-time buyer that's at $500 or $1,000. And I'll be like, go ahead and bill them and tell them we got to get payment now. There is 2 people, though, that seem very legit that bought stuff all week. And I kind of didn't realize they had bought as much as they did. And I'm going to have to tell them they got to pay by tomorrow. One is a lot. I just looked at it. I had no idea they bought that much. But hopefully they're good for it. We'll really test their character here in the next 48 hours. Greg Layton on Steps. That was John Coltrane. And then Donna Turner on Kronos. Let's sell that to Donna Turner. That was Kronos Quartet. And then what was the Bill Evans? And then the Bill Evans was over here. That was... What was Bill Evans? What was the Evans? Rock and Roll, Gary Glitter, Delbert McClinton, Honky Tonk and Blues, XTC Skylarkin, Jean-Luc Ponty, The Gift of Time. Oh, that was what Donna got. That's what Donna got. Alan Holdsworth Secrets, The Best of Mozart, and World Class Rock and Roll by Ed Roman. Now, the next is Adam Bernardi wants Alan Holdsworth Secrets, and then Use of Cedars on JC, and that was John Coltrane and John Coltrane. So Greg Layton got Steps first. So Greg got Steps, Coltrane. Donna got Kronos. Donna got the one you asked about. Adam got Holdsworth. Amanda, you're talking about Ed Roman here. Use the Cedars next on Coltrane. Donna Turner third. All right, some jazz CDs. Nice. Maybe we'll hit more of those. I know we have a bunch. We have that complete radio station inventory, which shouldn't be in these tubs. These are just other jazz CDs that's popped up here and there. So let's keep grabbing stuff. Let's keep showing CDs for $6.99. And the first thing is whatever's here in this stack. And that is Bruce Coleman, Dark to the Heart. We also have Dead String Brothers, Silver Mountain. Also Counting Crows, This Desert Life. We got James Taylor's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Ken Tamplin, Where Love Is. This is Tarja, T-A-R-J-A. Hinkay's Incommunstatasta. I'm not for sure what I just read, but her stuff's always popular. Tamplin in the Witness Box. Gomez, Bring It On. And we have the best of Lay Valley Rocks, 1984-1994. This is a compilation. Looks like some sort of metal compilation. Lay Valley Rocks and Palomino Road. We have Quango, Live in the Hood. We have Palladian Ensemble. And this is Sarah Vaughan, Brazilian Romance. Brazilian Romance on that. All right. Yes, sticker shock here is a real thing. That's true. I think most of the regulars have gotten used to understanding their means and abilities of buying, but there was some new people that, we had several new people that probably dropped 4-digit invoices, a bunch of them. I'm talking 4 digits left of the decimal. A bunch of them. And I think some of those people are like, oh my gosh. But I can already see all those people have already opened their invoice. They're probably, some people have to transfer money, you know, from one account to another, especially if they start paying for a 4-digit invoice. So Mellon and Jennings on JT. James Taylor is sold to Mellon and Jennings, and then the Sarah Vaughn is sold to Donna Turner, and that's sold to Donna Turner. Thank y'all for those. And here's what's left there. Bruce Coburn. We have Deadstring Brothers, Counting Crows, Ken Tamplin, Tarja, Tamplin, Gomez, Lay Valley Rocks, Palomino Road, Quango, and Palladian Ensemble. Those are all still available for $6.99. All righty. Next thing we have over here is the following. Let's show some more. Let's show some more $6.99 CDs. And we have 20 minutes left. I'm probably going to try to blast through this crate, and then we'll either stop whenever I've gone through a tub or whenever time runs out. But we still got 20 minutes. Judy Collins, who knows where time goes by. We have Songs 2, Rich Mullins. This is I Love Mekons, Anne Murray's Greatest Hits, Giant Sand. 2 originals, Rob McConnell. We have Ray Parker Jr., I Love You Like You Are. The Fantima Mansions, Valhalla Avenue. The Best of Oingo Boingo. That's pretty cool. Skeletons in the Closet. We got The Tubes, Young and Rich. Robbie Robertson, self-titled. The Art of Noise. And Brian Ferry, Boys and Girls. A little bit of damage here to the jewel case. $6.99 on that. Paul, you are a long-time great customer. Plenty of 4-digit invoices. I appreciate your support over the many years. There's some people that we've had help us, whether you get a $50 invoice every week or some people have a $3,900 invoice every week. You keep CollectCo going. I try to bring you the stuff nonstop every night. Nonstop every night. We've had 5-digit invoices. Let's keep going. Anybody here? We got email bolts on Robbie Robertson. That is right here, Robbie Robertson. Thank you. That's sold to email bolt 72. Next thing is Brian Ferry, Art of Noise, The Tubes, Oingo Boingo, Fantima Mansions, Ray Parker Jr., Rob McDonald, Giant Sand, Anne Murray, Mekons, Rich Mullins, and Judy Collins. If anybody decides you want anything in there, just let me know. Next thing we have here is this. We got Lone Justice, This World Is Not My Home. Also, we have The Most of Dan Hicks and His Hot Licks, Dan Lampier and Bud Shake, Denny Gooden. This is Allison Moore, Alabama Song. Also, Outrageous Cherry, Bar None Records, No Art. The Trifids, Live and Bright Landscapes, No Artwork. Holly Williams here with me. We have Sharon Jones and the Dap Kings, I Learned the Hard Way. On Daptone Records, that's $6.99. Also, what does that say? It is Self-Healed, maybe, and Mekons. Mekons. Those are all $6.99 there. So we have Lone Justice, Dan Hicks, Don Lampshire, Allison Moore, Outrageous Cherry, Trifids, Holly Williams, Sharon Jones, and Mekons. All right, there's that. There's that. Thank you. And may I see the Gooden again? That one was that in the last stack? Let's see, where did that go to? Gooden. This here. Denny Goodhue. Is that maybe? Lupin. Alrighty. It was Steve. I just remembered another name. Let me check on that one. That's not paid either. All right, this is sold to Greg Layton. Thank you. And Mix Amy on Sharon Jones. Thank you on that. $6.99. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, let's grab another handful. Sorry, I've gotten distracted from my normal fast rampage of showing CDs from thinking about some of these names, but I did remember several, and I've wrote them down, so. And here's more for $6.99. Over here, we got CDs galore. A lot of stuff left behind. I didn't really tell people we were going to do CDs. Some people's like, stay awake. They're like, well, if he's going to do CDs, I never was really too profound tonight about saying we were going to do CDs. So I see some of the regulars aren't watching. Robin Gibb is $6.99. We got Frank Sinatra duets. Frank Sinatra is $6.99. Robin Gibb, Frank Sinatra. We have Romantic Sax for Lovers. Tranquil Classics. Lyle Lovett, Step Inside This House, a double pack. Lyle Lovett. Billboard Top Rock and Roll Hits of 1967. This is 2065. Flying Fingers. Billboard 1969. Nice. Leonard Stevens, Sunshine. Jeffrey P. Ross, My Pleasure. Nice. Feel Good All Over, #1. The Lonely Ones Live. And Mekon's Rock and Roll. These are all $6.99. Ed Sullivan selling $6.99 CDs. Did I miss something there? Jim B. And then next is Romantic Sax for Lovers. That is sold to Lonnie Jolly. Vicki Allison wants Billboard 1969. Donna Turner on BB. And that was for... What was that for? Billboard, maybe? If it's for Billboard, the only one left is 67. And if you don't want 67, then it goes to Melanie Jennings. Oh, Ed Sullivan. That was a good Ed Sullivan. That was kind of a Sean Connery, but also I could see where you could get Ed Sullivan as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles. Screaming galore. We'll figure out what Donna's BB was for, and let's keep the show rolling. I'm going to crab walk over here to get some more CDs. And we have these, and this, and this, and this. I've got like one more handful left in this tub, and then I'm going to see what's left over here else in this basket. We'll figure out what Donna's BB was for. And then we got Kenny Loggins, Keep the Fire. 9 Inch Nails, nice, Pretty Hate Machine. 9 Inch Nails, Billboard 1967. So that is sold to Melanie Jennings. Thank you, Melanie. You get 67. Next is Joseph Spence, Living on the Hallelujah Side. Ravel, Voxbox, 2 CDs. We have Russ Taff, Under the Influence. Also, Within Temptation, Memories. This is Entombed, Same Difference. No artwork on this one. It's Glenn Frey, but it's a promo. Probably why it doesn't have artwork. Glenn Frey, Strange Weather, Live in Dublin, promo. And then Sass Jordan, Racine, Rakan, and then Famous for Killing Each Other. Music from and inspired by the Hatfield and McCoy series. Greg Layton first on 9 Inch Nails. That's always a good pickup. Clay Moore second, then Chris Ridlings, then Leslie Holt, and William APM on the Ravel. Thank you, William APM. Appreciate that. And now we have completed our first full stack of soul CDs here, and it's gotten probably taller than I've ever stacked any because I didn't know when we were going to stop or finish. But let me go ahead and take these right around the corner. Holy moly, this is a lot of CDs. And now we have time to basically see what's in this third tub underneath me. I hadn't had time to open this lid. Oh yeah, I think you're going to like this. Let's get started right here with these. I got a whole new stack, a whole new tub of CDs here. And let's get started with Queen Latifah for $6.99. Queen Latifah for $6.99. What do we got? We got 10 minutes. I'm going to show a bunch quickly. Queen Latifah, we're in a new tub. We're in a new tub. Queen Latifah, Traveling Light. Palladian Ensemble, this is trios for 4. This is Palladian Ensemble and Excess for Pleasure. Queen, Made in Heaven. We got Jim Petternick, The Songs. We're in a new tub. The Ripentings, Kilimanjaro. Russ Freeman and the Ripentings, Sahara. Lee Ritenour, Portrait. America, A Tribute to Heroes. Bruce Springsteen, Neil Young, Alicia Keys, Bon Jovi, Mariah Carey, Lee Ritenour, Westbound, and the Neville Brothers, Fly You on the Bayou. Give the 9 Inch Nails, instead of Greg, Layton, Grog, give it to Clay Moore. Clay, you're actually going to get the 9 Inch Nails. Donna first on Queen Latifah. That's sold to Donna for $6.99. Leslie was second. And Donna, there's a couple in here from the Ripingtons. There's these two here. There's Russ Freeman and the Ripingtons, Sahara, and the Ripingtons featuring Russ Freeman, Kilimanjaro. So your pick on those two. And then Donna Turner on LR. And if that's for Lee Ritenour, then that's so to you. And there's 2. There is Westbound and there's Portrait. And I'm surprised no one got Queen Made in Heaven. But that's still available if anybody changed their mind. And Donna's got some dibs there to pick through. New tub. Who knows what's in store here for us? We're about to find out. We have... I'm kind of looking at the titles. Wow, there's some interesting stuff in here. Some of them I can't believe didn't sell. Some stuff that I'm sure should have sold and didn't, and I'm surprised. But let's go ahead and get started right here. These are all $6.99. And first we have Oyster Band, Ride. We also have Oyster Band, Holy Bandits, The Very Best of the Undertones. We have The Meters, The Very Best of the Meters. Nice, Paul McCartney, All the Best. Monster Magnet, Dopes to Infinity. This is the music from the OC, Mix 1. And then Richard Thompson, a double pack, You, Me, Us. Over here, we have Donna wants both Lee Ritenours, and she wants both Ripingtons. So those are sold to Donna. And that little stack had Oyster Band, The Undertones, The Meters, Paul McCartney, Monster Magnet, music from the OC, and Richard Thompson. Leslie on Paul McCartney, All the Best. And that is sold to Leslie for $6.99. More CDs. If you guess the price accurately, you win. The price is $6.99. We got Brewers Droop, The Booze Brothers, featuring Mark Knopfler and Dave Edmonds. Buddy Miller, Poison Love. Robin Ford, Souls on 10. Whitey Ford, Sings the Blues. Buddy Guy, Blues Singers. The Mystery of Life, Johnny Cash. That's from his Mercury years. We got Johnny Cash, American Recordings, a 2-CD set, Volume 4. That has his cover of Hurt on it. There's Johnny Cash, American Recordings 5. So Volume 4 and 5. Clannad, Macalla. Clannad is $6.99. And Water, Wind, and Stone by Checkfield, America Gramophone. Those are all $6.99. The Richard Thompson was called You, Me, Us. It's a double pack. You, Me, Us. It's a double pack. This stack had Wind, Water, Stone by Checkfield, Clannad, Macalla, Johnny Cash, Volumes 1 and Volumes 2. We also have Johnny Cash, The Mystery of Life, Buddy Guy, Whitey Ford, Robin Ford, Buddy Miller, and the Mark Knopfler, Dave Edmonds, which is sold to ML Bolt 72. Paul Brothers on the OC, and the OC mix was in that previous stack, right, Paul? It was music from the OC. Yes, and that's sold to Paul Brothers for $6.99. And the Use of Cedars wants Clannad. Clannad, Use of Cedars. Thank you, that's sold to you. So that left Johnny Cash, and Johnny Cash. Those are still available. Chris Ridlings wants Jim Pertnick from a couple stacks ago. All right, let me rotate these around. Let's see if I can find Jim Pertnick. What stack did I put him in? Is he in this stack? He is. This one here. This is sold to Chris Riddings. Sorry, it's Clannad the band. Yeah, that's the band Clannad. Yes. That's the band Clannad. We got about 4 minutes left. Let's do maybe one more handful, and that'll give me time to show them, tag them, and Adam Bernardi wants the Richard Thompson. That'll give me time to show them, tag them, and say our final goodbyes, instructions, and announcements about tomorrow. Let me find the next best handful here. Once again, these are all $6.99. We got Paul Brothers gets both Johnny Cash. I'm assuming American Recordings, right? That still leaves the Mystery of Life here. I'm going to give you the American Recordings. Those are sold to Paul Brothers. And now we got Avril Lavigne, Under My Skin. Makala Sons of Nahayu. John Lennon, Legend, the very best of John Lennon. Kenny Loggins, Return to Pooh Corner. Kool and the Gang, Spin Their Top Hits. Kool and the Gang. Mark Knopfler, The Rag Picker's Dream. Little Feat, Feats Don't Fail Me Down. Little Feat, Dixie Chicken. Otmar Liebert. And we have songs from the heart, Ramsey Lewis. Avril Lavigne is sold to Lonnie Jolly. And then Leslie on the John Lennon. That is sold to Leslie for $6.99. And then Kool and the Gang is sold to Donna Turner. That is sold to Donna. All right. Thank you. Now, we got just a couple minutes left. So, RL, Ramsey Lewis, that's sold to Donna. I think I can squeeze in one more handful. I think I can do it. Let me go ahead and be telling you that invoices are sent out on Monday. If you bought from us last week, make sure you have got your invoice. And if you're new, I'm going to be looking at stuff tonight because Ed is gone tomorrow. So I've actually got to help with messages and invoices. First, I've got Lorena McKenna, Bittertown. Lorena McKenna, Unglamorous. Kenny Rogers, Love is Strange. We have Shorty Rogers. I've got Cliff, as in Cliff Richard, Music the Air That I Breathe. Matt Guitar Murphy, Way Down South. And Maria McKee, You Gotta Sin to Get Saved. That's the last handful. And we got about 3 minutes left before Facebook expires. People on YouTube's okay. But that was our last handful for sure. I'm back again tomorrow. I'll start the live stream between 5 and 5:30. Hopefully I can get a lot more sleep and I don't get here as late as I did today. I basically took a 3-hour nap since I was awake from yesterday. And now it's going on 1:30. So I'm pretty mentally fatigued. I've held up pretty good, better than most nights. It wasn't too crazy busy, which was good for my brain. And we got Shorty Rogers, so did Greg Layton. Thank you on that. Bluebird label. What an amazing night. We've just sold a bunch of CDs. I'm going to sort through these and pick out the stuff that I can't believe didn't sell. William APM, I will get your Grant Green. Yes, your Grant Green. That will be pulled. You don't have to worry about that. I know that was probably in the flip crates that's probably why I hadn't found it because it's over here. And William, I hope that you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. If you are, these videos are posted every morning. Always feel free to claim stuff. We have a lot of cool stuff posted in there. That's actually what I'm about to do right now. I'm about to shoot 2 videos, a 9 o'clock video, a vintage discount, and a 6 o'clock a.m. video. And the 6 o'clock a.m. video will be tonight's newest arrivals with these other crates over here that I found. I forgot about these, but William, I will not forget about you with that. Actually, whoever's tagging, if there's a record in the end of the crate that is a blue note, then it goes to William APM. And I'm trying to find out what's happened to those. They're around here somewhere. I know I have them. But thanks, everybody. An incredible night. We will do more CDs. I'm in a new tub, and Tanner has told me where even more are. We just got to go through them hand by hand. Some of it's amazing, great stuff. Some of it, I don't know what it is myself, but I read off every title because I've been surprised. I'll read off something, I'm like, oh, that just sold. I wouldn't even thought that would have ever sold. So that's why I try to literally show everything. Tomorrow will be another full night of auctions. Laura's already got like the next 3 nights of auctions pretty much lined up, especially Thursday Metal Night. If you're local, don't forget about the dollar sale here Friday and Saturday. We have a $1 event here in the store. Please come if you're local. Be prepared to dig for hours and hours. All this week, we got new arrivals, new releases, vintage bins, auctions. It's going to be a great week. So thanks, everybody. The Facebook feed expires in about 30 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and say good night. I'm actually going to wait for it to get to 8 o'clock. I like making sure we're here all 8 hours. But the big thing is if you're new, you won't get an invoice until a week from today if you made your first purchase. And if you've already got an invoice, if you have a problem, make sure you've messaged us or emailed us. I'm actually about to take a gander at some of that right now to help out Ed and Tanner, because Ed's off tomorrow because he's helping here with the dollar sale. And I'm going to go ahead and some of these corrections, like somebody be like, hey, I didn't get this record. And I can remember who it goes to. I'm like, oh, yeah, that goes to so-and-so. And so I'm going to start taking a look at stuff tonight. So if you have any kind of question, concern, if you message us, me or Tanner will be taking a look at it in the next 24 hours. Ed has already started on some. And when I look at them, I'll pull up a message and somebody's like, hey, I didn't get this Joy Division. And I'm like, oh, I know who that goes to. That Joy Division goes to them. I must have said the wrong name. I said Bob Smith instead of Joe Smith, probably, and they wrote down the wrong name. That happens quite often. And so some of that's on me, and then some of it's just human error. We have now hundreds of buyers every night, and we always take care of that. Or sometimes it just something gets duplicated. A lot of times something gets keyed in twice. When they're cycling stuff around, stuff gets keyed in twice. So, all righty. Well, thanks, everybody. The show is officially over. Good night, and I'm now ending the stream. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow at 5 o'clock. What's been going on over here on TikTok? Oh, hold on a minute. What happened over here? How many on TikTok? I didn't see all these comments.